Good morning, everyone. It's been a while. It's been a long time. And, you know, I'm sad we stopped doing some Stormgate stuff because there were no updates and the hedgehogs were oppressive and player base got sad. All of these wonderful things, but we're back. We live or something like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but I'm very excited about what this patch has in store for us. First thing we got to do is, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, it's happy holidays. First thing we got to do, massive shout out to Thanks, Gobsmack, everyone else, I'm forgetting a lot of names, who have been working like mad on this behind the scenes for quite a while now. I was read into this more recently, but they've been working like mad to make the version of the game that they think is the best possible version of the game. So very excited to see how this is going to play out. Refresh, MSRM, they've been playing a decent amount. It's going to be good. We're going to go and go to the recording button, and everyone says go to go. So we're going to get started with game number 1 very quickly here, not wasting any time. This is in fact Jason Bourne. Yeah, love that one. So we're gonna start with Sector 9. The map pool for this tournament is every possible map. Apparently the UI doesn't work on Sector 9. Interestingly enough, I cannot click on the score. So that is a bug, I guess, specifically for this map. Anyways, we're gonna move into game 1. Here. Bottom left side of the map, in the blue, the Vanguard player hailing from Korea on this new community map pool. His name is Refresh. Top side of the map, in the red, it's MSRM. Asking how many players joined. I just invited 4 players that I thought were going to give us kind of the best range of games, of the new stuff, the old. There is nothing old. The new stuff, the new units, the new upgrades, the new well springs. These are actually, yeah, mana shrines, excuse me. So these give you energy back on top of the healing shrines, the well springs that are elsewhere. The whole just broad range of new stuff that's been added in. So you know what? So we got Refresh, we got 1 Vanguard player, we have 2 Infernal players, and we have 1 Celestial player. All the games, as unfortunately I cannot click on the UI. This appears to be broken on this map for whatever reason. All the games are going to be best of 5, so it's a GSL group. MSRM, of course, is going to play Refresh here in a best of 5, and then we're going to go and have HYY play Yoru. Winner plays winner, loser plays loser, all that. And at the end, we're also going to do a best of 3 2v2 show match. If I can get everyone to stay around, because they added 2v2 ladder, and they've done a lot of work to make 2v2 very viable. So all that together is just going to be a good time. Also, that is a very, very good point. Let me turn on the Matcherino. I forgot to turn this on. What do? Where's my Matcherino? There we go. Very good point. Matcherino has free codes. There's about $12.50 of free codes. So it's all going to be a lot of fun here. Oh, I mean, I hope it's going to be fun. I don't know. First big thing we're going to see, outside of the fact that economies are a lot different. They've changed the way Ethereum works. Much more understandable now. You start with less workers as a whole. Charges, you get a little bit faster charge respawn as Infernal. So Vanguard was nerfed a little bit. But the first big change we're going to see in this early game is the fact that Stormgates start at 3 minutes, not at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So it will be a little bit earlier. You have to contest this theoretically a little bit more. Now, how this matchup works, how Vanguard versus Infernals, who wins what Stormgate, I can tell you how it used to be, and that Stormgate's war, Infernals pretty much won everything. I have no idea how it's going to work out here. I haven't really had a chance. I've been testing a lot of stuff in custom games. I don't know how it works at high level play. So for now, though, it's going to be a bunch of Lancers. One of the changes that were, there's so many changes. I'm going to forget some. I'm going to forget a lot of them. But one of the changes that were made was that Lancers are much more kind of well-rounded units now. They just do 15 flat damage. They have a very cool tier 3 upgrade that makes them like mini immortals, like mini StarCraft 2 immortals, but they just do 15 flat. So that means, as we're gonna see the Fiend here, just scouting out that, hey, there's gonna be a third base. That does mean that they're a little bit just more like fair early game units. We've gotten rid of a lot of these bonus versus light, bonuses versus heavy, bonus versus structures type of damage that was added in the previous, or that kind of has been there for a long time. So these early game units are just kind of all around good. You got your melee units, you got your ranged units, and their job is just kind of be these baselines of the army. So then you can go to Carnifex or Incarnates or Dominari or whatever it is and have a little bit more flexibility. As we're gonna see, I'm forgetting the name of the upgrade. There we go. Sovereign Chakrams is done. Reaper Rush is on the way as the Exos not here just yet, but we got quick fire or quick draw hustle getting started, and that really has been a lot of where the Vanguard players have been moving for the time being. Is kind of you just move into this Exo Lancer. Medtechs are now tier 1. That can be a little bit of fun, as now we're gonna see the Lancers show up, kill off a Tribute Pyre. It's fine. MSRM not totally supply blocked as he's getting his own tech on the way. Tier 2 done. Working on that Twilight Spire, so he might be trying to rush tier 3. This, of course, could also just be because he wants to get some Spriggans out as an answer to a lot of these Lancers. We're gonna find out. I don't know. Klempe saying, I hope to see Carnifex Kree Vector. Yeah, the Carnifexes are cool. They're like these tanky anti-tank units. So now we're gonna see a bunch of Lancers move into the worker line, and that is one of them. It takes forever. It takes such a long time to saturate your third bases. Now Lancers with Kinetic Redirect are gonna start to move on top, but luckily Reaper's Rush gets the Gaunts right on out of here, and they are very fast now. Another one of the really big changes that they've made to Stormgate, to Stormgate, is they've kind of increased the range at which units can, they've increased the range at, okay, it's gonna be a drop, okay, Harbinger on the way, but they've increased the range at which units separate. So Gaunts have longer range compared to Brutes now. It is gonna help theoretically with visibility. There are still visibility issues, realistically, looking at the Brutes versus the Hellborn, but it helps a little bit. And it also just changes how this all works. So for now, we got 8 Gaunts and a Harbinger as this big bio army runs into the middle of the map, contesting the second Stormgate. And MSRM just doesn't really seem like he can properly contest it for the time being. Oh, Seismic Slam on the way. This was bugged or just didn't work properly in old versions of the patch. It would kind of search for a spot to drop and then drop, so you couldn't really go stun things, but not anymore. So Seismic Slam is absolutely viable. The Gaunts now going to get on top of the Exos. They still have bonus damage versus light once you get Soulbrand Chakrams. So they can go and fight these Exos very nicely indeed as this army in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, this is going to get found out here. And pathing is not MSRM's friend today. So the drop in the middle, doing a lot, even as the Harbinger, I think it's been taken down. But realistically, the problem right now, Refresh sitting here in a 40 supply lead as he would love to go get on top of this 4th base. Now, we do have a couple Hellborn. They are decent range units. And for now, when we're fighting on Shroud as much as we are, I mean, you gotta get an effigy down, though. You really want to be fighting on Shroud here. Seismic Slam. Not going to be ready for the time being. And this 4th base seems like it's going to be, well, it's going to be forfeit for now. A couple Lancers are going to get dealt with on the top side. But this is MSRM. He doesn't have quite the amount of production to keep up with his economy. Sitting here rather banked out for the time being. Treasure Chain just started the channel. You save 50% on 5 gifted subs or more. That's kind of cool. As now we're going to move in, but a lot of Gaunts here. And the Seismic Slam Magmadons as well. Get right on top of this army. And it works now. I'm so excited that this works. Seismic Slam it's a really cool ability. You can see it having some really fun ideas now that you can actually just drop it on top of units instead of, oh, okay, I'm here, there's gotta be a space open. No. Drop it on top, combat drop the Magmadons and cause so many problems. And now these Gaunts running forward, cursing everything here. And System Shock is not, pretty sure System Shock is not ready to go. So this was looking kind of rough for MSRM. He'd lost his 4th base, he was being forced back, but Magmadons are out, which are now tier 2.5 units, not just tier 2 units. Gotta get Blood Trees out, but now, okay. Magmadons in one, Empty Harbinger in the other, looking for that second round of combat drops, trying to get on top of things. But System Shock is done at least, so you can kind of deal with some of these stuns as the Concave trying to get it set up here. Not quite ready to go. Survival Protocol on the way. Actually, this is this Survival Protocol? Is this the Mitigative Guard, excuse me. Lancers take 2 less damage, and now they have 3 charges that really reduced attack damage taken by, I want to say it's by 50% for the first kind of 3 attacks. So kind of like this Lancer idea is now we're going to see the Seismic Slam goes in on top of all these workers here, trying to go take down Harbinger, or excuse me, Hellborn on the right side. We'll be able to do so as a Graven now ready to go.
Dimensional rift detected.
Ravens, of course, one of these units that they were pretty significantly reworked. So they no longer have Infiltrate. They now have Sabotage, which kind of empowers their Sticky Bomb that much more. And then, of course, if you get the tier 3 upgrade, they go into Phase Jumper, which means that then they got 2 charges of their blood. So a lot of really cool things, but now we're gonna start to see finally the first Stormgate MSRM. I think he's gonna take this one. Remember, he's doing double damage to this Stormgate, so he should have a pretty good opportunity to take it down together. There we go, gets the target. No detection though, so the Graven are gonna be fairly effective. Looks for the stomp, doesn't quite land. Second one, not gonna be there in time. Sticky Bomb slowing everything down and actually just doing a lot of damage to the AoE as well. But now we got the deep one added in. 750 damage, or 750 HP, excuse me. It does a lot of damage. 250 versus heavy. It's a great anti-med tech tool. It's a great anti-helicarrier tool. We're gonna wait to see if eventually we're gonna move into the Incarnate. It could be the Dragon, could be the Incarnate. As these helicarriers get added in, I imagine we'd see a little bit more Incarnate play, probably, as now we're gonna see moving in, but the stun's not quite gonna land as well as it would like. You gotta be careful with the helicarrier on top of the Dragons here, Spriggans as well, and they do take this extra base down. Bombing run is okay, but still this army's gonna have to continue to run away. Dragon doing substantive damage to the to the Hurricane, and the stuns continue to try to land a little bit more. Harbinger and the single fiend inside, looking for it. And there's an opportunity now, not getting targeted down for the time being, but the Nano Swarm keeps the Hurricane alive, and more importantly, make sure that these Harbingers, they do get taken down. The stun's not there anymore. Now Graven's gonna start to move forward. A little bit of Sticky Bombs on top of the entire army here, and Refresh trying really hard to hold on to this position, but he can't deal with the Dragon just yet. He cannot deal with these reinforcements. So the deep one will fall, but it seems like this army with no healing to it is going to eventually get taken down, you would assume. But the Survival Protocol on these Exos doing a wonderful thing. It's not enough though. And Refresh, he's gonna get taken out here in this game number 1. Very nice turnaround from MSRM on that, what was that? Yeah, on the Magmadon drop time. Very cool. Novia Star, thank you so much for the gifted sub and the resub. Yeah, so how do you go? You go to Steam and right click on Stormgates, go down to properties, and then go to betas, and then hit PTR community patch. You missed the beginning. So first of all, Mountain, if you have Twitch Turbo or you subscribe to the channel, you can always roll back on Twitch now. But I'm also co-streaming on YouTube. So there's both. All right, I'm just I got a bunch of Discord pings. That's just gonna be the announcements. All right. That's going to be tournament announcements. We're going to go on to Faerun's Refuge for game number 2. We have a lot of maps, a ton of 1v1 maps. So I just said, hey guys, you know what? Let's go ham. All the maps, they're in the pool. If you know what it is, it's loser pick, go for it. How do I like the new maps? I like what I've seen, Corsair. Is there a Liquipedia bracket? I haven't made one, but it's going to be MSRM versus Refresh. That's the first series. It's going to be HYY versus Yoru second series, winner, winner, loser, loser, finals, and then everything else. Hellborn seem a lot more dangerous with a tankier front line. Brutes didn't really change all that much on the tank. I don't think. Am I crazy? I don't think so. Oh, you know what? Hey, the YouTube, that's what it is. Mountain, the YouTube stream, I forgot to set it to be public. No wonder no wonder we weren't. I totally forgot to update all of that. So this is community patch showcase. Got to go and make this public. There we go. All right. Now it's on. Now it's visible on YouTube, and people will actually be watching on YouTube instead of, you know, me being confused as why there are no YouTube viewers. But, you know, I'm not actually confused because my YouTube channel has been like dead for 3 months. Hello there, Isma. You know what, Isma, are you truly here if you're not kind of complaining about YouTube or complaining about Vanguard being underpowered? Ooh, I got a bunch of different types of green tea. For someone wasn't using them, so they gave them to me, and because I like tea, and it is very tasty. Hello there, Zerakia. We're gonna move into game number 2 here between Refresh and MSRM. It's gonna be on Faerun's Refuge. Here we are. Game number 2. Game 1, Refresh killed the 4th base. Very nice tempo play. Took the first couple Stormgates. But Seismic Slam Magma on combat drops broke the attack, allowed MSRM time to have his defense, and just not enough Hurricanes out, probably. I'm not quite sure that. I don't know. The game is way too new to figure out. But, you know, one of the reasons we are doing this, I say we, one of the reasons they are doing this with the new patch is they've done a lot of work to make the game that when I say they, I mean the community balance team, Frost Giant, that they think is the most fun. There's more dynamic, has more upgrades, more ways to play the game, more strategic diversity. But now's the time to go and like make it balanced. Make it fun. Well, fun. Make it fun for everyone all the time. You know, things like that. So they're working on that. Lieb, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. So I don't know if Vanguard is properly balanced versus Infernals versus Celestials. I don't know if the Wheel of Suck is there or not, but which was, it used to be kind of like Vanguard's better than at most MMRs, maybe not the highest tier, but like Vanguard's better than Infernals, better than Celestials, better than Vanguard, or just the Wheel of Hi, Vanguard are better than everyone, or excuse me, Infernals are better than everyone. All these things. Zinta Mockery asking, is Stormgate back? I hope so. I don't know. It's one of these things. They have spent the last 4 months, Frost Giant and a bunch of community members, trying to make the game that they want to play. Which is, as we're gonna see this Lancer go in, it doesn't really matter that the effigy is gonna go down at this point. Vaults are here, Conclaves are here, the Shroud generating structures already exist. But it was kind of wild to me. I did this interview with Monk back in February. I think it was. I did this interview back with Kevin Dong, and he said, you know what? We only recently have started to make the changes that we think are fun. We started to make the game that we think is fun. And that's just
Enemy forces have
one of the
begun to
biggest
secure the
things you're
Stormgate.
like as a creative, right? Like write about what you know. Make the games that you want to play. So I was surprised to hear that, but again, they're really leaning into that now. They're playing the game that they want to play. They're making the game that they want to play. So who knows? And now with 2v2 ladder mode as well, hopefully that's going to be a little bit more fun. I don't know if this is going to be enough to bring it back. I'm hoping for some slow growth. I'm hoping for the player base to increase to the point where it makes sense to log on and ladder and just have some fun. In the meantime, I'm having a great time taking a look at what's happening here. Is now with the first Stormgate taken, favor in here, which by the way was nerfed in the post-patch or the post-launch patch, so it's not quite as strong as it was, but still enough here with these Lancers and the Favorite to put a lot of pressure onto this third base. Soulbrain Chakram's not quite done, so the Gaunt attacks, they don't bounce just yet. They don't apply Curse just yet, but now they're done. Now they're much more powerful as they're gonna have to be to defend this push with all these Lancers, but now the Brutes are going to go on the backside looking for a little bit of a surround, locking this army in place, trying to go and just tickle down over time with the power of this curse. The army of the Vanguard, but you just cannot fight off Shroud. So more Tribute Pyres going down, more Shroud generating structures, but with the kinetic redirection here, the army's moving a little bit faster, fighting a little bit harder. Even still, it's gonna be enough for now. MSRM will be able to hold on and fight back against this. The choke with the trees is a problem. Did they change the tech tree? They did in multiple ways. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. On the one hand, different units are tier 1, tier 2, like med techs are now tier 1 or tier 1.5. They require a biolab, but not a command post or there we go, not a central command. That being said, they also changed the tech tree in that the blood tree shows up at a little bit different timing. So you got all those things. Like the tech tree and the tech tree have both changed. As we do see this blood tree on the way. Blood tree, of course, not only is it upgrades, not only is it one of the 2 ways to enable moving on to Elder Shrine for Infernals. Other way, of course, is the Twilight Spire. The other reason you get it is, now we're going to see this attack on the right side as well. Other reason you get it is it enables Magmadons. You cannot, Magmadons are no longer strict tier 2. They do require that blood tree to be effective or to be able to be built. So pressure on the left side, pressure on the right side from Refresh here, but at least on the right side, it does seem like this is something that is roughly manageable. Although Infernal Fury is not done, so there's no charge, there's no stun, no enhanced movement speed. And on the left side, Magmadon finally ready to go. So this harass not going to be as effective as Refresh would like to be. In fact, he's kind of being forced back pretty significantly. Right side as well has to fight into this one. And with the Soulbrain, well, Chakram's not quite here just yet. Now, this entire army is going to get wiped out. Unfortunately, that's a little bit of an overcommitment from MSRM. For the next series, we're going to start. I don't know if anyone that knows is paying attention to this, but for the next map, for the next series, because I choose game 1 and then it's loser's pick, we need to choose a map that has snow. The new updates automatically affect AI skirmish as well. Yes, they do, thanks to the 10 gifted subs. Drop on the left side, or drop in the middle here with Seismic Slam. No, sorry, no Seismic Slam. Just the single Magmadon trying to go in and get the kills, but there are Vulcans here. That's gonna be fine. Frostline. Sorry, not snow on the ground, Novia Star. I mean falling snow. Some of the new weather effects. There's Seismic Slam now. There's Infernal Fury on the way. By the way, Infernal Fury not only, keep wishing I could click on this. Not only does Infernal Fury go and increase movement speed and have that stun additional attack speed, now Fiends, when they attack a target on Shroud, do have apply -2 armor, -2 armor per hit. So pretty effective as well. Did they say they were updating the campaign too? Not yet. Jax West is dropping the right side. Looking for actually decent damage here, all things considered. Looks like there was a gun or two for some phantom generation, but yeah, okay. So gun here, a couple Magmadons, but this is now being properly dealt with. But yeah, Jax West, not for the time being. I imagine that is a much greater lift because, you know, you have all these custom assets. Everything that was built in, I think there was very little new art done for the game. Everything was either lifted from campaign or maybe polished up a little bit, but like no new models, no new textures. Even this Magmadon, which is technically a new model, this was in the game files. It just was not put in for early access. I've got you on TV in front of a few hundred children, and we need to hear you struggle to say Bayou Koan. Guillotine. Did I do it? Did my preparation. I studied. Not really studied. I spent more time trying to figure out how to say that map name than I did reading the patch notes. Koan. Koan. Looking so good. I'm downloading the PTR right now. Let's go. You should. And you should queue up for 2v2. Strictly so Gobsmack gets happy. As my dog has arrived. I hear there's a noodle in the house, and it is my dog. But anyway, System Shock left side, trying to go target down these Magmadons, which are reasonably tanky. Stun on the backside. Nope, this is not something you're allowed to do. But trying to System Shock away some of these units. Yeah, okay, they get out of here. Very well done. Meanwhile, right side, this poke gonna take down a little bit more. Is evacs ready to go? We got drop pressure. I love how much more dynamic this game is. It's, I think, the big one. Seems like between map design and economy design, because it takes a long time. We're 10 minutes in, the third base, or the fourth base, yeah, sorry, the third base not saturated just yet fully. It takes a long time to saturate as the dragon's gonna, oh my God, the flank here. You gotta run, get out, Refresh. This is not what you're looking for. Trying to System Shock away, that's a dead Atlas. And goodbye, the flank from MSRM is a problem. And now Bombing Run's gonna go in. Ooh, that's very nice. Lots of damage done on a lot of these units. Now with this high ground position, looking for the stuns, maybe Magmadon's gonna come stomping in. And that's a problem. Stuns are there, but even still, nope, this is a problem. Refresh is in a very bad spot right now. Bombing Run, second one's gonna go into the fight, kills off more units, but really just softens them up more than kills them, as this attack on the left side actually mostly dealt with. But Shroud falls down, and that means there's Shroud everywhere. That means Phantoms are gonna get generated, but Refresh is actually handling onto this relatively well. All things considered, the Dragon's half HP. A lot of these big tech units are being dealt with, and if he can maintain some of his economy, which is a very good question. I don't know where he is right now. I don't know how many servos he's got. But if he can repair, okay, Commandos is dead, but you can power build that. If he can keep his economy alive in some way, shape, or form, this might actually not be all that bad. Army's moving in, of course, but like if you look at the supply, stuns of the Magmadons, counters the stun. This actually might be enough here. More Atlases are sieged up. Looks like a decent amount of the economy is still there, as this Atlas is eventually going to get taken down by the Magmadon. And Refresh now finds himself in a... Okay, stop it, Refresh. Don't die to yourself. This dragon moves in. Dragon was buffed, by the way. 250, or got an additional 150 HP. The cooldown on oh, it's not called Caustic Breath anymore. Cooldown on the breath and the inhale, both were reduced. But it seems like at the end of the day, Refresh, he's been able to power build his base back up, 16 out of 12, so fully saturated on his 4 bases once again. This was a scary moment, and I thought he was dead. But he seems kind of fine. Now, the problem is we're on 6 bases for this Infernal player. Moving on, getting the Hexen upgrades, Hexen Mastery for the Venom Traps. No longer called Venom Traps, but... Oh, looking for some Atlas shots, but that's going to be very scary. And the cool thing about this, we're also going to get to see this vengeful expectoration, the second dragon on the map now as this massive air fleet moves in. Really, you got to get some Hornets up now. You cannot deal with this with just a ground army anymore, I don't think. And Hornets were buffed, by the way. Their upgrades now has them, I was saying they're Banshees. I guess they're more like Wraiths, but they are going to be some pretty impactful anti-air stuff. Realistically, Refresh, he's got to find some way out of his corner of the map. Is it possible to attack your partner in 2v2, like 8-click their buildings? I'm assuming so. MSRM is 2,000 in the bank. I think he's got this. I mean, his bank is reducing a little bit. We're going to see this drop move in. Once again, stunning down so many workers. And that's the power of Seismic Slam in these late game drops. You move in, the workers can't run, attack left side with all the Spriggans. But we are, I mean, some of these nukes, some of these Sky Mines are doing fairly nicely as this drop is going to get dealt with. And Hangar Bay not quite done, but the Dragon's going to start to move in. Vulcans are here, and Spriggans are not all that tanky. Now, they do have this upgrade, this Vengeful Expectoration, which means you max out on Binding Saliva when you get hit. So it really does reduce some of the power of this anti-air, but now, Hornets, they do have Stalker drops, so they gain stealth when entering Predator mode. That's something. But you gotta get a 5th and a 6th base here. That's the problem for Refresh. Main base, pretty much mined out. Natural is mined out as well. We're mining a little bit of Therium, but even this main base Therium node is starting to mine out. Refresh does not have a lot of money. So it looks like he's gonna go to the right side here. He's gonna have to go and take down this effigy. But remember, this is not StarCraft 2. Shroud does not cause problem, or does not prevent you from building anymore. It causes problems, but not those problems. Is now power building, just trying to get some habitats up here. Moving in, Shroud fall down once again. And the Hornet numbers, oh no, this is it. He got himself a flat fire tornado. It's all dusted, it's gone. This is just, there's no miracle hold this time. Refresh is so dead. I should have been paying attention to the Stormgate that was claimed. That's it. This game's over. Refresh goes down 2-0. Creep camps not a thing in the game anymore. Creep camps were removed back in like June. This feels faster. The army comps are more dynamic. I'm engaged with these games. Good job, patch teaming players. Yeah, it's fun. Any changes to Celestial units? Yeah, a lot of them. We're gonna have a Celestial versus Infernal series after this. All right, so we're gonna move on to Malice Depths. Map number 3. Yeah, but every unit's been changed. is the long and short of it. Hey, Geminox. The dog comes, checks in with me, goes away. Yeah, if y'all remember, we got a puppy last time I was consistently streaming. And then, well, you know, we started getting LinkedIn posts and that was not good. But now she is still a puppy, but she's less of a puppy and she's very good. Where is Parting? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he's no longer on Aftermath. That's all I got. Refresh, by the way, already level 23 in the PTR. Next time Molly shows up, we'll pull up the puppy cam. I think Claire is actually attempting, I don't know. Oh, we're not summoning the puppy, but maybe at some point. Is my stream kind of more blurry than usual? It shouldn't be. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Maybe Sorry, we got brief puppy cam. Where is my... All right, we're gonna get into game soon, but... Oh, she gone, she out. Bye-bye. Okay, game number 3 here. Welcome in, Rusty Shacky with the $20. Thank you so much. As I need to change where that Metroid thing works, but $20 contributed to the prize pool. Thank you so much. And Wacko Pack has just been spamming the lurk. Channel point reward for last forever. We're at Malice Depths. It's game 3. Refresh. Not quite having a solution to this infernal late game just yet. Do we have a bracket? I don't know if anyone's made it on Wikipedia. Tabula. Let me Google translate whatever you said in Cyrillic, but please stay to English. I just can't read Cyrillic. So it doesn't, it's unfortunate. From Badoo to do, what were you saying? Translating. Cool games. There's information will be updated in the main version. We don't know yet, but PTR is going to be updated no refresh. They nerfed it. It's not a thing. This is not don't do this to me. Look at this, overcharge 5 seconds remaining. It doesn't have bonus movement speed. Overcharge is done. This is not a thing, refresh. This is not legal. You're not allowed to do this. They nerfed it. It's dead. Stop it. They've been nerfed in so many ways. I'm so disappointed in refresh right now. I know how my parents feel about me. I said that. I just hear a very outraged Philip from Claire in the next room. Anyway, we're gonna see the sentry post get taken down. Now, one of these, okay, one of the brutes will fall, and but we do have double vault in the setup here. One of the big nerfs, on top of overcharge being nerfed 6 ways to Sunday, is the fact that you can't put servos into a sentry post and heal them up. It's not a thing anymore. They keep their HP down. You gotta heal them with the sentry, but with the repair-matic. So, yeah, this is not gonna work. I know someone say, if Lester says, what if he still makes, it's not gonna work, guys. If this works, I don't know. Yeah, it's like, if you look at this, it's 1 place versus 2. Now, Refresh is building workers behind this, so he does have some level of an economy now. There is that, but at the second sentry post, he's not making much inroads, is the problem. And more brutes continue to get made. More imps continue to get produced here. Now, you'd love to have maybe some level of static defense as the Infernal player is moving forward a little bit. A lot of damage on these Lancers as well. The HP is just not sticking. Another servo falls. Last one is gonna get, okay, no, it's gonna go and repair-matic for now. Last servo, though, is dead, and that means, well, you should be fine as I see that. No, all the brutes are dead. Almost all the brutes are dead. So now we're looking at 4 Lancers. More servos running out of the other side of the map here. So we're gonna see the level 1 Stormgate start to get claimed. So maybe not. Maybe not dead, maybe not gone. Maybe viable. I mean, I don't believe so, but moving in once again, more servos here. They're gonna get targeted down. And you just really gotta make sure this second sentry post doesn't properly get up, so more servos fall. How much are we mining? Still 11 out of 12. We're still mining off of this one. And now the second sentry post looks like it might get up. Double buzzsaw. 36 damage bursting against these brutes. Maybe. Did Refresh make it work? Is this a thing? Shroudstone now on the way. They buffed the HP on Shroudstones by quite a bit, buffed the damage as well. They still take a while to get up. I really would have liked to see a Shroudstone just get started fairly early, like right here, out of range of the first repair, the first sentry post, but not the second. And now MSRM is supply blocked, lost his tribute pyre. Shroudstone's still not quite done, and he's totally walled into the natural. So I thought this was done. I thought this was totally impossible. But now we got 3 sentry posts. We're starting to move forward a little bit. And yes, Shroud Stones, by the way, were buffed pretty significantly. They now do 50 damage. And they have additional like 100 HP. So MSRM is really going to struggle to break out of his base. Now, there's a difference between breaking out of your base and defending your base. And realistically, Refresh, I don't think should make that many more inroads. I don't know that he can get past this double Shroud Stone. I don't think that's possible. Previous damage was 40. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. So they've buffed it by 20. They buffed it by 25% damage. And now there's a second base being power built here. So we're gonna start to move into a macro game when MSRM is just locked in on 2 bases. Bunch of Lancers behind. He does have tier 2 now. We'll get some Hellborn out, and Hellborn range decent enough. Range 10, it is more range, of course, than these Buzzsaw turrets. So Hellborn will be able to bust out now, and the contain is done. So MSRM, question now is whether he's gonna be able to, Lancers are gonna move in here, but that's not a thing. Right, 60 damage versus heavy, plus another 50 from the Shroud Stones. These Lancers, they get burst down very, very quickly. Flak turret's in now, but that's gone. And now the contain has properly been uncontained, discontinued. So Refresh forced to back up here. Build a barracks on the front line. Okay, he's dead. Barracks on the front line is gonna get taken down, so no production. And now with these 4 Hellborn and the Brutes in front, there is, he's got Exos on the way, quick draw hustle getting started, more barracks gonna get produced. But I was gonna say, I struggle to see a world where he's gonna be able to go defend properly. And now, triple Twilight on the way. Now, we're gonna get a bunch of Spriggans on the map. And, well, Spriggans, they were changed. They changed how Binding Saliva worked. They gave them a little bit more flat damage, I think it is. Yeah, AT Strolls, I think Bunker Rush got more done than I expected it to, but I don't think it got enough done. But it may also be Refresh just transitioning into the losers match. I don't know. There we go, make that match arena thing a little bit bigger. But now, armies running across the map, tons of Spriggans, tons of Hellborn, all sorts of problems. And while you do have quick draw hustle and Exos are good, no med techs here means they're just gonna get slowed down, no healing, and it's just not an efficient composition. The cool thing about this though is that we haven't really seen any Stormgate play this game. It's just been all army versus army. Just not really necessary. So Refresh is gonna try to go kite to everything possible. He's gonna do his best here. And if he can separate the army a little bit, the Brutes are actually starting to get shredded very significantly. Overcharge, I guess not ready just yet, but actually starting to move in a little bit. If they can get on top of the Hellborn, they can do a very nice job. Problem is the Spriggans, this anti-kite tools, causing problems, but even still, Refresh, it's gonna take down the Spriggans. It's gonna get on top of all these Hellborn. All of a sudden, wait a minute here. Refresh, is this possible? Are you gonna make this happen? You're gonna take down all the Hellborn? You're gonna not really lose that many of your workers, and the stutter step's good. The defense is really good for Refresh. And MSRM is still only on 2 bases. Now gonna start to proc quick draw, so very possible to take down this Hellborn. And remember, Exos were buffed by 1 damage versus heavy. 13 plus 3 instead of 13 plus 2. So Refresh holds on. He's building 3 Exos at a time. He can build some med techs eventually. He's going to be able to delay this 3rd base, I think. And Refresh, I really thought MSRM was just going to be able to run onto the other side of the map and kill him, but maybe waited a little bit too long with a Spriggan idea, and now Refresh is very much in this game. Is there a loser bracket match? Yes, so this is a GSL group. Winner plays winner, loser plays winner, loser plays loser. Final is loser of winners versus winner of losers. Spriggan's running onto the other side of the map. Bobo or servo overcharges pop, just trying to hold on as the Sentry Post is now going to get made, but middle of the map here, Stormgate not actually going to get claimed. Don't have enough damage for it maybe, and you would rather do something else. And now seeing the Spriggans are causing problems in the main base and the natural. No static defense in the main base, by the way. We're just going to continue to poke as for some reason we're on high command. Oh, sorry, this is central, not high command. But we are on central command. That's actually not all that surprising. Magmadon's now here, maybe looking for a little bit of stun. It now does bonus damage versus light. It is a very powerful tool into these Exos, which makes a lot more sense. It used to be bonus versus heavy. Didn't make a lot of sense. Now pushes in, kills off a Magmadon or two. And I think the third base is going to get up this time. Blairy with the Prime sub, thank you so much. But now, this Stormgate, Tier 3 Stormgate is going to be the first Stormgate claimed in this game. I forgot that Binding Saliva got slowing production was removed. Although it does, if you look at the tooltip, does reduce that. Does show that, does say that, as the Sentry Post will get taken down. But with the Exos here and more returning back home, this should be, yeah, these Spriggans are not going to get too much done. Spriggans, by the way, did get some buffs in terms of how their attack works. It's now just flat 8 damage instead of bonus versus heavy. Yeti did I miss someone saying hi? I assume it's Gobsmack here, but the first Stormgate unit is the deep one. Okay, fine. Have some fun with it. Deep one, by the way, incredibly effective versus air and ground. 100 damage means you're just one-tapping these Spriggans. Also, 250 versus heavy is very, very good versus, say, the Hellborn, the Magmadons, things like that. It's got decent range, too, right? It's sitting here 7 range. Not the most incredible thing, but 1 more range than the Exos. Just kind of sits the back line, causes all of these problems. Now we're going to see some structures get taken down. Magmadon's going to have to kite away. Spriggans, they're going to get targeted down for the time being. Magmadon's, though, good stuns, good attack in, but the kite job is still there. There's still some good healing, but the slow on the deep one, it's just not allowed to run whatsoever. Spriggans very effective for that one as they stack up that Binding Saliva the Blinding Saliva stacks. So the Tier 3 Stormgate, it was there, it was gone. Not all that effective. And now Refresh continues to have to cut away as much as possible. We're seeing some of the power of these Spriggans. They're not doing a lot of damage necessarily, but they're doing a very nice job of enabling the chase. No, Beo, don't point out the mistakes. I'm sorry, Gobsmack. /VIP Gobsmack 90.
Here.
All right, you should have VIP tags now. I was just confused, Gobsmack. I'm sorry. It's all perfect. There's nothing wrong ever. Frashite has never made a mistake in their life. Don't hurt me. Where are we on tech? Only on Greater Shrine. No Elder, not even getting started. We do have the tech for it with the Blood Tree and the Twilight, but not quite there. Is now second Stormgate of the game going to get claimed. A Tier 3 once again. But this is a setup here. Seismic Slam with the Magmadons ready to go. You got to be aware of this. But Vulcans are in the sky. They do have Sky Mine set up. It's not the easy tool that it otherwise would have been. As now, Infernal Fury moves in, gets the stun off, forces things back, and this Stormgate, gotta be careful, looking to move in, targets one down, gets the second one down, no slams available. Shadowflyer's not able to cover it, and MSRM is gonna be forced to tap out in this game 3. It worked out at the end of the day somehow, and now we get to move to game 4. You gotta lead with the Shadowflyers, I think. Rush still works. I don't think it should have. But yeah, those snipes by Refresh were massive. Storyteller Dave having mixed feelings about this match as a Vanguard player. What about Kimchi Japanox? What am I missing here? Yeah, Spriggans are a bad matchup for Mass Exos. I think I think the play was you build Spriggans with the rest of the ground army. You just use them. They're not trying to do a lot of damage. They're just trying to slow things down. All right, guys, dog cam. Look at this high five. The puppy VIP. Very important. This is the content that we need. I'm just waiting for the map for MMSR. We're going to move into Frostline. Map number 4. All right. I'm just hoping I'm keeping the camera in the right spot. I'm holding my second webcam. So I'm like hoping I'm keeping her in frame as I get this next map set up. Is Frostline one of the maps that has snow, that has like falling snow on it? Look at, she is such a good dog. I think maybe MSRM misread all the Lancers and didn't expect X's. That's also possible. Spriggans would have been great. She is such a good cuddler. It is a golden doodle, Lucas. Claire asked for it, and Claire asked for the webcam, and then immediately regretted it. We're gonna move into game 4 now. All the zoomies, she's running back and forth. Hey Claire, someone in chat says bark, 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 bark. The dog says hi. All right, refresh 1 map, MSRM 2. Frost lines here, we have snow. Merry Christmas, everyone. We're gonna move into game number 3. Game number 4. How old is the doggo? The dog is 11 months old. Just about a year. Just about 11 months, a little under 11 months. Did we get post-set interviews? I hadn't thought about it. Hey, Gobsmack, if you're here, after the entire show match is over, you want to kind of record an impromptu Stormgate, what did I call that? Stormgate snapshot interview about the process of going into the patch? Answer's totally fine to be no, by the way. Is MSRM? Please tell me that, okay, he's macroing. He's macroing. This is fine. We're not on Malice Depths. By the way, look at the snow. Now, I wish it was on like the entire map, not just the edge. Maybe it is, and I'm just missing it. I guess the snow is only, oh, I guess the snow is only on the dead airspace. Oh, that's pretty. Don't know what it is, but it's pretty. I really want a dog. Yeah, so fun story with this dog. We had been talking, and I've been like passively looking at, you know, Pet Finder and looking at shelter websites for a bit, passively talking about getting a dog, but not actively. And then we watched this dog when she was about 5 or 6, like 6 months old as a puppy, because her owners were out of town. Long story, like moving a family member into the United States from another country. As, ooh, Fiends, get a servo there. Very nicely done. Is Mass Fiend style. It's a little bit of harass going for MSRM, not something expected. And even though they've been nerfed, they no longer have the minus armor debuff by default. They have to be on Shroud for that and Infernal Fury. And the damage has changed a little bit. Still, 3 brutes worth of Fiends, very annoying. But Lancer's just trying to find that good lineup shot with the Foe Splitter Blade. That's, yeah, the Foe Splitter Blade to go and get some good splash damage and cause some bumps. But these Fiends are annoying. Fiends are causing some significant problems. And there we go. Now with 3 left, it's a lot easier to deal with.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Which Stormgate faction does my dog main? Actually, she mains Celestials. You'd think it'd be Vanguard because she can play with scouts, but no, she mains Celestials. She likes the concept of having these big, bulky archangels that she can slam down on things.
Enemy forces have begun.
Because she also enjoys slamming on things. You should see her when I let her in the morning after being let out. She is so excited. She tries to tackle me every single time.
Enemy forces have begun to secure.
The rest of the map has a roof. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Lucas. Gobskek says, I think I have time for that. Let you know if that changes. Probably no webcam. Fair enough. Probably wait for there to be possibly a webcam if that's possible. Then Gobsmack, it's just a better video. They also have a similar color palette to Herfer. You are correct, actually. It's the healing towers. Oh, they got ice on them. Oh, I like that. But the other thing, so as we can see, I want to tell the story about my dog, but I can't because Stormgates are happening. And now we're going to try to claim in the middle. It's just a bunch of brutes. Take a look at the tech behind. Ritual chamber on the way. We do have conclaves, but Gaunt's really only useful once you start to get Soulbrand. Before then, not incredibly useful. If you wanted to schedule something a bit after, I could get decent. We can do webcam. Let's just... Sorry. Let's just think about maybe either tomorrow, Gobsmack, or like after the holidays. So third base is just about done for refresh. Did claim the first Stormgate, got himself a creeping horror. I'll never get that pronunciation right. Kind of cool though. We do have these. Oh, look at that. I've actually even checked out the hedgehogs, but new graphics on the rockets. They look very cool, but now with the slow on the creeping horrors and the rockets and the hedgehogs as well. Remember, hedgehogs, they've kind of been nerfed. They're now kind of good to have in some number, but they're not kind of this. We're going to build a lot of hedgehogs, and you're going to be very sad. Thing that they were in the previous patch, but you couple it with the creeping horror, and you can get yourself up to a decent amount of hedgehogs. They're still going to put a lot of pressure on here as the third base, of course, done for refresh, putting decent damage onto the shrine of MSRM is forcing a lot of units out early. But Soulbrand Chakrams will be done very soon, so you would think at that point that this pressure would be over. The splash damage, the curse versus light. But the hog numbers are significant, causing some problems. And the nice thing about having these hogs as well is it does give you an answer for the Harbinger drops as well, which is just, has been such a thorn in the side of refresh this series. Once the research finishes, this is over. That's kind of my thought on it. Certainly once a Reaper Rush is over, because you get that significant movement speed buff. That's my thought, but again, everything is new. I don't know enough about the meta. I have not really played a lot of ladder games. Any ladder games, actually. I've just been messing around with the AI in the time that I've had.
Will activate soon.
Hedgehogs do, in fact, now armor shred. You're correct, but as Gobsmack points out, you do need a high command for that. And we are not there. We're not particularly close to being there. But even still, there's kind of this interplay between the creeping horror and the ensnaring fluid that it gets that slows things down on auto attack. And the hogs is kind of this cool idea. So for now, drop's going to show up, but hogs beeline right back home. There's going to be the anti-air mode, and it's going to force this thing back for now. But into the middle of the map, second Stormgate, a little bit closer to the side of refresh, but he's got this dead airspace, so not quite as close as you would like it to be, and bonus damage being done by MSRM to it. I don't think that refresh is going to be here in time. No way. Not the high ground, not with the Hellborn on the high ground. Although he's going to try to dive on top of him here. Seismic's land not ready to go. Harbinger is going to drop some gaunts onto the front line, causing some problems, but the concave's really nice, and the Nano Swarm is decent healing. Even still, you got to run back, and with the Shroud here, looks like this second Stormgate, actually, okay, nice job. Okay, moving in, Creeping Horror will eventually get taken down. No, it's not going to die. There it is. Will get taken down, but Lancer's good flank. Take down one of the Hellborn on the right side. Getting even more here. This two-pronged action. Big surround from Refresh, causing a lot of problems. And the Magmadon's going to start to arrive, looking for the big stomps. Remember, Hedgehog's there, like, you know, it's been moves in with the Vulcan, stuns it out. The stash is not, or the stomp's not there. And Refresh defends the Stormgate. Very well done, holds the high ground, and now he's kind of double supply. I don't know if this is true supply. I don't know if this is like roaches, where it's like, okay, double supply, but does it truly matter? But for now, the supply is doubling. Harbinger looking to move in. There's no anti-air unless you just statically put these Hedgehogs into anti-air mode. Now gonna move in onto the backside. Magmadon's looking for the stuns, but one of them's gonna get stunned up, not the damage that it needs. And the supply here from the Mecha Refresh is a big problem now. Seismic Slam was not done for that fight, so the Vulcan could immediately dash stun one of the Magmadons as it moved in, countered a lot of that damage. And now this fourth base, it's dead. It's in the ground, and it looks like Refresh, he's found a solution for how MSRM has been playing. Looks like very interested in sending us to game number 5. Weavers are here now. They have been changed a little bit. They've been buffed. The problem is there's just not enough damage anymore. The army's gone. It's all dead. MSRM falls down, and we get to go to game number 5. Excuse me. Man. This game's a lot cooler, guys. JXP saying there's just inexperience from MSRM. We gotta go. All right, we gotta go. Ads are gonna run soon. We're gonna run ads now. And then we'll be back with game number 5. Not anymore. So Seismic Slam is absolutely viable. So Gaunt's now gonna get on top of the Exos. They still have bonus damage versus light once you get Silver and Chakras. So they can go and fight these Exos very nicely indeed as this army in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, Fresh sitting here in a 40 supply lead as he would love to go get on top of this 4th base. Now we do have a couple Hellborn. They're decent range units, and for now, when we're fighting on Shroud as much as we are, I mean, you gotta get an effigy down though. You really want to be fighting on Shroud here. Seismic Slam. Sitting here rather banked out for the time being. Treasure Chain just started the channel. You save 50% on 5 gifted subs or more. That's kind of cool. As now we're going to move in, but a lot of gods here. And the Seismic Slam Magmadons as well. Get right on top of this army. So, but no. Drop it on top. Combat drop the Magmadons and cause so many problems. And now these gods running forward, cursing everything here. And System Shock is not, pretty sure System Shock is not ready to go. So this was looking kind of rough. Damage, and now they have 3 charges that really reduced attack damage taken by, I want to say it's by 50% for the first kind of 3 attacks. So kind of like this Lancer idea is now we're going to see the Seismic Slam goes in on top of all these workers here, trying to go take down Harbinger, or excuse me, Hellborn on the right. We'd see a little bit more Incarnate play probably, as now we're going to see moving in, but the stun's not quite going to land as well as it would like. You got to be careful with the Telecarrier on top of the Dragons here, Spriggans as well. And they do take this extra base down. Bombing run is okay, but still this early. Make sure that these Harbingers, they do get taken down. The stun's not there anymore. Now Graven's going to start to move forward. A little bit of sting bombs on top of the entire army here. And Refresh trying really hard to hold on to this position, but he can't deal with the Dragon just yet. He cannot deal with the thing. It's not enough though. And Refresh, he's going to get taken out here in this game number 1. Very nice turnaround from MSRM on that. What was that? Yeah, on the Magmadon drop time. Very cool. On the backside, looking for a little bit of a surround, locking this army in place, trying to go and just tickle down over time with the power of this curse. The army of the Vanguard, but you just cannot fight off Shroud. So more Tribute Pyres going down, more Shroud generating structures, but with the kinetic redirection here, the army's moving a little bit faster. Blood Tree to be effective, or to be able to be built. So pressure on the left side, pressure on the right side from Refresh here, but at least on the right side, it does seem like this is something that is roughly manageable, although Infernal Fury is not done. So there's no charge, there's no stun, no enhanced movement speed. And on the left side, Magmadon finally ready to, not going to be as effective as Refresh would like to be. In fact, he's kind of being forced back pretty significantly. Right side as well has to fight into this one. And with the Soulbrand, well, Chakram's not quite here just yet. Now, this entire army is going to get wiped out. Excuse me. Welcome back, Synapse, with $100 into the prize pool. Thank you so very much. Let's overlap's not right. MSRM saying, hey, I'm not gonna go and I'm not gonna build that's trash. Incarnate's yeah, but it's really cool. I don't know if it's trash or not, but it's really, really cool. You're telling me that a 4-second stun that lets you instantly delete a high supply unit on the other, or a high supply unit from your opponent is bad? I might be, I don't know. Anyways, we move into Bayou Koan. And hopefully Godsmack does not hate me. And Incarnate it's supposed to be strong anti-air. It was made with anti-air in mind, yeah, as JXP says. We're gonna move into game number 5 of this first series. So here we are, game number 5, Bayou Koan. As destructible command posts. That's fun. They kind of cut spots off. This, of course, is a map that does have Void Heart Shrines, which restores HP and mana energy to all units around it. It's got this kind of vertical Stormgate. By the way, I love what Guillotine does with this map, or does with a lot of his maps, where he has some like infernal tiling, some kind of corrupted tiling around where the Stormgates are. This is kind of like a hallmark of a lot of the maps that he does, where it's like, the Stormgate's here, so there's gonna be more red and barren ground as the corruption's already starting to spread. I think I said it right, Navia Star, and if I didn't, well, if you donate to the channel, if you subscribe to me on Twitch and follow me on YouTube, or something like that, however it works, then you can teach me how to say it right. Emperor Fooble saying, it's been quite a while since I've watched. The devs have done a lot of work on the visuals and it's much improved viewing experience. That is also true. They've updated a lot of the animations in particular for a lot of the units on this community patch to make them, like the transitions between standing and walking and running, make it work a lot better. They've changed some of the meshes in the skins, like Imp Snout, these big glowing eyes were not there before. Excuse me. These big glowing eyes were not there before. Wait, do they have diapers? I guess the imps have diapers. Okay. But they got these big glowing eyes that are new. That's a couple different textural things. The Hellforge looks even better than it did on early access. Things like that. This shot right here, people criticize the art, have not seen shots like this. Okay.
Dimensional rift detected.
How many times do you have Gaunt's good unit? Are you asking how many Gaunts do you want to get, Mr. Doodoo? Are you asking how many, like, how long does it take in a game before Gaunts are useful? You try working at you try working a 24/7 shift without a diaper. No, that's fair, Rusty. Now we're gonna see the first Stormgate get contested. First time actually we're seeing the Infernal player contest the Stormgate. Generally it's just kind of been given straight over to Refresh because early game Lancers are strong enough, but getting there a little bit early. Actually built a Scout, which is fun. They have been buffed kind of at all stages of the game. Not enough for it to be Scout meta because thank goodness. But at least so it's not painful. And now Soulbrand Chakrams, by the way, was a 30-second upgrade timer. Now it's a 60-second upgrade timer. So due to asking how long until Gaunts are good, 60 seconds after the Ritual Chamber is done, and you have the money for Soulbrand. Because while they're okay by themselves, they get a little bonus damage versus light when Soulbrand is done. and they apply curse when they're on Shroud. And they splash. Sorry, it's not additional bonus damage versus light, but they start to splash. So it really is. Why are we tanking? There we go. Now we're going to see the effigy get dropped here. Lancer going to run forward. But we were briefly tanking the Lancers with the Gaunts, and that's not what you want to do. So most of the Gaunts, they've been run through, but with the the Phantom conversion, with all the Gaunts that are still here, this early game fight very much going to go the way of MSRM. And that means that I actually don't know if he can get the Stormgate with the time that remains, but he will win the fight. Honestly, units look different. Maps are significantly more detailed. There's some really cool new animations and features. Yeah, I haven't been focusing on the visual updates. Yep, nope, didn't get it in time. I haven't been focusing on the visual updates as much, just because I'm like, oh, the entire gameplay is different. But they have made some, and the big thing, which we haven't been talking about, which is good because it just means they've done such a good job. The audio is mostly fixed. Sometimes something will get a little bit loud, but the audio is like 95% good. Exo sounds are not nearly as a kind of annoying QQ as they were. The audio mixing is much better. The audio pass that we've been waiting for like 2 years is finally here. Now hogs are on the map, but Soulbrand is done, so maybe not quite as effective. The Gaunts have different color when they have, yeah, so it's not the Gaunts have different colored glows when they apply curse. They're chakrams. When a chakram is going to apply curse, it is glowing, whereas when it's not going to apply curse, it doesn't. I don't believe the Gaunts themselves have a visual indicator, although is the yellow on the chakram, is that normal? I forget. I'm not sure.
Dimensional rift detected.
Anyway, fourth base now done for MSRM. It is a Luminite only base. Do have to take that into consideration. Not quite gonna have the Therium that he would otherwise like to have access to, but we're moving on to full Hedgehog play. Transonic rockets are gonna get made here. So it seems like Refresh said, you know what? I like Mech. I think Mech is really good. As the Stormgate spawns in the middle of the map here, lightning across the entire scene. But with the Weavers here now and Magmadon's out, this is a much stronger anti-Mech army coming out of MSRM compared to game number 1. And his trades early game were also not nearly as bad. So both these things working together means that this is a much easier game. Not a game that he's gonna win necessarily, but a much easier game for MSRM to play. As I love the new arc. Just small graphical things, but the rockets look a lot better from the Hedgehogs. This second Stormgate, Weavers are so good at claiming Stormgates. They do 200 damage a hit. Yeah, so second Stormgate will go the way of MSRM. What's he gonna find? Void Prowler is always a popular choice, but oh, the Necrolusks. He's just gonna make it very hard to fight into this. The Necrolusks were buffed by about half of movement speed, so now they're now 3 movement speed instead of 2.5. Still very slow, but not as slow as they once were. The really cool thing, of course, is we're gonna see some, I think we're gonna see some Necrolusk drops. Seismic Slam on the way. Harbinger is somewhere. I don't know if he's actually, I didn't see if he'd made one just yet, but there we go. Harbinger here. Necrolusk drops my beloved. There we go. Put 2 of them in there. 4 total. 3 Necrolusks and a Magmadon. And he's going to try to make this happen even before Seismic Slam is done. This is going to be, oh, I'm so excited for this. This is going to be fun. But, ooh, Hogs on a bit of a flank angle. Maybe they're going to find something. Sky Sprint retrofit. Now I'm gonna get started here as you run away. Not a lot of curse being applied, but this army doesn't have a lot of anti-air. We're gonna look for the stomp on top. Necrolusks. Oh, big explosions, big explosions. A couple Vulcans are gonna go to get down now, dashing in, but the stuns are there from the Weavers. This is just not good for Refresh. The army that has been made just hard counters what he has, and with the beef on the front line getting burst down by the Necrolusks. Yeah, this is over. Maybe the game is not, but this fight is just, I think you got to give the position up. If you're gonna move into this fight like this, you got to have some Vulcans, I think. So it's the kite job for now. Isn't okay? So Harbingers are dead. Fourth base will, or I guess the third base of Refresh will fall down. But if you maybe take a good fighting angle on the retreat, I don't believe it. I'm not a believer, but he does have Atlases. And if you can kind of go keep this army back, but no, the Atlas is sieged up. There are no evacs that I see. And with the Atlases, they had to be on the high ground, I think, to make this happen. That great big double Harbinger Necrolith drop is gone. That killed him. That killed Refresh right here. Some very cool games for Refresh. Games 3, Game 4 in particular, but MSRM rapidly learning. The Weavers are good. We knew this before, but it's a good reminder. And the tech tree feels a little bit different, but Weavers are good. Don't have the upgrades. That's fine. Refresh is dead. MSRM moves on to the winners match. Refresh down to the losers in this first game, this first series in our community patch showcase. Of course, if you like this, you want to go support the channel, go follow me on Twitch, sub to the YouTube channel, all those things. And I'll catch you next time. Guillotine have to go to actually work. Thank BeoMulf for everyone for making it happen. Watching the VOD later. Infernal Strong. Never sit mid. Miasma hits buildings. Should hit buildings in air. Thank you, Guillotine. Yell in the chakrams is always there. Reason change from a couple. Okay, I was like, yeah, I didn't think there was a visual change. There could be. All right, so that is our first game done of the day. First game of the day done. We're going to go to another ad break. Sorry about that, but just we're going to stack some time on this. And then it's going to be Yoru versus HYY. I'm going to start with Mystic Peak. Oh, there we go. We should run the ads. There we go. We're going to be right back. Go to the recording button. And everyone says go to go. So we're going to get started with game number 1 very quickly here. Not wasting any time. This is, in fact, Jason Bourne. Yeah, love that one. Not anymore. So Seismic Slam is absolutely viable. Zagon's now going to get on top of the Exos. They still have bonus damage versus light once you get Soul Brand Chakras. So they can go and fight these Exos very nicely indeed as this army in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, Fresh sitting here in a 40 supply lead as he would love to go get on top of this 4th base. Now, we do have a couple Hellborn. They're decent range units. And for now, when we're fighting on Shroud as much as we are, I mean, you gotta get an effigy down, though. You really want to be fighting on Shroud here. Seismic Slam. Kidding here, sitting here rather banked out for the time being. Treasure Chain just started the channel. You save 50% on 5 gifted subs or more. That's kind of cool. Now we're going to move in, but a lot of gods here. And the Seismic Slam Magmadons as well. Get right on top of this army. So, but no. Drop it on top. Combat drop the Magmadons and cause so many problems. And now these gods running forward, cursing everything here. And System Shock is not, but I mean, pretty sure System Shock is not ready to go. So this was looking kind of rough. Damage, and now they have 3 charges that really reduced attack damage taken by, I want to say it's by 50% for the first kind of 3 attacks. So it's kind of like this Lancer idea is now we're going to see the Seismic Slam goes in on top of all these workers here, trying to go take down the Harbinger, or excuse me, Hellborn on the right. We'd see a little bit more Incarnate play probably, as now we're going to see moving in, but the stun's not quite going to land as well as it would like. You got to be careful with the Telecarrier on top of the Dragons here, Spriggans as well. And they do take this extra base down. Bombing run is okay, but still this lead. Make sure that these Harbingers, they do get taken down. The stun's not there anymore. Now Graven's going to start to move forward. A little bit of sting bombs on top of the entire army here. And Refresh trying really hard to hold on to this position, but he can't deal with the Dragon just yet. He cannot deal with the thing. It's not enough though. And Refresh He's gonna get taken out here in this game number 1. Very nice turnaround from MSRM on that. What was that? Yeah, on the Magmadon drop time. Very cool. On the backside, looking for a little bit of a surround, locking this army in place, trying to go and just tickle down over time with the power of this curse. The army of the Vanguard, but you just cannot fight off Shroud. So more Tribute Pyres going down, more Shroud generating structures, but with the kinetic redirection here, the army's moving a little bit faster. Blood Tree to be effective, or to be able to be built. So pressure on the left side, pressure on the right side from Refresh here, but at least on the right side, it does seem like this is something that is roughly manageable, although Infernal Fury is not done. So there's no charge, there's no stun, no enhanced movement speed. And on the left side, Magmadon finally ready to, not going to be as effective as Refresh would like to be. In fact, he's kind of being forced back pretty significantly. Right side as well has to fight into this one. And with the Soul Brand, well, Chakram's not quite here just yet. Now, this entire army is going to get wiped out. Unfortunately, there's a noodle in the house, and it is my dog. But anyway, System Shock left side, trying to go target down these Magmadons, which are reasonably tanky. Stun on the backside. Nope, this is not something you're allowed to do, but trying to System Shock away. Welcome back, friends. We got another series. Gonna be Mystic Peak Map 1, mainly because it's snow map, and I wanted to see what snow looks like. But it's gonna be your route, it's gonna be HYY, it's gonna be Celestial versus Infernals. Which means we're maybe gonna see some Incarnates, maybe we're gonna see some Navi, some Carnifexes. Carnifeces? Is this Latin? Okay, Norland. Oh wait, I gave him the wrong code. It's a Carnifex, which would not be necessarily. Carnifex would be Carnifices. Carnifexes? It would not be Carnifi, Dutchy. That is not how Latin works. Although my big belief. Wait 1 second. I need to go and videos, highlights, refresh msrm.mp4. All right, this goes to, there we go. Delete all these old ones. All right, we're now moving into game number 1, Mystic Peep. Oh wait, shoot, we don't want that. Oh, there we go. Mystic Peep map number 1 of this best of 5. It's a new map, and we're gonna see what happens as we start our recording, delete the highlights, and go. Go. Bottom left in the blue, playing the Celestials as we see the snow go down. Very Christmassy. It's HYY. Upper right side of the map in the red, the Infernal player. It's Yoru. Yes, Isma is back. I know Carnifex is a tiered monster in the Warhammer 40k universe. We had this discussion in the kind of, when things were being made. I was like, guys, Carnifex doesn't necessarily jive with me as a name. It feels more like an Infernal name, right? It feels biological because I play 40k and a Carnifex is a big Tyranid beastie. I think Frost Giant should give all workers little Santa hats. I want a prism with a Santa hat on, okay? And I understand that not everyone celebrates Christmas. That's fine. But I want little prisms with Santa hats. Anyways, taking a look at this map. 3 Stormgates relatively close to each other. One on the high ground, one on the low ground, one on the high ground. Just healing shrines, no mana shrines, or no energy shrines, no mixed void shrines. So that's where we are. You can see for now, of course, they did make some changes. Again, I can't remember all the economy changes, but the big one is now Celestials mine just as much as other factions do. Is there a winner's match? Absolutely. Absolutely play weird. So this is a GSL style group as Fiends looking for a little harass early on, trying to get themselves a Prism, and killing Prisms is impactful now. Used to not be, but Prism production time, sorry about that. Prism production time is brought in line with the other factions because the mining is brought in line with the other factions. So getting any kills early would have been very nice. Unfortunately, it didn't. Yeah, so I was told, I don't know a ton about the balance, but I was told specifically because, you know, when you have a 4-person group, you got to have 2 of one faction.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
I was told that effectively you should have 2 Infernals because Infernal Mirror on the new patch is actually really cool. You'll see some Incarnate versus Incarnate action, which is fun.
A Stormgate has appeared.
First Stormgate now, of course, on the way. Argent's were changed significantly. So they're empowered shot, which actually I don't think has a it doesn't have a tooltip. Now when you get to 50 energy, it fires 3 shots of double damage instead of 1 shot of, I want to say it was triple damage. But you also don't gain energy from attacking Stormgates. So for now, a bunch of Fiends gonna try to get the surround on top of these Argents. Now they got the double shot ready to go. A couple Argents now starting to fall. Fiends looking for the surround, but a lot of Fiends going down. Argents trying to survive. Whoa, he could have kept that one alive, moved it around, but got body blocked. Even still, the Fiends have died. That's where we are right now. Lots of brutes being made, immediately turned into Fiends as we start to rally onto the other side of the map here. And oh, I could have sworn I tested this and you didn't get energy from attacking Stormgates, but apparently it is. Apparently you do. So now the bonus damage pretty much available once again, which means these Fiends are just going to get shredded for the most part, you would think. But even still, Argent's starting to fall as well. So these trades early on, not quite sure from a resources loss perspective who it favors, but it's just a lot of brawling over this first Stormgate, and I think we're at the point where the damage is not enough before it's done. Maybe with all the Argents that are here, you might be able to make this happen. Yeah, shouldn't he wedge himself into the tiny gap so he can't be surrounded? I think so. You put the Argents right here and you can't be surrounded. I think that's probably the play, but HYY not doing so, and now the Stormgate tier 1 unclaimed. Trade went well for HYY. Yeah, that was my vibe, but I can't remember how much. It's like Argent versus Brute cost. Brutes are now 125. I think Argents are similar. In the Yoru. Third base starting to saturate it up. So too is HYY. We are solidly on 3 bases. I love, by the way, finally we're starting to see, I think scanners are going to be really good. So scanners going to get made, and I don't know if we're going to get the upgrades just yet. But scanners now, you build them out of the creation chamber, of course. I think that was previously what it was doing. They start. That's right, I forgot about that. They removed they no longer start flying, but they start grounded. They're protectors now. They can still hide in trees. They're 1 damage attack, but it's got 8 range, so it's very much a quality of life thing. But you can put them in trees, they're sentry or they're observer wards if you play, you know, Dota or something like that. But the big power for them actually is when you get tag, and we're actually building a decent amount of them here. I gotta pop up in the tree, see what's happening. The big power is when you start to get, is when you research tag, and then, oh yeah, it's when you research tag. So now, tag not only reveals the unit and all units around it, it also applies minus 50 armor. Argents are 100. Okay, thank you, Dutchie. It does big, it doesn't do big, I could be misremembering the patch notes. I don't think it does bonus damage versus tagged units, but it does make your other units do a lot of damage versus the tagged units. As the adjudicator nodes, they're going to keep everything back for now. Second Stormgate now on the way. A little surprised we don't have a scanner in some of these trees just to see what's happening. But even still now, the contest, that's a lot of Argents. They do not have Heaven Step. It is just baseline Argents, but the Kree are here looking to run into the back line. Now, ideally, you get them on top of these Gaunts, but you're not going to be able to do so just yet. But even still, we will see the FG get taken down, so no Shroud, no Curse really going to be available. Now the Kree looking for a run-by, rollabout, trying to get on top of the backline army, but unfortunately the Argents not fighting with them. So the Kree run in, they get on top of they distract the army, but they don't actually get a lot of damage done themselves. No Argents, really kind of lacking into that one. So I think the second Stormgate, it does seem, this army at Yoru seems really strong. Yes, with the second scanner upgrade, the tier 3 scanner upgrade, if you tag a unit, it also stuns them for a brief, or you attack them, it also stuns them for a brief duration. Of course, I like what he's doing here, by the way, just playing around the line of sight blocker, hiding in the trees, making it so it's not that easy for the entire Infernal army to bring itself to bear. And HYY with a pretty significant supply lead as it continues to kite back into this off-shroud Yoru. He's trying to go snowball this forward. He's not gonna get the Stormgate, so it really is about this army fighting back into Grace Light nodes, fighting back into production. Defender's advantage is a thing. And the second Stormgate will go unclaimed, and Heaven Step just about done. We're looking at, is this 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're looking at like 13, 15 creation chamber, just mass tier 1 tech. I guess tier 2 because we got the upgrade. We got the upgrades. Mass low-tech stuff coming out of these Celestials as we're just going for the straight brawl over and over again. Now, HYY, he's got some energy problems, so he can't build new stuff all that easily. And now tier 3's done. 8 minutes in, Shroudfall's gonna go down. Shroud on top of everything here. HYY backed into a corner. The Gaunts are gonna start to shred everything. The Kree are dead. And Heaven Step, it's ready to go, but there's nowhere to go. This big Shroudfall causing significant problems. Now Hexen are done. We're getting moving on into Necrotic Hexfield pretty soon. So, by the way, Hexen got a bit of a new model. They got masks now. A little bit more in line with the rest of the Infernal stuff. Unfortunately, this bug, there's no Shroud here. This visual bug still exists. It doesn't kind of reset properly. HYY back up in supply once again, but it's tier 1 supply. It's not all that effective as this arc ship's gonna get found out. It only has 800 HP. Collection arrays have 1200, but they did nerf the arc ship HP a little bit. I make those a little bit easier to kill. Is Kree now looking for a little bit of a run by, but yeah, with the gremlins, I don't know that you can get in. The body block is there. Middle of the map though, HYY, decent job, deals with things.
Stormgate has appeared.
These run-by is doing a very nice job of forcing Yoru back for the time being as our tier 3 Stormgate gonna get started. What I know Play Weird saying I love the new size and spacing changes. Infernal alternate colors could use some, I agree. Infernal alternate colors really could use some variants. Because right now it's just they're all red, black just by default, so it's very hard to tell the difference. I mean, I can see, Hexen are really easy to see because they have this green staff. But Brutes versus Gaunts are just not easiest to differentiate. But now we're gonna see Inferno researched. We got, I wanna say that is the Inferno upgrade, right? Where are my upgrade structures? Oh, that's Inferno. Oh, no, we're going Dominari, and here comes the Incarnate. Hell yeah. Thank you. So, Dominari, we got Power Stone. Now, unfortunately, I think you can Power Stone an Incarnate. You can't dupe an Incarnate. You might be able to Power Stone it. We're just gonna have Big Magmadon, 1000 HP. So, yeah. No, sorry, is that the Weaver upgrade? Anyways, attack to the right side causing problems here. Don't know if we see any Dominari just yet. This Big Magmadon. And on the left side, well, this is an army you can wipe out. This, at the very least, is something a positive trade HYY can take before he's going to have to rotate over. But the problem is he's lost one base already. He's going to lose the second one as well as this attack moves in. Power Stone here. Don't know if you can actually Power Stone an Incarnate. We'll see. This big, beefy boy sitting here causing problems. Now, Avatar is getting researched. Archangels are on the way, but this is a setup here where this is a 3-base HYY and his main base, it's a 2-base HYY. Really is lacking long shot modules. They are getting researched. We are getting some Archangels onto the fray, but it takes a while. And this Incarnate, 1500 HP. Yeah, okay, so this was Power Stone. Significantly tanky, very hard to kill. Massive unit, runs forward, does bonus damage to heavy, 120 damage there. Archangel's here though. Oh, excuse me. Archangel is here though. But with no Avatar, it's not incredibly useful just yet as Necrotic Hex Field causing some problems moving in, targeting the Incarnate down maybe, but he does have that stun. He can eat enemy units to keep himself right back up to full if you need to as we try to kite back. Continue trying to kite backwards. There's gonna be the, oh, there's the stun. The sound effect's so satisfying. I don't think it ate anything though. It is starting to go down, 54 HP, but kites on out of there. And now we're gonna see, what's it called? We see the Spore Burst going in, just damage to a bunch of ranged units, a bunch of flying units, and this game's over. HYY takes down, or excuse me, Yoru takes down HYY in game number 1. It can attack buildings, Deech Leslie. It was just, there's something about it. It's push priority. I forget. Avatar State Incarnate goes to 2.5. I thought it had 900. Bandana team. Trying to outproduce an Infernal. I mean, it really just did feel like tech. I mean, we're still figuring this out, right? And they dropped a small patch this morning. So what was the patch this morning? I read it and then I forgot. No significant updates. I mean, no balance significant updates. Wanted to see the Incarnate death animation. He had 1 HP. Yeah, you know what? Unfortunate. But we never got to Avatar on these Archangels, which is when they get really strong. Archangels are just a new unit now. They get the crash down by default. And if you have Avatar research, sorry, I gotta get you notes. If you have Avatar researched, it triggers automatically. If you turn Avatar off, it purges all debuffs. They're very dynamic, very strong units. Yeah, it wasn't a balance patch. Yeah, it was just bug fixes. They updated the Mystic map a little bit. Ooh, I like the colors on Divided Oasis. We're gonna move into game 2. Hey, Captain Damage with the resub at 2 months on Prime Gaming saying, I like this game. Thank you, Captain Damage. We're now in game 2, Divided Oasis. We got some yin-yang features on this map. The coloring, the shroud covers it up. We're gonna take a look on the north side. The lighting on this map looks really good. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to contest the first Stormgate so heavily as we're finding these things out. I don't know. Certainly, I believe Divided Oasis is a much bigger map, so kind of the big Infernal rally across the map is not going to be as strong. A friend has sent me a YouTube link, and that scares me. Because the last time she sent me a YouTube link, it was a YouTube show. Oh, I thought it had been fixed. Apparently not. Last time she sent me a YouTube link, it was for a brain rot YouTube short brainworm, like earworm. That's like a Diddy song for kids. And I refuse. Oh, need to change the score? That's right. Oh, I clicked the wrong player. There we go. Yoru's up 1-0, not HYY. This is the second series. Yeah, MSRM won the first series 3-2. We saw some very cool games. I'm so happy. I always knew it was going to be a little overpowered. It just didn't work the way it was supposed to. I'm so happy that Seismic Slam works appropriately now. Now, we say minus the Infernal Corruption. Storyteller Dave, clearly this Oasis, Divided Oasis, is a situation where the Stormgates have arrived much more recently. There's no spreading corruption around the Stormgates just yet. Well, we can see some seismic activity rolling popped up, but no spreading corruption just yet. So you can still have your Mai Tai on the north side of the map, and you're still gonna be fine. You know, like the fog on the last map, you could just see things worse compared to the current map. You like the current map more. I mean, I picked the last map because I like the snow. I like the winter themes. This is if the last map was traditional Christmas, this map is Christmas in Hawaii or something, you know, Jamaica, Barbados, I don't know. Some tropical island. Now, first Stormgate ready to go in just, actually it is ready to go. Here's a bunch of Argents are going to try to contest HYY. He's learned his legs, like, nope, I'm not going up the high ground. Not yet. I got to get my entire army together. I'm not going to get surrounded. He is being so careful. He's being so careful with this. He's like, please don't. Please don't hurt me. Please don't do it to me again. I don't want, I've already suffered enough. But because he does have first movers on this Stormgate, not already he's kind of taken half damage on it, so he's probably going to claim the first one. Because he also does have Overcharge ready to go. He's going to start to get some of that bonus damage, but now a bunch of Fiends are going to look for this round. Anything out of this Stormgate, Fair and Healing is solid. That's going to make a big difference here. Unfortunately, the Argents were still very separated, but the Fair and Healing doing a nice job of making this trade pretty positive for Yoru, even though he did lose some Argents. And if they'd been clumped up, it would have been a little better, but Faerun spends about half the energy right as it pops out, but kills off pretty much all the Fiends. It's a very nice thing to do. Is third base now done for Yoru? It's actually been done for just a little bit. 5 out of 12 here. Infernal Fury getting started. Don't know if we have any Greater Shrine aspirations just yet, but Infernal Fury, we're staying on tier 1 for a while. Soulbrand Chakrams will be probably about a minute 30, minute 15 out or so. Yeah, I think he should have jumped on the Faerun as well, D/July. But he had kind of already, Yoru or HYY did this very nicely, where he held on his Stormgate decision until the engage happened, and then he clicked the Faerun. So if the Fiends then dived on top of the Faerun, they would have taken a lot of damage from the Argents that were no longer being attacked. So he waited for the Fiends to commit before he made his choice, which I think worked out fairly nicely for him. Is now a bunch of brutes with Infernal Fury left side, but the prisms are going to get pulled, and with this high ground position, yeah, the brutes are going to get forced back. Soulbrand on the way, of course, but the brutes are going to get forced back, and the Mai Tais, the tiki drinks of whatever you want, have all been defended for the time being. And yeah, Faerun very good for Celestials in particular, because these are Judicator nodes. They don't heal energy, but Energizer nodes give Faerun their energy back. So just go through a checklist of every Caribbean nation. Exactly. Do the Mecha Angels sunbathe? They provide their own sun. Storyteller Dave. They are very fine here, but now we're gonna go, and scanners starting to get made a little bit more vision. And it's so nice to be able to just put the scanners in these trees, have vision on a lot of the aggression points, so we can see now, hey, there's a move out. He's not gonna know quite the timing, but does know there's a move out on the way. As Ascension Matrix starting to get ready, which will enable, I want to say they made that so you need the Ascension Matrix for sabers. I think it was, but big attack on the left side. Judicator nodes causing problems. And actually, Argent's from a weird angle. Oh, no, oh, that's not good. Oh, the move command, the pathing right here, not what it needs to be, but even still blocking off the path. And these Judicator nodes, God, they're doing a lot of damage. This defense on the high ground making it very difficult for Yoru to properly make his defense, or Yoru to properly get aggressive, so we will be fine.
Enemy forces have begun to secure.
HYY's got a really good macro position. What are the mecha lizards called? I think you're talking about the scanners. You're talking about these things. They're mecha cats, by the way, not scanners. Void Prowlers now here, and by the way, cool thing about Void Prowlers, even if you only get 4 of them instead of 5, they can jump where they don't have vision. They're like better blink stalkers. They blink, they don't have to, it's a longer cooldown, but they don't need vision to move in. So they're very powerful harass units, as now Archangels are on the way, avatar form being researched, as well as these Void Prowlers blinking up onto the high ground. Now Judicator nodes, they will do a decent amount of damage here and take down one of them very quickly, even as the Prism's starting to get taken down. Attack on the left side, though, is a problem. 2 Archangels ready to go, but again, no avatar. Even still crash landing in, but the damage, they kind of dropped where there were no units. So they don't really get what they want. They continue to have to cut backwards here. This big bust of Yoru from tier 1 causing lots of problems. As the Void Prowlers, they've been dealt with. Looks like most, never mind, they haven't been dealt with. Still 2 here. All the Therium income properly gone. And I think HYY is just dead. Avatar is done, so at least the damage in a line is very, very good. But I think HYY is just kind of dead here. He's got 2 more Archangels on the way. He's going to go up to 5. He's trying to go play around with these slam downs, or these meteor slams, or whatever they're called. I forget, I can't remember what the new name is. But in the meantime, he's just losing everything. This is a 1, 2, 3, this 5 base, 6 base Infernal. And the Void Prowler's just broken. The Void Prowlers killed like every single Prism mining Therium. He did keep this collection array. And he is building some more Arc chips and does have a lot of Archangels. Admittedly, the Archangels are putting up a hell of a fight. Last patch, they would have died like 10 times over. This is true. Carnivex is a counter for big tanky things. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. As now Archangels, good crash downs here. Now you gotta lift this one, but unfortunately it's got a cooldown. You can't go back up immediately after going down. So 1 Archangel's dead. Other 2. Yeah, there we go. Reprieve, healing right back up to full. I forgot about that. That's a new ability as well. It stuns them. They get a bunch of bonus armor. They heal quite a bit. But now, crashing down on top of the Dominari. And the Latin nerd in my head says it should be a Dominaris, but on the Dominari, but it's not enough. They got to back up. HYY now down half the supply of his opponent. And Dominari are pretty cool. So they have this spell called Pandemonium that applies a debuff on
enemy forces have
that applies a debuff on units supplied that ticks up over time, and when you apply Pandemonium a second time, or it lasts 5 seconds without ticking up, it does a bunch of damage. Also, the Dominari attacks do double damage to anyone afflicted with Pandemonium. You can also go, yeah, there we go. You can also, I don't think we have the upgrade for it, but you also can have, Death March? That's what it's called, but effectively is like a better stim. Units move faster and do more damage at the cost of 3% HP per second. And then they can also consume. They eat units, what is it like? As the Avatar or the Archangels are going to crash down once again. Power Stone is here. Actually, was that a Soul Stone? That might have been. It might have been a Soul Forge. As I don't see any Power Stone units if it was used. Anyways, point being, they can eat units to get more energy. With more, the higher supply a unit is, the more energy you get. So, ooh, Arc Fortress with the shoulder pads. It's a bit of a visual upgrade. So now we're going to see HYY desperately trying to defend into Weavers. into Dominari, into a massive army here. He's gonna try. He's gonna look for the big crash downs on the backside. Avatar 4 means the Weavers can't really lash, and they're gonna go up into the high ground once again. They're gonna pop this reprieve, trying to survive as long as possible, but it's just not possible. It's not nearly enough. Crashing down once again. The damage is good. They're trying really hard here, but Archangels, they're just not strong enough. That's the long and short of it. Yoru, more stuff always beats less stuff when we have this much more stuff. Yoru's maxed out. HYY is at 65 supply. He's going to have to tap out here, and it's a 2-0 lead for Yoru in the second series. Chinggis Khan, they just dropped so they've been working hard for the last 4 months, trying to recover from what was a disastrous launch, working really with community members to make the game that people want to play. So the community patch dropped on Thursday. What's Thursday? And now we're seeing what it looks like. For my money, the game's pretty exciting. Looks like it's a lot more fun. Vettel, Frost Giant, I mean, we all know what's happening here. Frost Giant had to leave early access because they ran out of money. And so there are a couple people still Frost Giant, not sure exactly what's happening. But they worked with community members to make massive improvements to the game. Your stream yesterday for 10 hours and didn't lose a single game. Oofta. Lunar-Base Gamma will be map number 3. Hey, Vettel. Yeah, servers are not community powered. And realistically, it's one of these things where because the servers are scalable with Athora, like if no one's playing the game, no one's spinning up servers, the server cost is really low. If people are playing the game, therefore the game's theoretically making money, therefore they can support more server costs. So like it should be fine. But this was also very much supported by Frost Giant. There were tech improvements and other things that Frost Giant specifically supported. God, Archangels really excel with support now. HYY is using them like it's still Necrolite. Yeah, I would love to see some Na'Vi move in, but he just hasn't had the time. He's been getting busted before then. Very good point, Evarista. There are Matcherino codes. It's free. Oh, yours asked for 1 minute. There are Matcherino codes, ! Matcherino. Log in with like your BNet account, your Gmail account, your Line account. Hit the button, 25 cents to the players. It's free. Has there been any official update from Frost Giant since they left early access? Would be nice to at least know their plans, even if there are none. Well, the reason we're streaming this, DJ Xander, is we just had a big patch. We just had a massive thing they've been working on for the last 4 months. There was a blog post from Gobsmack as well. Answer is they're still working on it. There's more stuff they'd like to do. They'd love to be able to bring co-op and Team Mayhem up to parity. They're still looking for further investment or partnerships. I don't know anything else. We'll see. All right, Lunar-Base Gamma, very small map. Game number 3. Yeah, well, I put like an hour-long video out on YouTube. It's a Garcia Vab. Thank you so much for the Prime. I put like an hour-long YouTube video out. But we're gonna see what's happening. Oh, that's also Thank you, Preba. They've also mentioned plans. They're still working on trying to make the client offline, which would be very cool. Anyways, we're going to move into game 3 and see what happens. We're now into game number 3. HYY, he's up 2-0. Sorry, down 2-0. And it really does seem like Yoru, apparently Yoru streamed for 10 hours yesterday and didn't lose a single game. Now, don't know if he was playing the Refreshes and the MSRMs and the Snockstars of the world. But imagine community patch 0.2 for next year. I really like the direction they're taking this. I know I've been saying this for a while. I like Gobsmack's ideas about the game. I can't wait to see what he's going to do with Team Mayhem, because he made this big document about how the hook, quote unquote, the hook of 3v3 and what it should be and how the game should be fun and drive engagement. And he had some fun ideas. Well, I mean, Ranker, this is the best I've been feeling about the game since release. I felt horrible about the game on release. We did some stuff, you know, Fresh Giant sponsored the tournament. I was hopeful because I did like the direction they've been going. Ooh, these tassels. I think this is the shininess on the tassels is new graphics. I don't think that was there before. But yeah, the early leaving early access felt awful. It was something they had to do, but it didn't feel great. This does feel a lot better. Because, you know, the meta was oppressive. They were not patching it fast enough to solve to answer the meta issues. Anyway, this feels a lot of fun as vectors are on the way. Third base getting started for the Infernal, and vectors were buffed a decent amount. They got more movement speed. They no longer have a damage debuff when they blink, which is really nice. They have a cool tier 3 upgrade that kind of heals them for 40%. Or
soon.
What is it? That leaves kind of lingering projection that does 40% of their damage and does more. Yeah, I forgot about this. Lunar Base Gamma, it's got a vision tower. What we in the Stargrave land would have called a Zelnaga tower, which is effectively a creep tower without the creeps. So that's cool. Has this one Stormgate. It does have 5 Stormgates, but this middle map Stormgate map number 1 is going to get started here. And with the vectors, a vector count still 2. Vectors, of course, very good versus fiends, not so good versus brutes, but they're going to start to poke away. And the nice thing about this is vectors, looking for the blink, actually. Moving backwards. Fiends looking for the, oh no. I said they're good versus fiends, but only if they don't get surrounded. They absolutely, one's going to go down. Second one getting low. Blink still on cooldown. And, well, yeah, it's going to fall down as well. Not expecting this. And more fiends continue to rally across. More fiends continue to cause problems. And HYY, his entire early game army is just dead. 3 vectors go down, and, well, I guess this one will barely survive. 3 vectors go down, and they are not cheap. Yeah, release also had bug celestial mining as these vectors got to just blink on out of here. Yeah, I just didn't feel it wasn't ready. But yeah, they had been going in the good direction at the time of release, but having to leave early access when they did was the worst thing that happened. No DH lie. Having to go into early access when they did was the worst thing that happened to this game. Having to release it when they did was the second worst thing. Is that early access release is kind of as bad as it felt, as unfinished as it felt, with as many placeholders that were poorly described. Everything else, it was just bad. That caused the, oh, okay, we will be able to go and get the creepy horror down, and vectors staying alive here. Micro from HYY is solid. So Stormgate reward is gone. Problem is, this is technically, I guess, a 3-base Celestial, even only 2 bases for the time being, but we'll be able to float over fairly quickly and take 2 more bases. Is there going to be a 2v2 showcase? Yes, Domination Nick. There will be. After the GSL group's done, we're going to be running a 2v2 best of 3. But now attack on this extra base Judicator node, not quite going to be ready in time. So I guess he built them as Gracelight nodes. So the way these work now, you can build them flat, the Gracelight nodes, Judicator nodes, but they have to build the Energizer node, and then they just immediately start morphing. So we'll see what happens here as we kite back for now. The Shroud's here, and with Infernal Fury, not the easiest thing to fight into. But even still, kiting back, I mean, the kite back is nice. These brutes are still struggling to find effective damage here, and the Vectors, they're trading very well, all things considered. And now maybe there's an opportunity to, I don't know that you want to move forward just yet, as the stuns are a problem, but nice Blink Micro. Doing a very good job of bleeding this out. Remember, this base right side is done, is mining. This base is mining as well. So we're on 4 bases for the Celestial. This is by far the most even at this stage of the game, most even game we've had for really this entire series. Vector still got to be careful. Don't want to run too far up on the high ground as more Gracelight nodes starting to get made so we can heal up. By the way, Gracelight nodes heal for a lot. Every cast is 620. It's like 620 HP if you don't take any damage.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
Now, second Stormgate properly getting started here. And the Vectors, while they can poke at the edge, it's not the easiest thing for them to really contest this. I would love to see one Vector blink forward and kill the effigy and then run north side. I'm not sure how viable that is, though. Certainly without, what's it called? Certainly without recall potential, not all that easy. But we got Sabers now. Sabers are going to be really good into this, but the Void Prowlers, once again, they broke game number 2. They might break game number 3 as well. You got to delegate some Vectors to deal with. This entire main base is running out of money. And they're going to blink right on top of the Saber as well. So the first Saber is meant to be this like powerful high ground defensive tool. It's just going to get taken down. Almost all the prisms in the main base are gone. A lot of prisms on the Therium setup are gone as well. And Yoru, he is so effective with these Void Prowlers. Now they're going to just think about blinking, joining the main army here. Vector left behind. This is a problem. This is a significant problem. The Sabers on the high ground, they still do good work. Remember, they got buffed hard. 14 range. They did get buffed significantly, and HYY still holding on here. Main base still resaturating as much as he can. He's going to move another Arc ship over to the right side. And where are we on? Not moving on Arc Fortress just yet, but recall potential getting researched. And now we got Flamin' Imps on the way. Oh yeah, the patch also dropping 30 maps. The ladder map pool is like 10 or 12 maps on 1v1. It's like 8 maps for 2v2. Significant. Yeah, Saber was buffed by quite a bit. I forget what they did to the damage, but I think they changed damage slightly. They got 14 range now, so they actually are siege units. They were like 10 or 11 range previously, and just they got outranged by static defense, which was awful. But this is not a fight you want here, or Yoru. I get that you want to maybe run and just win with more stuff, but like you're choking your army up into like 7 Sabers. That is not a fight. Now, you do have this run by right side, and that's going to be a problem. It's going to get a lot of these prisms, as the Vectors are going to have to blink over, defend that. No static defense available, but Sabers, they still do have, not core ascendancy, but they can move relatively quickly. I forget what the spell is called. But this run by is going to get dealt with. We're on 4 bases, 5th and 6th base getting started as well with the floating arc stations. And HYY, if he can test this at this point, remember, he does double damage with this Stormgate. He didn't get the first 2.
Enemy forces
so it is on these Void Prowlers trying to buy some space, but it's not a Judicator node just yet. Looks like he was trying to be a Gracelight node anyways. But even still, Void Prowlers, now they're going to get dealt with. But the attack on the right side. Look at all these flaming imps. By the way, first of all, animation, 10 out of 10. They look so good with the flaming eyes. B, they have no cooldown anymore. They take 10 seconds to build, but they have no timed lifespan. As we're going to see Yoru go for a massive bust. I'm not even sure what the upgrade that's being researched is. Temporal reflection. Okay. Oh, wait, can you use those to bait flaming imps out? You might be able to. A deep one here as well. These look so good. These look so good. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to have a death march. That'd be really fun. And now we're going to move in. Here's going to be the Shroudfall Flaming Imps just trying to get on top. He's trying to hold the high ground, body block as much as possible. Saber's trying to blow up as many of these imps as possible. They're doing a really good job, actually. HYY, very few Flaming Imps are going to connect. Saber in the back line, but he still needs some front line here. Still needs some level of tech and more Flaming Imps starting to arrive. And they're looking for their flight. Yeah, no, here they come. Here they come. Second round. This is the problem. They're going to start to blow up the prisons and get on top of these Sabers. And, well, I think the connection, they didn't get the best connections at the very beginning. Yeah, Yoru hitting him with the wallet here. He had the entire north side of the map in a way that HYY just couldn't properly deal with. The economy's been the problem in every single game in this series. This game's over. HYY 47 supply, Yoru 168. And that means we're gonna have an Infernal Mirror match in the winners match. HYY versus Refresh in the losers. Of course, if you like this, you want to see more, hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch. Catch you next time. This is Yoru HYY.mp4. Vanguard need a water gun to hard counter flame imps. So the trick is, if you had gotten Animancers, you get Dark Ascension, which is the storm, the black hole, at tier 2. That's a great answer to the flaming imps. I think it is, Yoru is just more experienced with HYY on the current version of the patch. Anyways, though, we're going to go and run some highlights. And we're going to run some more ads as we get our next series set up. It's going to be Infernal Mirror in the winners match. It's going to be... English is hard. It's going to be MSRM versus Yoru right after the break. For now, a bunch of Fiends going to try to get the surround on top of these Argents. Now they got the double shot ready to go. A couple Argents now starting to fall. Fiends looking for the surround, but a lot of Fiends going down. Argents trying to survive. Whoa, he could have kept that one alive, moved it around, but got body. Apparently you do. So now the bonus damage pretty much available once again, which means these Fiends are just going to get shredded for the most part, you would think. But even still, Argent's starting to fall as well. So these trades early on, not quite sure from a resources loss perspective who it favors, but it's just a damage is not enough. Before it's done, maybe with all the Argents that are here, you might be able to make this happen. Yeah, shouldn't he wedge himself into the tiny gap so he can't be surrounded? I think so. You put the Argents right here and you can't be surrounded. I think that's probably the play, but HYY. It does big, it doesn't do big, I could be misremembering the patch-ups. I don't think it does bonus damage versus tagged units, but it does make your other units do a lot of damage versus the tagged units. The Adjudicator nodes, they're going to keep everything back for now. It's a pretty significant supply lead as it continues to guide back into this off-shroud. Yoru, he's trying to go snowball this forward. He's not going to get the Stormgate, so it really is about this army fighting back into Grace Light nodes, fighting back into production. Defender's advantage is a thing. Shroudfall's going to go down. Shroud on top of everything here. HYY backed into a corner. The Gaunts are going to start to shred everything. The Kree are dead. And Heaven Step, it's ready to go, but there's nowhere to go. This big Shroudfall causing significant problems now. They did nerf the Arc Shift HP a little bit. Make those a little bit easier to kill. Is Kree now looking for a little bit of a run by, but yeah, with the gremlins, I don't know that you can get in. The body block is there. Middle of the map though. HYY, decent job. Anyways, attack to the right side causing problems here. Don't know if we see any Dominari just yet. This big Magmadon And on the left side, well, this is an army you can wipe out. This, at the very least, is something a positive trade HYY can take before he's going to have to rotate over. But the problem is he's lost one base already. He's going to... And now we're going to see, what's it called? We see the Spore Burst going in, just damage to a bunch of ranged units, a bunch of flying units, and this game's over. HYY takes down, or excuse me, Yoru takes down HYY in game number 1. Now first Stormgate ready to go in just, actually it is ready to go. Here's a bunch of Argents are going to try to contest HYY. He's learned his legs like, nope, I'm not going up the high ground. Not yet. I got to get my entire army together. I'm not going to get surrounded. He is being so careful. Get some of that bonus damage, but now a bunch of fiends are going to look for this round. Anything out of this Stormgate, Fair and Healing is solid. That's going to make a big difference here. Unfortunately, the Argents were still very separated. But the Fair and Healing doing a nice job of making this trade pretty positive for you. Welcome back as we start to move into our winners match now. Oh, wait a minute, my Christmas tree out of frame. It's a Christmas tree. It's not like it's been here the entire year because I forgot to remove it last year. But there's a Christmas tree in the background because it is Christmas time. Merry Christmas, everyone. I asked Santa for a new patch, and I got it in both games I played. We got it for Stormgate. We got a big patch for Dota as well. It's a good time. Price, it's $400 for this prize pool. We got to do some shout outs here, guys. Algorithm with $100 to say Stormgate is alive. Synapse with $100 to say Stormgate is alive. Tim Morton, 69, the Reddit alt for Gobsmack Gate, $69. That's, I don't know who that is, but that's a meme. Eva Reese with the $50 saying 07. Charn 2306, Rusty Shacky with the $20, Novia Star with the $20, and everyone else who has been claiming the codes. By the way, only 12 codes remain. So you should claim them. I'm like, hey guys, ready to go? And they both say they're ready, but MSRM didn't hit the ready button. So I'm just like, are we good? Are we good? All righty, Rudy here. Infernal Mirror on Stormwatch. Another new map. I'm just kind of randomly choosing maps for map 1 that we haven't seen before. So, yeah, it's all fun. No bans. There are so many maps that it's worth trying out. Anyways, we're going to move into game 1 here. Oh, wait, I got to hit the recording button. There we go. Game 1 of Yoru and MSRM. Here we are, game number 1 of our winners match. And in the upper right, in the blue, the American Infernal, it's Yoru. Bottom right in the red, also Infernal. Doesn't matter what happens, patch change, player base changes, doesn't matter. Infernals will always be a mirror of the winners match. It's MSRM. Stormwatch, another new map we haven't seen just yet. It's got these Void Shrines, or Void Heart Shrines. Bottom left, top right. And it's really funny looking at the new names of everything that we see around, because every single time we have deep ones. We have Void Hearts. We have, there's another thing. Whoever's naming these, I don't know if it's Gobsmack, I don't know if someone else, is like so very clearly a fan of Stormlight Archives. Every single thing. Every single like new name that we've had. Maybe not the Na'vi. But even like the Incarnate is like kind of Stormlight coded. I'm 100% right in Gobsmack. I see this because right above you, we see Gobsmack saying, Beo, no! But yeah. All right, so Gaussmack, more importantly here, have Frost Giant's lawyers been in contact with Dragon Steel Press to work out a licensing model on this? I don't know. Anyways, we got third base getting set up here for MSRM. Yoru, he's on 2, playing 1 Volt, 1 Conclave into a Ritual Chamber. And what do we got here? Volt Conclave, Ritual Chamber, just a much quicker third base for MSRM. And I think it's very important. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Seraphim had an ability called Win Run. I'm like, you're not beating the allegations here, man. The allegations are just, it's not going to happen. Win Run, yeah.
Will activate soon.
Just put a silent constant in front of every name. It should be legally distinct. Oh, Wind Run. Ha, oh, you put a rough breathing mark in front of everyone. Ha Wind Run. Sounds awful to say, but you know. Ah, yes, Archangel have... Gaussmack, you're calling yourself out at this point.
Enemy forces have begun to secure.
When Archangels reach the sky, they go skybreak. This is a... The allegations are uncontested. Ho, Wind Run, huh. Tanavi. Anyways, looks like Yoru, again, he has not gone his third base. He's gone for much more stuff, much less economy, as these fiends on the other side kill off an effigy. Not that big of a deal, but it does give over the first Stormgate. The first Stormgate will be giving a favor to the side of Yoru, which gives us a pretty powerful bust, all things considered, as we are looking at double Vault, double Conclave for MSRM, single Vault, single Conclave for Yoru. So the attack is going to be a problem. You do have to pull away from this. We'll lose a Tribute Pyre, and that will supply block MSRM quite significantly. Does have 2 more on the way, though, and of course Soulbrand is done on both sides, so they can curse each other as much as they want. Not sure the language they're using, but, you know, they're saying very mean things. More and more gaunts are going to start to get added. This is what you want, like in this defensive setup. You don't want to have all these gaunts. They can be on Shroud far more often than Yoru can. You got more production. Defender's advantage is a thing. And even with the favor in here, MSRM should have what it takes. I'd like to see a couple more brutes just to serve as kind of this front line. But even still, gaunts do a very nice job splashing down all the phantoms, all the fiends, and MSRM holds that very easily. And behind this, not a lot of economy. He's going to start to have to build his imps now, but his third base is much faster, which means that even if you don't go and even if you weren't building imps the entire time because you had to defend, you've had a chance to build more charges, and it takes so long to saturate a base in this version of the game that having that base up this much faster is a significant boon for MSRM, so long as he just doesn't throw everything away. Which is all you gotta be careful here. Reaper Rush not done. Ooh, okay. He's got Hex Traps on, whatever these, I always forget. They used to be called Venom Traps. I forget what they're called now. Anyways, the new traps on the way from MSRM is moving into Miasma play, or Necrotic Hexfield play. There's the final matchup. No, we got 2 more series after this, Dutchie. This is just the winner's match. Then we got the losers match, and we got the finals, and then we got a 2v2 show match. The new Weaver ability was called Mistborn Assault. Thank you, Gaussmack, for not keeping that one. But this attack is not a good one. As much as MSRM has to be careful here, this is not a good attack angle to go into if you're Yoru. That's a big choke. The concave on the other side is significant. There we go. It's the Forsaken Trap. Not the Venom Trap. And Hexfield getting started. Oh, that's what I was like. Why is this stealth? Ah, yes. I clicked on the trap. Oh, I like this. This is new graphics. So it used to be green. Now it's red. Now it's red and green. First of all, very Christmassy. Well done, Cult Fiction. On top of that, it's just pretty. It actually does a very good job of being visible. It ties in with kind of the green glowing staff visual identity of these Hexen. I think it looks great. I want to see Divided Oasis again. We did have it earlier, Synapse. But at this point, it's a loser pick. So whatever they want to go for. Now we do have Forsaken Traps on the other side. Yoru adding them in as well. We have, okay, we got no upgrades on the Brutes. Of course, Infernal Fury done on the Brutes of Yoru. MSRM, no Reaper Rush either. He really needs this Hex Field up, but it's not ready yet, and there's no Forsaken Traps on this side. So not causing the problems, not giving him this really powerful defense that he would otherwise have. Does have his 4th base on the way, but it's not as fast as Yoru, and we're starting to see that in the supply just barely. But now, Necrotic Hex Field is done. Forsaken Traps, they're ready to get dove in on top of it. New effect. New visual effect looks pretty good. And now looking to move in, looking for the Concave. Multiple sides here. There's getting the Hex Field going down. And I think this should be enough to force everything back. Hellborn as well, causing so many problems. Second round of Hex Fields, not enough energy for it just to get. Now it's going to land, but Yoru kiting backwards, running away from this. Even still, he's going to get taken down. And that Hex Field, it takes forever. What is it, 90 seconds to get the Hex Field up and running, but once it does, it is tremendously impactful into these tier 1 units. So now the Faerun's gonna go get taken down. And this fight right here, if MSRM can go pin Yoru before Hex Field's done on Yoru's side, that's a very impactful time. 4th base now properly saturated. We're gonna be looking for a 5th base soon. Yoru's is already on the way. Blood Tree. Now getting started by both sides so we can get Magmadons in, start to think about tier 3 tech. Pharaoh Anarchus, there we go, Anarcharis says, the new maps are so sick. This looks awesome. Yeah, I didn't even really talk about it. I kind of, in the patch video I kind of brushed over it, but the fact that we have 30 new maps, I think it's 30, a bunch of new maps, 2v2, 1v1, that's the biggest deal. All love and respect to Frost Giant, but Frost Giant maps were not great. It was one of the biggest whiffs of the launch out early access to not go and have, we're gonna see Hex Fields go down both sides. So you gotta kite backwards out of this one. So this base, I think it's gonna go down. Meanwhile, run by right side, no static defense here. But MSRM's gonna try to commit into this one. Magmadon's on the backside, getting on top of the Hexen, but not really finding the value they're looking for. It would be nice if these Hex Fields were color-coded. I guess they are a little bit, but it's not the easiest thing to see. As now the Magmadons move forward, but this run by right side causing so many problems, forcing all the imps away. So you have to win the fight in the middle of the map here if you're MSRM at this point. And I'm not convinced he is. Way more Hellborns, Weaver added in. This is just not the fight. This attack right side started to really snowball as the Phantoms were generated. Big problems. Significant problems caused. Ooh, looks like we got some Hexen drops maybe? On the other side, I missed those, but decent drops actually from MSRM. Yeah, got a decent amount of imps gone. Looking at the Infernal Army, love to see a Hexen redesign still. They do kind of stand out. Magmadons could get a couple more Glowy bits too. I'd like that the Hexen stand out here. Remember, the original idea of the Infernal Host, and I believe it's still somewhat true, is that's not where a Brute wants to be. Is this idea that the Infernal Host goes from world to world and takes its strongest fighters or creatures and folds them into the army. So Alan did a great job of making this feel much more sci-fi and much more kind of cohesive, but I do like that the Hexen kind of stand out a little bit. These are still kind of space witches, not space sci-fi soldiers. Oh, it was awful, Strange Quark. It was awful. They made significant, it's still not perfect. I think the team color and the secondary colors are just a little too hard to see, but they made significant improvements to make these fights a lot more legible. As the Swarm Mother now here, who, by the way, yes, the Swarmlings, they can be cursed, but they no longer turn into Phantoms. It's a big buff on the Swarmlings that are just really nice. This ablative tool is this run-by tool. Yeah, it's just all dark colors is kind of the problem. That and the secondary colors are all kind of the same, so it's not easy to differentiate between, say, a Hellborn and a Brute. At kind of an immediate glance, or Hellborn and a Gaunt. Where are my swarmlings? I need my swarmlings. Thank you. Big surround coming in. Oh, big hex field. Trapping MSRM in here. Swarmlings go down as well, but it's a surround for MSRM as well. This is a wild fight on multiple sides. Yoru wins on the top side and in the middle. It's a good flank for MSRM, but I don't think it's going to be enough, especially now as the Magmadons of Yoru. They're going to get a little bit more, but the Dragon's out now. That's a big deal. There's not a lot of anti-air, so Yoru's going to win the fight on the ground very convincingly, but if the Dragon can start to snowball this, target down some of these very high supply units, target these Weavers, maybe he can start to snowball it. I don't think so. Yeah. He will actually target the Swarm Mother down, but no, this is not enough. The Dragon's here. We've seen MSRM with the comebacks before, but Yoru continues his absolutely undefeated streak against everyone he's thrown against him. He's got a great read on this new patch, and the Dragon is just, it's got 900 HP. It's not enough. It's not going to die super easily, but it's just, with nothing behind it, really is, it's like kind of this old, granted, we're 13 minutes in, but kind of the old like Muta versus Roach idea where you hit this Roach timing, Mutas are out, Roaches can't really kill the Mutas, but it doesn't really matter because they're going to kill everything else. And now the Incarnate's on the field, and that's a dead dragon. So, especially now, MSRM coming to terms with his defeat. And I believe that was MSRM leaving the game. So, game number 1 will go the way of Yoru. We get the Incarnate versus Dragon fights that we all want. Infernal seems so much better than the other two factions. Zelkraz, I mean, we went to 5 games with Refresh, and I didn't know this until things already got finalized, but Refresh had apparently been primarily playing Celestial on the balance test area, so it was a little rusty. Yoru just has been playing, Yoru's been fiending this game. So, I think it's too early to judge balance, I think. Or to judge like strict balance. But one of the reasons we are on the PTR is they're trying to see what balance changes need to happen. Dragon Tad late popped out before the army was on. Maybe there's a chance. Yeah, I don't know. So Incarnates and Dragons share the same charge cooldown. Also, remember, this was hosted on US East. We'll be hosting, I think, on it. We'll be hosting on Frankfurt next. Or this was on DC. We'll host on Frankfurt next. So there, when you get up to Elder Shrine, you have a 2-minute charge refresh. So every 2 minutes, you get a new epic monster charge. You want to call it that? And you can spend that either on a dragon or an incarnate. So they're not singletons. You can have dragons and incarnates in your army, but it takes a long time. Incarnate has just north of 1,000 HP, the Brandon. You can build multiple dragons. Yeah, Hack Brett, they just dropped a massive. Every unit's been reworked. 4 new units, tier 3, roughly complete. I still want the Doomsphere for Infernals. Please add that in, Gobsmack, if you're paying attention. I just want my roly-poly boy. I really like that. But 4 new units, 10 plus new upgrades. Every unit's been redone, 30 maps. It's pretty great. We are, of course, waiting a second because MSRM's computer crashed at the end, so we gotta wait for him to restart that. Jagged Maw will be Jagged Maw will be map number 2. Of course, this is the new and improved Jagged Maw. It's a map that has Stormgates. As a reminder, friends, we have 3 codes remaining on the Matcherinos. We've gone north of $400 on this prize pool. Damagron with a $9 as well, saying Stormgate lives. Thank you, BeoMulf. Thank you so much, Damagron, for adding to the prize pool here. But yeah, there are 3 codes remaining. Hey, Dave Testa. Hello. There's even a better Boneyard. I've been kind of ignoring it because we've seen Boneyard so much. But yes, there is now Ashen Boneyard. Any word on when it'll be moved from PTR to main branch? I'm using GeForce and you cannot use PTR. I don't know, Klempe. Once it's balanced, I think it's probably going to be the play. And once the bugs have been fixed. It's amazing what you can do when you rely on unpaid community to get. Okay, that is not fair, Lost Invention. More to say, it's amazing what the community can do when the studio is kind of dead. They still got a couple employees, I think. I don't know who's employed. I don't know what's not. But like to say, wow, this is Frostbite taking advantage of the community. No, it's 10 or 15 members of the community, maybe more, certainly more that play tested it, and like a couple Frost Giant devs that said, you know, we have a vision for this game that we think is really going to be fun, and we'd like to see it happen. And Frost Giant said, okay, here are the keys. Like, sure. You cannot clone incarnates and dragons. I tried. No, Gobsmack. I want it in 1v1. I want the Devastator in 1v1. I want to have my big sphere in 1v1. No more cloning. Ah, yes, that's right. You can't clone tier 3 units across the board. You're up a map. We're on a Jagged Maw. It's got Stormgates now. New and improved. We're going to move into it. Here we are. Game number 2. And Lost Invention. I'll bite, okay? They ran out of money. They had to enter early access because they were running into money issues. They paid themselves for years because they were a company that was trying to attract talent that they trusted to build a game that they wanted. The big problem, on top of some big communication snafus, the big problem was that this was a project clearly scoped to get more than Series A funding. They got Series A funding. They got it very easily because this was during COVID. Interest rates were like near zero, and a bunch of video game studios were being funded in a similar way. They scoped to begin like that. Most startups, they'd be able to get a Series B, which is another cash infusion, dilution of the initial shares, and great. Okay, we can scope for this. We can hire we can hire a workforce on the assumption we'll get another round of funding because they got round 1 very easily. They didn't get that. So all of a sudden, they had to take some venture loans to get things across the finish line that had deadlines that were faster than the scope that they were going for allowed. They, that forced them to release things before they were ready. That forced them to drastically rescope and break promises that, or I can't even rescope. Development process always changes. Call it breaking promises if you want, but change what was going to be released and what wasn't released, and the timeline of that, because they didn't have the money. Forced them to lay people off and do more contract work and change a bunch of stuff. None of this would have happened if they got the Series B round they expected. It all flows down from there. But yeah, we're done with this now. New version of Jagged Maw still has the trees in the middle. Actually, one Stormgate looks like you gotta cut trees down to access it. That's kind of cool. Still have these healing shrines in the middle. Gonna see what players have in store for us. Of course, you still got the long path and the short path. And this time, there are no. Let me move around. Yeah, so this is not a cliff, so you don't need to. It's not only small units that can go the short way. This Stormgate is very out of the way. So we're gonna see if they even bother to contest it realistically.
Stormgate has appeared.
Can't wait to use new sabers now they've returned to their former glory. Yeah, they look good. You just need more stuff. I'm sure HYY, given a couple more days, is gonna would play that very differently. But for now, we will contest this first Stormgate. Even if it's out in the middle, rush distance is very, very long. And this is just a situation where Yoru has more stuff in the early game. This is an Infernal player. This is double Vault, double Conclave from MSRM, single Vault, single Conclave. So Yoru's got more stuff in the early game. MSRM will have more in the mid games. It just cuts through and, oh, I like this. We're gonna see what the captured Stormgate is gonna be. It's just gonna be a creeping horror. An extra unit's really nice. So MSRM is gonna have more stuff eventually, but not right now. Is now. Okay. Oh, I love the shroud positioning as well. He gets curse applied first. He's blocking everything out. He's gotta be careful to win this fight quickly though, because the reinforcements are gonna potentially cut him off, but he's doing such a nice job of this. Cutting off the reinforcements as well, making sure that he stays on shroud and his opponent doesn't. So he's just really benefiting from these curses in a way that Yoru isn't. So MSRM very much now ahead in supply, kills off the creeping horror, and this setup to try to trap his opponent off the Stormgate take is a really cool idea. Are there gonna be any Cell Vanguard matches? I found Infernal to be the most boring. Yes, so loser's match is gonna be HYY versus Refresh. That is a Celestial versus Vanguard best of 5. Yeah, Zerum. I did a whole article on this back when I was doing stuff with Stormgate Nexus. You look into market conditions, so everyone was getting funded in 2020, 2021, and then the amount of funding going into video game studios in particular from venture firms, it went down by like 50% year over year from 2022 to 2023, and then it went another 50% that followed the next year. The money just disappeared. That being said, what has not disappeared in this game is MSRM. Yoru has, though. He's dead. This 2-2 versus 1-1 opening, punishing the Stormgate take. Very nicely done, MSRM, as we're tied up at 1 apiece. Oh, that bracket is way wrong. Yeah, the bracket should just turn off the bracket command. We don't have, I don't know that anyone made a Wikipedia for it. All right, we're gonna disable the bracket command for now because there's no Wikipedia. Waiting on a map. By the way, remember, first time I've seen someone play Jagged Maw V2, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I kind of forgot about it. Oh, wait, why are we on the wrong scene? There we go. This is great. I also freaking love the Infernal unit so much. The whole race is looking much better since the visual update they did last year. It really, wait, Jubinator, have you seen the new Flaming Imps? What's the way what happened to the 240 mark? MSRM went double Vault, double Conclave versus single Vault, single Conclave from Yoru. So Yoru won the Stormgate. MSRM had more on the reinforcement line and cut off the reinforcement line. Caught the creeping horror, killed off everything, and just had a really nice fight. Cell is not. Cell hasn't been busted on Jagged Maw for a while. I don't think it is. Yeah, we had a game where Yoru went mass Flaming Imps to break HYY, and they look really good now. Frostline will be map number 3. And here we go. So now we're into map number 3. Frostline, of course, a bit of a snowy map. Snowy on the edges, light snow, not heavy snow. But there's snow on the well springs, which is very fun. You think that, wait, Preba, you think that Jagged Maw is too slow paced? That was the quickest game we've had in this entire show match series. Is Jack and Ma in the ladder map pool? Let me look. We have a big map pool. Jag and Ma is not in the ladder pool. Also, briefly, this should be okay. Apparently, allow audio on background is broken, so I cannot tab out without losing audio. Unfortunate, because I had the settings selected. I'm like, I know we used to be able to do that. I need to turn it off and turn it back on again. Do I have to do that every single time? Thanks. Or is this just a one-time thing? No bias or anything, but this is one of my favorite maps. Incia, did you make this map? You have to do it every time you load the game. Ah, so it's like the old bug where the game did not really respect your audio device up until you opened up settings. I love the both 2-3 units. I hope they get a voice for the Dominari. That would require money, Juvenator, or maybe there's a community member that is willing to take some profit sharing in exchange for voice acting. I don't know. Everything is too slow paced compared to Battle Aces. I didn't like Battle Aces, actually. I know that's a controversial opinion, but the lack of base building, it just being this kind of micro battler, that's not why I like RTS games. It kind of just felt shallow. It felt like I get that there's depth in the deck building, but the fact that you could just kind of like accidentally have a deck that is just bad and you got like load into a match with someone and you just have like you're hard countered with your deck and there's not a lot you can, it just didn't feel good. It was not for me. I know a lot of people loved it though, and I was very sad that it didn't succeed, but not for me. So for now, Yoru, much quicker here on Silbrand Chakrams. MSRM, of course, he's got his third base up and running, trying to play a little bit greedier, macro game on Frostline, which is a pretty big map. It's going to be awkward because he's got Chakrams not done yet. Of course, it's going to take about 45 seconds for this to be done. And Stormgate's not going to buy enough time. I don't think this Stormgate will get claimed very quickly. And this Stormgate is on his side of the map. So now with a Faerun, this army, Silbrand done. I like the glow around this. Actually, I don't know if that's just kind of a look. It looks like that's a visual bug from it. Maybe not receding properly, but it still looks cool. Silbrand, 20 seconds out or so. MSRM has been very greedy with his opening. We can see this in the supply. He's lacking a lot of it. Trying to build more units now. No static defense available. Silbrand, he's trying to buy time for the Silbrand to be ready to go. That's the big deal. Built another Brute, moves in. Silbrand done just about. There it is. Silbrand Chakrams now done, does have defender's advantage, but he's going to lose one of these vaults very, very quickly. No reinforcement into the front lines that easily. I think he's just been too greedy. I think he kind of underestimated just how big this map was, and he kind of got griefed by honestly, just got griefed by the Stormgate position. A little bit too close. So just too easy, too obvious of a transition to make that happen. Now, again, the concave is nice, but he's not able to force these fights where he's on Shroud, his opponent's not. Well, Faerun's out of energy. I think still dead. Yeah, this is just too much. Even with the Faerun being out of energy, even with him being able to reinforce Brutes straight into the front line and soak some shots, I don't think it's it. Third base is eventually going to go down with a couple Gaunts fighting into it. What are we looking at? It's single Volt, double Conclave. Euro doesn't have to win here. Ursus Field. If you want some very biased takes, you can go to the subreddit and you'll see a bunch of people with their armchair opinions on why exactly the devs worked for 4 years on a project in bad faith, and it was always doomed to fail, and whatever went wrong. I have not written an article about it. I've just kind of let Stormgate Nexus fall by the wayside. Maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know. There is a video that I have not watched by RTS Storyteller. I don't know how impartial that one is. I've had some issues with some of his other stuff. I had some issues with how he's presented other works in the past. Maybe he's gotten better. I don't know. Maybe I should do something, but I don't know. Maybe the optimist in me has like not wanted to just nail the hammer in the coffin of Stormgate. And so I've kind of held off on like, here's why it struggled. It's like there are plenty of things to criticize about Stormgate, and Frost Giant did everything, and I'm not shying away from that. But there's just so much bad faith and negativity posting. Like, it's not good. Is it pure hater food? Yeah. He made a video about Nathanius that was really bad that he ended up having to take down. Made one about life that was not great. I wasn't a big fan of the one he did about the big Stormgate one he did previously, and he used a lot of my footage for it too, which I wasn't super happy about. I mean, technically it's fair use, and it was within fair use guidelines, but still. Anyways, big attack coming in from Yoru. He's up 50 supply. This third base is dead. This game is over. Void Prowlers into the main base as well, causing more problems. MSRM, he does have this drop. He's trying to do some counter pressure, but I don't think it's going to snowball fast enough. Stormgate Steam Forum. Yeah, that one's crazy in Sia. Well, maybe. A lot of Phantoms in the main base here. I say maybe, but that's the caster thing of, I don't want this game to be a stomp. It's over. Enough armies running back home to deal with this. Reinforcements come back home to deal with this. And meanwhile, the rest of the army is here now. Magmadons are very good versus Gaunts and Fiends now. So MSRM has done a pretty solid job of extending this game, not of winning this game. And I think the game is still, I think he's still very much a zombie Infernal in this game. But now we're gonna see the stomp down. Magmadon's brought forward, but not really gonna be able to do all that much. Yoru, fourth base done. MSRM trying to just get the third base up again, realistically. And he's just looking for that big seismic slam. That I don't hate it. If you're looking for a way to come back in this game, you get a Harbinger, you heal it up with the Wellspring, you put a couple Magmadons inside, and you try to buy time for a seismic slam. Ideally, stun locking the army, getting a lot of damage on the back line. There's some possibility there. Moving on to Weaver Shrouded Assault, which maybe not even, you may not even be getting it for the Weaver upgrade. It can also just be very viable to just get Weavers more energy over time, which is nice in and of itself. As I'm going to see this drop moving in once again. This one, a bunch of Gaunts. This one is, please don't attack me right now. Please give me more time. And he's going to show up here, stunning down the imps is always going to be really, really nice. He's going to start to convert a lot of Phantoms, but unfortunately attacking Gremlins first is not the play. Meanwhile, attack north side, Magmadons are going to try to run forward. Weavers are not here. They teleported back home to deal with the aggressive threat, really getting on top of the Gaunts. But without Raging Tendons, they can't chase them down, and now the stun's on cooldown for quite a bit. And I want to say, okay, attack right side, that's not a base. And I want to say the run by was killed off as well. The Harbinger's gone, so no Magmadon seismic slam play. That's not a comeback tool anymore. There's just no Harbingers, and MSRM has got 13 Therium. It's not enough. Not even close to enough. Audio Video Interweave says, I saw on Helldivers Unfiltered earlier, someone said that people complain about the game but stick around because they like the game and thought it could be better, which is why I don't get the mindsets of so many people on the Stormgate subreddit. Yeah, they're just there today. A lot of them, as MSRM is going to be forced to tap out. Yoru takes game 3. A lot of people feel very rug pulled. They feel very personally attacked by what happened with Stormgate. Which in some ways is fair. You know, they put you a lot of hopes on, I want a new RTS because StarCraft is not getting updated anymore. Not being developed anymore. I understand that. Totally understand that one. But, you know, there's a lot of in bad faith. You do see these reviews where people like, I saw this in the Reddit post. I thought people had stopped saying this, but it's so dumb. But I saw someone in the Reddit post like, the game is bad because it's an SJW DEI slop. And I'm like, guys, you're mad because there are women in the game. So there are some people do that, and you know, they can have an outsized voice when the community is small. That's not the biggest thing, of course. Biggest thing is Frost Giant did not manage their money properly and did not manage their scope properly for the money that they had. Other people feel that they've had their money wasted because they bought into a Kickstarter and they didn't get exactly what they wanted, which is like Kickstarter. There's a big disclosure that Kickstarter puts in, that every Kickstarter, that every person, every company making a Kickstarter has to put in, that says, hey, we may not deliver on this. We're trying. You're crowdfunding this. This may not work. It's a bet that you're going to get something. And realistically, I got everything. Like I bought the more expensive Kickstarter. You can see it. Actually, that's the one, because the one back there is Frost Giant sent me one for being, you know, community member, big supporter of the game. But the one I bought is in my closet. I just have this one up because this one's signed. You know, I got the physical merch that I wanted. I got early access into I already had access to the playtest, but I got the early access that I bought going into the playtest, et cetera, et cetera. Is this patch the real beta version? I don't know what you mean by that. 10 gifted subs. At this point, most annoying thing are probably the constant bad faith accusations with people. No, there's a difference, Mothra. There are definitely legitimate criticisms. There are legitimate criticisms, and then there are bad faith criticisms. I see, Mothra, it's definitely more than, I see it enough that it is like, guys, what are we doing here? It's a couple fringe people that do drive, I'm not going to say significant, but do drive a percentage of the negative discourse. Lunar Base Gamma is map number 4. We have Vanguard action. Yes, we had Refresh versus MSRM, our first series. After this, it's going to be Refresh versus HYY. Anyways, we're going to move into game number 4. Here we are, game number 4, MSRM and Yoru. Yoru looking very good on the one game that he didn't just kind of get cheesed out on the smaller map. So, of course, MSRM goes back into the smaller map. This is Lunar Base Gamma. It's got a vision tower in the middle of the map. Yeah, legit criticism is that they released it as released it as a full game when it's not. They technically, in their marketing, they said we are releasing campaign into full release. Team Mayhem co-op is not full release. But yeah, it was not good marketing. The biggest thing they needed to do outside of scope for Series A and then scale up once they got Series B, you know, have more conservative scope, is to say, hey, Tim Morton, you're doing a great job behind the scenes. You're getting us this funding. Well done. Stop talking. Don't make the LinkedIn posts. Don't go on. Again, people say that there is a void lurker, I think it is, account on Reddit that is Tim Morton's ult. It's never been confirmed. There's a lot of evidence that points to that. A lot of circumstantial evidence that, oh, you know, these people know things that they shouldn't know. I don't know if it is or not, you know. Just shut the hell up, Tim. Like, stop it. Do the stuff behind the scenes that you're good at. Let the marketing team, let the communications team do that. Yeah, that was, sure. I think my biggest piece of criticism for the game is that they should have really polished up Infernal and Vanguard for the early access release, instead of trying to rush to get Celestials out and get this very underbaked third faction out and not have anything be really polished. Any games with the Incarnate? Yes, we've had a couple. We had game number 1, Incarnate. The game was pretty much already over, but Yoru brought an Incarnate to a dragon fight game 1. We had an Incarnate, one Incarnate used also in the Yoru versus HYY series.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
I'm also, I'm like, I cannot believe, because we had some really good community maps. I couldn't believe that they didn't have community maps in the ladder pool when they left early access. Now, one more, like, they just had to make money. It was, they were hoping that they could rely on goodwill of being like the StarCraft people when they left early access and like, trust us, we'll get it working. I agree, it was not a good expenditure, but yeah. Again, a lot of mistakes. The tech is good. I really like what Gaussmack, etc. have done with the game. Ah, yes, Void Legacy, not Void Lurker. Thank you, Monster Lurker. We're now big fight in the middle of the map here. It's kind of awkward, but this is not going to go well for MSRM. The glaives are done. There we go. Soulbrand Chakram's now complete, so Yoru should be able to win this Stormgate. He's got Soulbrand Chakrams. His opponent does not. The curse damage is there. The Phantom generation is there, and this is not exactly... Now, take a look at this. Again, this is going to be double production for MSRM, single production for Yoru. So you get the tech a little bit faster, you take the Stormgate a little bit easier, but MSRM will have more as the game goes on. So he claims the first Stormgate. You're hoping for a Faerun here. You're hoping to really snowball this. So they get the Faerun. That is a big deal. Yoru, significant supply lead at this point in the game. Gonna start to think about maybe getting a little bit more production. I don't know, but he does have to win with this. This is still kind of all in because the production from MSRM is gonna kick in soon enough. If it's a bad fight, if he gets flanked, that's gonna be a problem. So he's gonna continue running up the high ground, trying to heal with the Faerun as much as possible. And I think, okay, this brute needs to join the fight, but I think this is gonna be enough here. The supply lead is starting to get a little bit closer though. And with the brute front line gone, yeah, MSRM defender's advantage very strong. I said I thought it was enough, but MSRM is going to start to punch back here significantly. The Faerun very low. They're going to have to back out onto the high ground, take the vision tower. But this is the power of that defender's advantage we were talking about. The power of just having that much more production. Third base now on the way for Yoru, getting the second vault, getting the second conclave. But even when it's done, it takes about 20 seconds to get the first charges out. So even when these vault and conclaves are going to be completed, it's not going to give him that really solid defender's advantage we saw just yet. Mokri, I see this criticism a lot where people are like, they should not have started it in SoCal. Well, one of the calling cards, one of the reasons that, you know, like it or not, one of the reasons they got $35 million of initial investment is that they said, look, we're a bunch of ex-Blizzard people who worked on Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm, Legacy of the Void. You know, they have the guy that did the netcode that built StarCraft 2's netcode. Tim Morton shepherded Legacy of the Void. Like we have this history of people. We have this this pedigree, and that was one of the reasons why they were able to get money. You're not going to get those people if you found your studio in the States, if you found it like Arkansas or something. Those people will not move, and you're not going to get them. Yeah, Alien Picker, it's just the scope didn't match the funding is the biggest problem. Everything else the pressure of that, I'm not saying the decisions that they made were good, but the pressure of those, the pressure of that lack of funding caused them to make bad, or, you know, led them to make bad decisions that snowballed worse, and it was not great. Any Dominarii death marches? Not just yet. We've seen a couple Dominarii, but actually, I don't even know if we saw Dominarii. I don't think we did. Maybe we saw a couple, but it was in garbage time. Yeah, Insia, anything you bought in clients is not on the PTR. Only things you bought from Steam, bought out of game on the Steam store are in the PTR. It's a limitation of how things work. But, you know, it's a test run, so. Second Stormgate now properly contested here. Yoru does have his 4th base up. MSRM only on 3 bases. Yoru trying to get himself up to Necrotic X-Field as well. Infernal Fury, but the big thing is these Hellborn are in a really nice fighting position in the way that MSRM not quite able to bring his to bear just yet. There's the second Stormgate. Necrolesk straight into the fight would be... We got him. Necrolesk straight in the fight would be so good. As it stands, they're going to get targeted down, but now we move in looking for a boom. He could trigger, I think this, pretty sure Necrolesk had manual detonation, but he's just using them to zone, using them to force his opponent back here, and I think this is going to be, this is feeling like a Yoru 3-1 at this point. The Necrolesk's making really good impact, forcing everything back to third base under significant threat. No more imps there anymore. They're just all phantoms, and yeah, Yoru not quite able to win the game early. He's able to put himself in a winning position, but did a very nice job backing up. Did a very nice job not overcommitting, forcing MSRM to just buy more stuff than he needed, slow down the production, and now it's 124 supply to 40. I wish we could see the Stormgate choices as observers. That'd be great. I would be a big fan of it. But this game is pretty much over. MSRM, he's doing what he can. Classic MSRM fantasy GG timing. But I don't know how much he's going to be, even if he fights this army back, which doesn't feel possible. Yeah, he's going to be forced to tap out here. And Yoru takes this show match, takes the community patch showcase 3-1 in the finals. Very well played from the man. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, make sure to hit the sub button. Follow me on Twitch. Catch you next time. Yeah, they tried to be, I mean, part of it is they tried to be, I know people are like, it was a scam. It's not a scam. Failing at your goals is not a scam. It just didn't work. But they, in some ways, they tried to be a little a little bit too fair on things. They like really did not provide a lot of microtransactions, you know. Do we know what's been any talk licensing the engine they created? From the talk, I gather it's pretty powerful and would be a shame if the work doesn't get leverage for other future RTSs. There were rumors, unconfirmed by Frost Giant, unconfirmed by this other studio, that the Game of Thrones RTS coming out has licensed no play. Coming from a Japanese dev in Australia, who apparently was having lunch next to some people from the studio making the Game of Thrones RTS, who didn't realize that he spoke English or just didn't care, talking about how they were licensing Snowplay. You know, so that'd be cool. It, you know, licensing is not enough to fund full development, but would be enough to keep the lights on, would be enough to keep maybe a couple devs supporting continuous community patches. I don't know. They did give us things to pay for in 2025. Delirious, they had the campaign, the full campaign release. But if you already bought that, yeah, there was nothing new. Yeah, they handled it really poorly, Mothra. I fully believe that in there, like internally, they were talking about early access launch as launch. I fully believe that, having talked to people behind the scenes, and you know, but And so I totally understand why that was a mistake that they made, but they did not handle it appropriately. They did not address the co-op hero issue appropriately either. I don't know why they decided to do that. I don't know who made that decision, hoping that just by not addressing it, I've had rants like this before. I made videos about this, about communication issues, but you know. All right. We're going to go to a bit of a break. When we're back, I need to move this over. This is MSRM yoru.mp4. Move this down. A 3-minute break. Ads. See y'all on the other side. And Tanavi. Anyways, looks like Yoru, again, he has not gone his third base. He's gone for much more stuff. Much less economy as these fiends on the other side kill off an effigy. Not that big of a deal. They're going to start to get added. This is what you want, like in this defensive setup. You don't want to have all these gaunts. They can be on Shroud far more often than Yoru can. You got more production. Defender's advantage is a thing. And even with the favor in here, MSRM should have what it takes. I'd like to see a couple more brutes just to serve as kind of this front line. But even still, of the game, that having that base up this much faster is a significant boon for MSRM, so long as he just doesn't throw everything away. Which is all you gotta be careful here. Reaper Rush not done. Ooh, okay. The new Weaver ability was called Mistborn Assault. Thank you, Gobsmack, for not keeping that one. But this attack is not a good one. As much as MSRM has to be careful here, this is not a good attack angle to go into if you're Yoru. It adds a big choke. Like, effect. The visual effect looks pretty good. And now looking to move in, looking for the concave. Multiple sides here. There's getting the hex field going down. And I think this should be enough to force everything back. Hellborn as well, causing so many problems. Second round of hex fields, not enough energy for it just yet. Now it's going to land, but what is 90 seconds to get the hex field up and running, but once it does, it is tremendously impactful into these tier 1 units. So now the Faerun's gonna go get taken down, and this fight right here, if MSRM can go pin Yoru before hex field's done on Yoru's side, defense here, but MSRM's gonna try to commit into this one. Magmadon's on the backside, getting on top of the Hexen, but not really finding the value they're looking for. It would be nice if these hex fields were color-coded. I guess they are a little bit, but it's not the easiest thing to see. As now the Magmadons move forward. So you have to win the fight in the middle of the map here if you're MSRM at this point. And I'm not convinced he is. Way more Hellborns. Weaver added in. This is just not the fight. This attack right side starting to really snowball as the Phantoms were generated. Big Dragon's out now. That's a big deal. There's not a lot of anti-air, so Yoru's going to win the fight on the ground very convincingly, but if the Dragon can start to snowball this, target down some of these very high supply units, target these Weavers, maybe he can start to snowball it. I'm coming to terms with his defeat. And I believe that was MSRM leaving the game. So game number 1 will go the way of Yoru. We get the Incarnated versus Dragon fights that we all want. So Yoru's got more stuff in the early game. MSRM will have more in the mid game. He just cuts through and, oh, I like this. We're gonna see what the captured Stormgate is gonna be. It's just gonna be a creeping horror. An extra unit's really nice. So MSRM is gonna have more stuff. Fight quickly though, because the reinforcements are gonna potentially cut him off, but he's doing such a nice job of this. Cutting out the reinforcements as well, making sure that he stays on Shroud and his opponent doesn't. So he's just really benefiting from these curses in a way that Yoru isn't. So MSRM very much now ahead in supplying 22 to 2023. And then it went another 50% that followed the next year. The money just disappeared. That being said, what has not disappeared in this game is MSRM. Yoru has, though. He's dead. This 2-2 versus 1-1 opening, punishing this the Stormgate take. Very nicely done, MSRMs. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Play a little bit greedier macro game on Frostline, which is a pretty big map. Welcome back, friends. We now have the losers match. Infernal versus Vanguard. Vanguard versus Celestials. And yes, Yoru is done with this part of the tournament. All that fun stuff. But assuming he stays around, assuming he doesn't go off and do something else, for the 2v2 show match afterwards, he will be playing. He's going to be on one side, MSRM's going to be the other. It's going to be Refresh and MSRM probably versus HYY and Yoru. That seems relatively fair. That's my guess. Because Yoru has already won. Yoru won the winner's match. MSRM plays the loser or the winner of this series. Moving on to holodeck map number 1. Away we go. Top right of the map in the red. He's a Celestial. It's HYY. Bottom left in the blue, the Vanguard player. Refresh. Holodeck, the map is so cool. Oh, look at that. 4 seasons. All on different quadrants on the central Stormgate. I'm a little disappointed. Well, maybe, is this true? We got beachy themes over here. We got ice themes over here. We got spring themes over here and metal. You heard it here first, folks. We have all 4 seasons. Summer, winter, spring, metal. Metal is the 4th season. I don't make the rules. Whoever made this map apparently makes the rules. So that's what's happening is quick span coming out of Refresh in this game number 1. No. These are seasons, AT Strolls. This is clearly summer. This is clearly winter. This is clearly spring. This is clearly metal. Scout opening earlier on, just get a little bit of vision now. This is a reasonably wide open map. You got nice reactor. I guess it's more like a turbine. That's not a reactor. Yeah, it's a turbine in the center, but reasonably wide open. Third base is very far away from the natural, so that's going to be kind of interesting. You do have this one, and technically it's close by air to the main base, but not really by ground. So holding on to outlying bases, and then you kind of have these 3 interior bases, and then you got to go to like another quadrant. You got to go to another season. It's getting off 3 bases is not going to be the easiest thing. Metal is my favorite time of year. Silly bug. Doesn't seem to be happening as often, but it still seems to be happening. I love metal. It's a great season. It is a great season.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
But it is dog time. Woof woof. Oh, it is truly dog time. We're getting the scout upgrade here. Okay. So they got a new upgrade. It's previously, I believe, it was called Pounce. Now it's called Rundown, which means they move faster when it's active. They kind of run down and then they attack and slow. So we're going to see what happens with this one. They do bonus damage versus light. Argents are, in fact, not light units. And Rundown's not ready. So Scout Exo, this was a composition we were seeing against Celestials in the last patch. We're going to have to see how better or worse this is. I don't know. For now, though, getting on top of the Energizer node is always going to be fairly nice.
Enemy forces have begun to secure.
But he's morphing it into Adjudicator node. That's going to be fine. So first Stormgate will go the way of HYY. He gets this one pretty much for free. It's going to be a creeping horror that is very nice versus all these scouts. But now the Exos, they're starting to find their way onto the map as well. As we're kind of looking at a 2-base. I don't want to say all in. I think this is just a product of this map being rather hard to take a 3rd base on. So 2-base pressure, 2-base commitment is now Refresh moves on the other side of the map. But there's the the rundown on top of the creeping horror. It's able to dash out of there for now. But the Scout's getting on top, looking for big surrounds on top of this army as the Axos try to clean up. Creeping Horror, of course, is light, is taking bonus damage from these scouts. They're going to be able to target this thing down, and very nicely done there. Refresh just chases everything and continues howling in his face. I know, it's how the unit works. You want to do it so you can get high ground vision, so you can get further vision. It's just good, but it feels BM. It feels just so bad mannered. Anyways, now fairly solid army. On the front half is a scout. One scout's gonna go find these prisms, say, oh, there's a third base on the way, but doesn't properly matter for me because I found a natural. I am gonna start to deal with some of these creation chambers and cause some problems, as one of these is gonna be Power Surge. Now, Power Surge was changed significantly. On the one hand, it's better. On the other hand, its cooldown is significant. So you don't have a lot of them. This was actually this was a change that was part of the early access launch, I think, actually. But it used to be, it was kind of like an overcharge thing that you could just toggle around. Now it's a specific thing you cast to try to get something out, but then you don't have it for a while. So for now, the big move is that this collection array is dead. Arcship on the high ground continues to float away, but it is a 2-base Celestial versus a 3-base Vanguard. Not seeing a lot of tech transition at the moment. Guardian Nexus is on the way, but it's not here yet. The Judicator nodes, well, they got one of them. Second, third one, though, they're in progress. They're not done just yet, and by the time they're done, there's going to be nothing left here. HYY is pretty much dead. He's got these 2 Judicator nodes in a prayer. The prisms are getting taken down by all the scouts, and Refresh showing us just how good he is when he's not running into MSRM. HYY is dead. Refresh takes game number 1. Yeah, a lot of improvements to the game, but the massive map pool is my favorite. Yeah, I agree. Very heavily agree. What map haven't we done? What was it? Royal something? All right, so we're gonna do whoever I think was Thanks asked for it. You're gonna get your wish. We're gonna move into Royal Gardens from map number 2. Wish they gone harder on co-op. I love that style of play RTS. Easy to do periodic microtransactions. They tried to do it. They tried to do everything, and then ran into money issues. Had to downscope, and just wasn't there. I know that in the blog post that Gobsmack put out, they're talking about what it would take to get Team Mayhem and co-op to feature parity. That'd be really cool. Fresh up 1 game to 0 as we move into Royal Gardens. It's a very pretty map. Anyways, map number 2. Yeah, it's not player pick then streamer pick. It's I pick map 1 and then it's loser pick of just all the maps in the pool. And HY was like, I want to keep playing new maps. I want to keep showcasing new maps. So what haven't we played? I'm like, well, have you heard of Royal Gardens? It was, I think it was Yoru that asked to ban Royal Gardens for us not to play it in his series because he can't click trees. Because Royal Gardens has a lot of trees. You have this pocket base that you cut down trees for, another pocket base that you cut down trees for. The Stormgate in the center is guarded by trees. There's a lot of trees to cut down. But it is, in fact, a beautiful map. Honestly, most of the new maps that we've seen are very, very pretty. So, wait. Oh, wait. No, you don't need to cut down tree. Ah, light units. This is light forest. Okay, so you don't need to cut down trees to get through here. I thought you did, but servos move through just fine. Of course, this is a Luminite only base. To get there, and you got to cut some trees down. And realistically, you're just going to put a command post right here and be done with it. Yeah, as usual, the community always makes good maps. That is, I've been saying this like from like the alpha playtest, alpha show matches that I recorded, where it's like, okay, Frost Giant is not dedicating crazy time to make these maps. Not really. They're building them to test certain things. Some of them have been better than others, but we're not going to get good maps, and we're not going to figure out what a good map is up until the point where community map makers start to make the maps. High-level players start to consult about what a good map is and what a good map isn't. And up until that point, we're just not going to be there. So the fact that we have 30 new maps, ladder pool is, I think, 10 maps, maybe a little bit more. They're all community made. It's fantastic. You bet the fourth faction was going to be trees like ancient nature spirits waking up looking like the Faerun. That'd be kind of cool. You know, it doesn't matter at this point. I know they have stuff in their lore Bible, but the odds that we get a fourth faction in this game are like slim to none. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe the community decides to start modeling something and make their own fourth faction, but that is, you know, years and years down the line. Couple new songs would be great. Yeah, that's one spot where I don't think Stormgate ever missed, and their sound design, not great. Tuning, finally it's in a solid spot, but for a while it wasn't great. But the music, especially like the Celestial theme, yeah, that slaps. They did such a good job specifically with the music for the game. 10 1v1, 8 2v2. Yes, for the latter, but I'm just talking about like the bulk of maps in general. Thanks for the gifted subs. Because I think they added like 30 plus total maps, even if they're not all on ladder. Now pressure on the Stormgate on the 3-minute one. A couple of Hedgehogs doing what they can, but with Kree out and the Argents as well, looks like Refresh is getting it forced. Nice job here on the Hedgehog. Just poke down a unit at a time. Of course, they do 15 damage versus heavy, so they're pretty good into these Argents, even as the Kree force forward, though. So, sorry about that. Sometimes middle mouse drag is just a little bit off. Yeah, most songs are campaign songs. You have... if I remember right, I think map makers can select what music goes on the map. I forget. Looks like, though, this first Stormgate is just not going to get claimed. Good pressure, counter pressure on both sides as we kind of deal with it, but it's got like 5 seconds left, so it's not really going to be complete. Kree now looking for a little bit of run by. Getting on top of the Hogs is always going to be very nice. And while Scouts are good against Kree are also very good against Scouts. Dogs and Scanners very good on this map because they reveal over the Light Forest. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because we're going to have to kite backwards here just a little bit. The Light Forest, I think everything in this army can go through it. Yeah, not a lot of safeties. Overcharge now going to get popped on the servos. By the way, this was nerfed pretty significantly. It's still a good defensive tool, but not to the level that it used to be. But even still, third base done for Refresh here. He starts to mine out of this one. On the hunt, just about done. That's going to give these Scouts a little bit more power as they start to run forward. But of course, it's this interplay. You want to dive forward with the Hedgehogs, Kree run forward, dive back with the Hedgehogs, move the Scouts forward. It's very, very micro-heavy engagements. And now I start to see some more Argents go down, fight back into the Gray Slide nodes. It's very important to target down these units that are getting healed because that cancels the endowment. I'd like to be endowed. Show you my endowment. Anyway, Cabals are on the way. Master training is being researched. And Cabal's another thing that were changed, kind of improved across the board. Now Debilitate is a single target spell that applies Debilitate to that unit and all units around it. And I believe it works kind of like Nano Swarm, where if you leave it, you're fine. I think how that works. Also, Mind Shackle, which is what you get after Cabal Mastery. That, by the way, Adept Training means that you have the ability to lift up and drop down Gravity Flex. But Mind Shackle looks like it's gonna be a little bit easier to make now, and it's on. There we go. Mind Shackle's HYY. I love you. He's going for it. Mind Shackle being researched. We're gonna try to steal some units now. It's only Hogs. It's only Hogs and Scouts, so you're not like super high value, high supply units. But we're gonna have some fun here. Where's my tech? There it is. Mind Shackle on the way. They don't, okay, that doesn't really say too much. Yeah, you can go and it's a relatively long channel, but you can go and steal units. You can lift up the Vulcan and then shackle it. And the only counterplay is to kill off this Cabal. So for now, we have a Cosmic Drifter with 8 Hogs in it, looking to go for a bit of a drop into this natural. That's going to be very spooky. I just want to see them. Wait. I can't remember. You don't see this all that often. If you Mind Shackle the Cosmic Drifter, does it drop all the units inside of it, or are they just trapped? Anyways, a bunch of Hogs are going to find their way into this pocket base. We're now going to have to respond to the Cosmic Drifter. It's got a lot of HP. It's got 500 HP. It's a very difficult thing to kill. Now it's just going to run away. Units belong to the enemy and are trapped. That's what I thought. So so the hedgehogs still remain refreshes, but the transport is HYY. So they're just trapped in there, locked away in the hell of their own making. I want to see this so much now. Is now Vector, or excuse me, not Vectors. There we go. Gravity Flux moving in. We got to Gravity Flux this Cosmic Drifter. Got to stun it, lock it in place. Because, of course, you can run away from a Mind Shackle as well. I need this. I really want this to happen. I think the play, realistically, is you keep 2 Cabals here. The moment it shows, slam it down, Mind Shackle it, have some fun. Anyways, Hornets now on the way. They do have their upgrade, so they do have Stalker Drive, which means that they get cloaked when they've been out of combat for a little bit. That's going to be pretty fun as Cosmic Drifter. It's going to show up once again. This time, the Collection Array's dead. That doesn't feel all that great as HYY relying on really not a lot of static defense. These Graceline nodes try to heal things, but that doesn't really give you much static defense. Love to see some Seraphim out, I think, would be the proper answer to this, unless you want to leave stuff at home. He really has been just... Oh, I don't know why, but this... When everything's moving, this army just looks really... All the particle effects trailing afterwards looks really cool. But I don't know why he seems so opposed to just leave stuff behind.
Dimensional rift detected.
Like, you gotta leave some stuff behind to make this happen. Now, okay, please give me the Mind Shackle, though. Here's the fight happening. There's, okay, Nano Swarm going down. Nano Swarm was nerfed. There's gonna be the lift looking for the Shackle, maybe. I actually don't know what it looks like, so I can't properly tell you. It's all so sparkly. And it's a sparkly death for HYY as he gets annihilated in this fight. So many Vulcans, all just doing splash damage, not microing the offensive Nano Swarms away. And even though the Debilitate was there, that was part of the sparkliness, not enough. Not at all. This game is over. Refresh is just about maxed out. HYY just kept refusing to keep some units back at home to deal with this drop. And kept being forced back at home, which is always so very awkward. So Debilitate's going down. That's the little kind of brown effect that we're seeing. But he's not Mind Shackling. He just got it for the energy regen, I guess. Oh, he got one. He got one. Okay, there we go. Doesn't matter. Game's over. That was pretty fun. It was cool to see, but Healing too oppressive. Mind Shackle too strong. No avatar form. No Navi. Game number 2 goes to refresh. Enemy unit turns purple when it's about to get mind shackled. What is a map that we have not done? We're going back to Divided Oasis. Will be game number 3. There we go. We're going to go back to Divided Oasis. Yeah, I think there should be a thick beam from the Cabal that's shackling to the Shackly. I think that'd be kind of cool. It's just it's hard to see in the fights. Maybe I just don't know what I'm looking for, but little energy power line when you cast Shackle from the Cabal to be enemy units. But what I was seeing, MSRM, it also looked like the Cabal's auto attack. I don't know. Maybe it looks different. I just wasn't seeing it. We'll see. For now, though, refresh is up 2 games to 0. And we're on Divided Oasis. Here we are. Map number 3. Too many Vulcans, not enough answers. Feels like Seraphim might have been a good answer, especially with their Condemnation upgrade, which does like 500 damage over 5 seconds. Feels like maybe Archangels would have been a good answer. Sabers would have been a good answer. Getting Mind Shackles off would have been a good answer. But not enough. Not quite frequently enough. So we're going to see what Refresh and HYY have in store for us for this game number 3. Sabers melt Vulcans. So yeah, they do. Sabers melt Vulcans incredibly fast. There are a lot of different options. I did like the idea behind the Cabal tech. I was very excited to see the newly buffed Mind Shackle. It just didn't get there fast enough. It just was not impactful enough. I think you kind of had to play. You had to like poke, lift, and shackle. Like poke, lift, and shackle. Poke, lift, and shackle. Maybe. Not sure. For now, though, we got 1 base done. 2nd base starting to get saturated a little bit. Thinking about a vector opening from HYY in this game number 3, which is pretty good into a bunch of scouts, one would assume. Bonus damage versus light is always very nice. Got some, why am I blanking on the word? Some of these nice little space, the mecha cats on the way. Why am I blanking on them? It doesn't matter. Anyways, there we go. Scanners now just about done with their 1 attack damage. Look at that. The scout 119 out of 120. Please stop the Kree. BuzzGod, are you saying this because you don't like playing against them or you don't like seeing them get played? Because calling them noob unit kind of makes me think that you're taking some emotional damage from running into getting swarmed by Kree too many times. Necrolite hogs used to counter sabers. Well, I don't know if this is still the case. Yeah, we're learning as this is happening. As I've said, I haven't really played many games. I haven't played any ladder games. I've been spent some time in demo modes and tried things out, but I haven't really played any ladder games. So I don't know. But anyway, on the hunt on the way, Vector's second Star Forge are going to get started. Conceptually, Vectors are pretty good against this lineup. It's all light. Scouts and Hogs, both light units. Of course, Scouts do bonus damage to Vectors, but Hedgehogs don't. Vectors do bonus damage to both. So that works very nice. By the way, this was when I was talking to Monk about Celestials before they were added in. This was his favorite unit because it's all one big math joke. It's a Vector, the Gradient Volley, Cartesian Cannonade, Trichotomic Barrage. Like everything is a geometry joke. But still got to cut backwards. Here is blinking back. It is so nice, by the way, that Vectors no longer take bonus damage when they blink. That is a significant improvement, and the vision advantage that you got here as HYY is technically powerful. Problem is, he just doesn't have enough stuff. These Vectors continue to get kited out, and I like the idea of moving Vectors. I think they were buffed, and they seem like they're going to be pretty good, but they're just getting dove on top of. Yeah, the Stormgate in the middle is nice, and we're going to go back for it. I think have enough damage to clear it, but Refresh is up 20 supply. I would not be surprised to see him just go and get the Soul Forge and just get a couple more Hogs and continue to run across. We'll see what he gets. But also be really nice to get a Creeping Horror, and there we go. The Creeping Horror goes down, so you can just lock these Vectors into the Thunderdome and run across the map and cause a lot of problems. So, well, medtechs are on the way. Don't see any research. It looked like it was. There we go. All right. Adept training is on the way, so we will get Nanoswarm offensively and defensively. Both are very good into Celestials, of course. These are mechanical units. They take, what is it? It's now take 180 damage now. I think it's 9 DPS over 20 seconds, but a bunch of Scouts on the hunt. They're going to run in, find themselves a bunch of Prisms and Prisms, 85 HP. They don't die that fast. They're not light units, but even still, we'll force HYY back once again as Refresh is in this transition. He's got himself the medtechs. Vulcans are now on the way. And I can't help but feel that these early game trades from HYY were just not impactful enough. He's building more Vectors, but it really does feel like you got to get some Sabers on the way. But we're in this situation. Arc ship, they're just Arc ships. They're not Arc stations. You can't build Sabers just yet. 7 damage per second. Okay, so 140 damage. Vectors, though. Oh, that's very nice. Vectors finding a Vulcan off on its lonesome. That is a massive, massive catch as we talk. You're trying to ball up, get a couple Vulcans here, make something happen, but Vectors, one of them is going to get taken down, looking for more, blinking away, but the Nanoswarm is going to find him. The Creeping Horror dashes in, looks for the slow, just dies. Target fired at the variant, but the Nanoswarm causing problems. So many Vectors die from the chase. Getting the Vulcan, worthwhile, probably worth losing. Realistically, probably worth losing the Vulcan even. Or probably worth losing the Vectors even. But even still, will give the Stormgate over to Refresh. As he did research Quick Draw Hustle. A little surprised about that one, considering we're not seeing any Exos get made. Maybe it's a, you know, if the tech does transition, you'd like to have them versus, say, Sabers. Bonus damage. You got Hogs for that, so probably you're probably fine. Evac now on the way, so we're gonna have Vulcan drops ready to go. Everything going up aces for the side of Refresh here as he gets. Well, what's he gonna get? Keep an eye on this for the time being. Not exactly sure what the best solution is. Maybe a Dark Throne. It's now back to tier 2. But no, it's just gonna be Void Prowlers. Nice bit of harass. 35 damage a shot. Attacking every 1.5 seconds, but you move in, you burst. It's a lot of damage. The most powerful part of this, of course, is that you can blink where you don't have vision. So you kick off a fight, you blink into a base, you kill off a lot of prisms. Very, very strong. And yeah, as Ismazbek talks about, medtech drops. Talked about it being Vulcan drops, and those are strong, but Why do that when you have medtech drops? And then just go dive in and nano swarm. Have some fun as these Void Prowlers will get taken down. Now the army's kind of exposed. Maybe there's a world where they're going to be able to do something. Nah, they're just going to get the Arc Ship. Okay. Why do anything else when you can just go drop and nano swarm a bunch of prisons and take them down? They are mechanical. Void Prowlers, actually, for the most part, they got out as well. As we're moving on to tier 3 scout upgrades as well. Beryllium Claws, more damage versus light and regular. So instead of doing +5/+5, they're now going to do they're going to do 10/10. So 20 damage per attack versus light, 10 versus everything else. Double damage or quad damage. I guess it's double damage. Double damage versus everything is now. Void Prowlers are going to show up once again, find another base here, blink on out, and Refresh, he's still biding his time. He's got Hurricanes out. Promethean Engine's going to be coming up soon, which makes them... they're still not fast, but much faster, much more maneuverable. And looking at Graven as well, getting the Sticky Bomb, Sabotage, ready to go. So this is a Refresh, probably showing off the tier 3 army composition that he can make, moving a bunch of units, giving his opponent a decent amount of time. And now these Vectors, well, not a lot for them to see for the time being, but Xenoscan is... Wait, do we even have an Arc Fortress? Or do we even have an Arc Station? There it is. Okay, Arc Station, Arc Fortress is on the way. Now, a bunch of Vectors are going to go find this outlying base. They're going to try to blink around. They do have recall potential, so that's going to be very nice for them, even still. A bunch of the Vectors will continue to go get taken down, trying to find as much value as possible. HYY kind of feels like he's just throwing away some of the supply here. Doesn't really get that much done. This feels like Refresh already won. That's my feeling, Mothra Lurker. I do confess, though, I'm not super familiar with the power spikes of Celestial versus Vanguard on the community patch. So he does have a lot of Sabers. Sabers are very good into Medtechs. They're very good into Vulcans. Don't deal with Hurricanes all that well. So he will have to go get some better anti-air to deal with these 700 HP Hurricanes. Vectors are not your solution here. You can go for Archangels, which I would assume he'd be going at some point. You can go for Seraphim, as the bombing run's going to go down, not really getting all that much. So first bombing run, not all that impactful. Second one, also not, it got like an Argent, not really a ton. And now is your opportunity to fight. It's a 20-second window where the bombers are, or the bombing run is not available. They're going to start to return back as you have to be very careful where you spend like this Alpha Strike of Sabers. You can spend it on the tier 3 Stormgate, and that's useful. But you'd rather spend on other things. Actually, HYY is giving this position up. I feel like this army right now is pretty solid. But okay, we're getting to see a tier 3 unit. It shows us as scythes. They're not scythes. Na'vi are on the way. These are tier 3 support spellcasters. They do significant damage to heavy as well. So they're support spellcasters, but actually can fight. They have, and really their big abilities, they can solo cast on one unit to make them take 50% damage for 10 seconds. They can also go and kind of channel an area of effect that means that the entire area takes 50% less damage on the next attack. And again, this channels. If I remember this right, I haven't taken as much look as the Na'vi as I need to, but there's the Na'vi. And it's also Detector. Important to point out when we talk about these Graven as they blink in, drop some of the sticky bombs. Now we're gonna move in with this. Okay, you leave the, I forget what it's called. There we go. Temporal Reflection, leave these reflections behind. Sticky bombs in the front line doing a decent amount of damage here as the Sentinels causing problems as well, just really putting everything in stasis. The Sabers not able to take the fight. They won bombing run. Very nicely done here. And the Na'vi, they're locked in place. They can't be these support spellcasters. You gotta target the bubble down. But they're not being targeted down, so the Na'vi just sitting here. Now the Archangels starting to show up a little bit more. Get on top of these helicarriers. They've been avatared. They got the Power Stones on the tier 3 Stormgate. They're so big. They're just not gonna die as we see the Requiem or the Reprieve starting to happen, but yeah, these Sentinels coming in, bubbling up all the Na'vi, broke this fight. And just a little bit too slow on the tech swap coming in from HYY, I think. Not quite targeting death, because you can target this bubble. Argents can absolutely target down the stasis bubble. 3-year units, just very slow and doing some nice blink there from Refresh. Dodges the crash down. And now this army, they're going to try. There's a lot of production. The supply is still within, I don't want to say striking distance. It's still not great. And with these 1,400 HP Hurricanes with a Nano Swarm on top, they're just not going to die. It's just very difficult to kill. The bombing runs continue to be impactful. Sabers on the ground, they're killing off this ground army somewhat, but no solution for these not Avatar State, these empowered Hurricanes. They're just sitting on top, killing everything. Yeah, some of the Gravens will die at the end. The ground, sure, with all the Sabers, but again, you look at the supply. It's 100 supply lead for Refresh. He's got more helicarriers now, 2 big ones, 2 small ones, and I mean, the high veterancy as well. They're doing just that much more damage. Bombing run on top of everything. Yeah, this is it. Game's over. HYY trying desperately, but tech transition a little bit too little, too late. Not able to take the stasis down, and that means Refresh 3-0s books a date with MSRM a second time in the final series of the day. Yes, Scythe in production tab is a Na'vi Mothra Lurker. That is a bug that has not yet been fixed. Hey, Carmi. Yeah, that was very well done by Refresh. Dives in with the Sentinels, bubbles all the important casters, half the army. And they're not targeted down. He fights half the army, then the other half, and it's over. No, we got one more series, Gobsmack. Refresh needs to play MSRM to determine second place. And then it's 2v2. Anyways, we're going to be right back. Run some highlights, run some ads, and I'm going to get a snack. And then final series of a 1v1, and then there's going to be a best of 3 2v2. Against Celestials in the last patch, we're going to have to see how better or worse this is. I don't know. For now, though, getting on top of the Energizer node is always going to be fairly nice.
Enemy forces have begun to secure.
But he's morphing it into Adjudicator node. That's going to be fine. So first Stormgate will go the way of HYY. He gets this one now, but the Scout's getting on top, looking for big surrounds on top of this army as the Axos try to clean up. Creeping Horror, of course, is light, is taking bonus damage from these Scouts. They're going to be able to target this thing down, and very nicely done there. Refresh just chases everything. He continues howling in his face. I know, it's how they're done. There's going to be nothing left here. HYY is pretty much dead. He's got these 2 Judicator nodes in a prayer. The prisms are getting taken down by all the Scouts, and Refresh showing us just how good he is when he's not running into MSRM. HYY is dead. Refresh takes game number 1. Out and the Argents as well. Looks like Refresh is getting it forced. Nice job here on the Hedgehog. Just poke down a unit at a time. Of course, they do 15 damage versus heavy, so they're pretty good into these Argents, even as the Kree force forward, though. So, sorry about that. Sometimes middle mouse drag is just a little bit off. Anyways, a bunch of Hogs are going to find their way into this pocket base. Kree now going to have to respond to the Cosmic Drifter. It's got a lot of HP. It's got 500 HP. It's a very difficult thing to kill. Now it's just going to run away. One effect that we're seeing, but he's not mind shackling. He just got it for the energy regen, I guess. Oh, he got one. He got one. Okay, there we go. Doesn't matter. Game's over. That was pretty fun. It was cool to see, but healing too oppressive. Mind shackle too strong. No avatar form. No Na'vi. Game number 2 goes to Refresh. Have enough stuff. These vectors continue to get kited out, and I like the idea of moving vectors. I think they were buffed and they seem like they're going to be pretty good, but they're just getting dove on top of. Yeah, the Stormgate in the middle is nice, and we're going to go back for it. I think have enough damage to clear it, but Refresh get a couple Vulcans here, make something happen, but Vectors, one of them is going to get taken down, looking for more, blinking away, but the Nanoswarm is going to find him. The Creeping Horror dashes in, looks for the slow, just dies. Target fired at the very end, but the Nanoswarm causing problems. So many Vectors die from the chase. is not available. They're going to start to return back as you have to be very careful where you spend like this Alpha Strike of Sabers. You can spend it on the tier 3 Stormgate. That's useful. But you'd rather spend it on other things. Actually, HYY is giving this position up. I feel like this army they're just sitting on top, killing everything. Yeah, some of the Gravens will die at the end. The ground, sure, with all the Sabers. But again, you look at the supply. It's 100 supply lead for Refresh. He's got more helicarriers now. 2 big ones, 2 small ones, and I mean, the high veterancy as well. They're doing HYY trying desperately, but tech transition a little bit too little, too late, not able to take the stasis down. And that means Refresh 3 zeros books a date with MSRM a second time in the final series of the day. Welcome back, everyone. We got one more series. Refresh has decided to play Celestials. So it's going to be Celestial versus Infernal for the final series of the day. He says, I'm not confident I can win, but I got something to show. So we're going to see what he has to show for us. Apparently, he's been playing a lot of Celestials in the what's the word I'm looking for? In the balance test before it went live. So he knows the race fairly well, I think. It's gonna be interesting to see what he's got in store for us as we move on to Lagoon of Requiem, another new map. Don't know anything about it. I don't think we've played. We haven't played on this one yet. I don't know what's fair. I just know what I'm having fun with. So we're gonna move into game number 1. There we go. Of this series, Lagoon of Requiem. Here we go. Bottom left in the blue, he's the Celestial player. It's MSRM. Upper right side in the red, the Infernal player. Wait, sorry. Bottom left, blue, Refresh. Top right, red, Infernal, MSRM. One of these days, we'll be able to swap top and bottom, and I'll be very happy. So this is a map that has a pocket Luminite base. The other base, of course, has Therium, so not quite as valuable. Pretty addressable, 4 bases, but also pretty wide open. This sandbar is not really blocking that much terrain, realistically, and 3 Stormgates all right close to each other. So this is going to be, I mean, it's very wide open. This is going to benefit Kree. This is going to benefit Fiends. This is going to benefit these kind of big fights. Now, who exactly that benefits? I don't know. I don't know what exactly. Refresh sounded like he had some idea. You know, gave him some idea about what he wanted to try. I'm not exactly sure what that is. We're going to find out. I do think that maybe it's a little bit, I don't know. We're going to see. For now, though, I think we can kind of confidently say what MSRM is going to do is, ooh, the shroud on this area looks really good. It's kind of like, it looks very swampy. Visually, I really like it. That looks really nice. Lagoon of Requiem indeed, because even if you look kind of over here, it's a little darker, a little bit more Maybe not even Sinister. I guess it is just the Shroud that makes it look like that. That and the fact that Shroud kills trees, which is something they added in... I forget when. Was that early access? Wait, was it the launch out of early access? Anyways, Shroud kills vegetation. And it's just one of these small visual things. Like, look at this. Bright, happy Celestials. We worship, we venerate Animus. It's great. And then, yeah, about that. Yeah, no. We eat it. It's very tasty. But anyway, third arc ship on the way, just trying to get as many prisms out as possible. Of course, very nice to do this. You can go and float them over anyways as you start to kind of saturate this third base. And everything else, more creation chambers on the way. So it's going to still be very Argent heavy early on, which makes sense.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
So first Stormgate, I don't know if Refresh is, I don't think Refresh can properly contest this. He's got less units, especially when you consider the Fiend. So we're gonna maybe go poke a little bit, see if we can go kill some brutes. One of these brutes is below 75% HP. So that's 1 Fiend, 2, 3, 4, 5, max possible. Don't know if he, well, actually as the Argents start to arrive, MSRM being very reticent about fully committing into this. He's bringing an Imp, though, and this is probably for Shroud generation. It's going to be Treatment Pyre going down. Even still, nice target fire from Refresh as he continues to kite back into this. Continues to, at the very least, deny the Stormgate as he's thinking about, well, if he gets the Tribute Pyre, that's going to be really nice. Deny the Shroud generation. He's going to click it down. Very much worth doing right as the Soul Brand completes, but Effigy goes down right before the Shroud disappears. So that Effigy is... well, it's going to cause a problem. It's got 50 HP. It's not the easiest thing to go click down. And of course, Curse is scary. Even still, good target fire here from Refresh. Continues to go and take down these units. And now there's a tag on the Gaunt. You can see everything. These tags are very useful. Just putting the... this is really cool. I haven't seen anyone do... we just haven't seen tag get used, but tag means that you got vision, you got minus armor, and he's just kind of sitting here in the tree casting this on auto cast almost. Making sure that he does a little bit more damage than otherwise expected. And while these Argents, they have to run away, I think MSRM might still be able to go and get the Storm. No, he's not going to. So successfully denies the Stormgate. And I love that this map has day-night cycles on it too. It looks very pretty. But this scanner attack of just using it to contest the first Stormgates, dropping tags on things. It's a very cool tech. And Infernal needs a Hexen to reveal the scanner, but remember, Hexen's tier 2. Wait, is it? Am I crazy? Is it tier 2 or is it enabled with Ritual Chamber? It's gone back and forth. I can't remember what it is right now. Someone's going to tell me. But anyway, Heaven Step is on the way. We have now 3 arc ships saturating the third base. I like what he's doing here. 1.5. Okay, so it's Ritual Chamber required. Could not remember. But if you look at what Refresh is doing, he's moving all 3 arc ships over. Floating over at a base at a time. So he's just like very efficiently saturating each base. And now these trees on the north side, they're going to go take down Tribute Pyre. That's going to go down, but they got to run away at this point, I think. And Argents, they're not super interested in doing anything for the time being. Is Blood Tree's going to go down, or Blood Tree's about halfway done, Reaper Rush as well. But as Curry Harass is a bit annoying, and we're starting to see more of them, more creation chambers, more scanners for that auto-casted tag, just for the minus 50 armor in these early game fights. And we're going to have to see how this is going to go. Of course, Refresh is transitioning out of this. He's got an Ascension Matrix on the way. He's got Starforge is getting added in. So I assume this is going to be for Sabers. Moving on to this next round of tech. Does a very nice job of countering a lot of the mid-game stuff that MSRM will want to go for, whether that's Magmadons, whether that, there we go, the Magmadons are here, whether that is Hellborn, 14 range, 60 damage, wait, was it, sorry, 90 damage to heavy. Very effective. So we got a lot of damage on this tier 2 Stormgate. It's a lot easier for him, but he does have to deal with his drop on the right side. Not actually getting a lot of prisms, all things considered. He got a couple, but mostly fine. Unfortunately, though, this will force as a Heaven Step forward, but no vision Up in the air. Now a little bit more. Now moving around. I don't know that he's going to get the Harbinger, though. The big deal, though, of course, is with this drop going down, it gives the tier 2 Stormgate to MSRM. Not exactly sure what he's going to want. Again, Necroless drops on Seismic Slam seems very, very good. But it's just, okay, it's just going to be Void Prowlers. Makes sense. A little bit of extra harass is always going to be... Whew. Did Heaven Step always have that sound effect? Sounds really good. I don't remember Heaven Step having a sound effect before. That's kind of cool. Anyways, waiting for the Seismic Slam. That's really what you're looking for. It's about 20 seconds out, maybe a little bit less. By now, Shroud being generated. Just dropping him down, dropping the Gaunts down. Magmadon's in, looking at the combat drops on top of things. Dashes down. There's the stun on the entire army here. You gotta kite out on the Sabres as well. Luckily, Sabres don't take a ton of damage from the Magmadons. All bonus damage versus life, but it doesn't matter. MSRM busts this thing the hell on down. There's nothing that Refresh can do. He was caught so clumped up in his base. This one Saber trying to do what it can, but army right side actually dealt with by a lot of Judicator nodes, and we will see this Magmadon. Saber takes that one down. Saber should take the final one down here. He just need more stuff. That's the problem. The Saber needs to target this Magmadon down. It's not going to do so. And there we go. Refresh forced to tap out. Gate 1 goes to MSR. With the community help, perhaps they can address the... I don't think that easily understandable Stormgate rewards are lazy. 7:24 p.m. saying, hey, here's this upgrade that, and it's a little, that is, now it's what, plus 50 HP plus some percentage of your base HP. That's not, and you attack faster. That's not lazy. That's just a very easily comprehensible thing that kind of uniformly applies across things. Versus, oh, every single unit outside of tier 3 are going to have their own specific upgrade. That's also kind of cool, but it does significantly increase complexity. So I very much disagree. 7:24 p.m. I would not say that having something that is kind of easy for a player. Oh, that's not the right DM. As kind of universally attainable, universally explainable is good. As by the way, the dog has returned. Hi, Molly. I feel like anyone who kind of consistently watched Stormgate is one of the top Stormgate viewers. Not even your interweave. She's very cute. Game number 2, Bayou Koan. Here we go. Sorry, 1 second. Molly has occasionally decided that she needs to lick the baseboards. And that is not something that we approve of. So I thought she was doing that. I had to go check on her. Anyways, we're into Bayou Koan, game number 2. We're gonna see what Refresh has really in store for us. I liked his early game ideas with the scanners, using the tag to more accurately, more efficiently contest the Stormgate. But really too clumped up in his natural, not enough static defense in his natural, and he just got smashed. Seismic slammed into the ground. That lead paint tastes sweet on the baseboards. I am pretty certain that we don't have lead. The house is not that new, but it should be new enough that it's post lead banned lead regulation. So 95% sure it's not lead paint. I haven't put a tester on it, so I'm not 100% sure, but you know. Anyways, what do we got here? Double arc ship, double creation chamber, building himself. Nice little energizer node on the front line. Actually, he started it as a Gracelight node. I guess turning it back into an energizer node. Well, sorry, no. It's Gracelight default, then into an energizer node. So he's going to go have these Argents at the very beginning maxed out on energy. So they're going to have that double tap at the very beginning, very strong. That's going to be, it is going to help him go and contest this first Stormgate. Is this a special match, GXP? No, this is the final match of the GSL group. But yeah, Refresh said, I want to play Celestial for this match. Sounds like fun. Unfortunately, Shadow Blizzard, I don't think anyone made a match or made a Liquipedia for this, so I can tell you what happened though. MSRM 3-2 Refresh in the first series. Yoru as a there's the benefit of getting the burst early. You can go and take that down. MSRM 3-2 Refresh, first series, very good series. Refresh playing Vanguard. Second series, Yoru 3-0 HYY. Third series winners match, that was Yoru 3-1 over MSRM. The losers match, Refresh 3-0 over HYY, and now we are 1-0 MSRM in the final series. A bunch of these Argents, they're showing up across the map pretty early, and it's kind of, I am a little surprised. I guess the play, actually what you're going to want to do here is you go take it, and then there's a Void Heart Shrine right here that heals you, and I like how sometimes I can click on it and get the toolbar, and sometimes I can't. You click on it, or you sit in this aura, it gives you energy back and HP back. Very effective. There's a, is this cursed? I remember seeing that last time. Huh. Anyways, there's the Creeping Horror. Of course, Heaven Step's going to be done as well. This is kind of a 2-base all-in on a very big map from Refresh. Scout run, or excuse me, not Scout. Scanner runs in, though. Looks to see what it can find. There's no tree here, though, so maybe we can settle on that one and try to be there. Wait. This is a tree? Apparently, apparently this post is a tree. So the scanner's here. It's got itself on a tree. Of course, Heaven Step is done, and there's the what? What provided the detection? What am I missing here? There's no static defense. Oh, he killed the tree. But did he bring imps over to kill the tree? Because I thought generally you could not, or just are those trees killable? I don't know. Because generally you require workers to kill trees. Oh, worker killed the tree. Okay. Very cool. I totally missed that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And now cutting backwards here with the Heaven Step. Creeping Horror is going to have to run away. It's just going to die. So this attack from Refresh, it was trying to rely. Oh, that was a lot of death all at once. Big burst there on the splash. He was trying to rely on the scanner, I think, to get positive vision, apply tag, and have the all-in work like that, but it's just not working out all that well for him. As the Gods run across with Soulbrand and the splash, they're just not doing all that much. Or they're doing a lot, I should say. It's not doing all that much for Refresh, but now you're fully onto the other side of the map. Will drop an effigy, trying to get a little bit of curse applied, but it's a good defensive fight from Refresh for now, even as it's getting very awkward, and he probably did overextend himself. Show saying why the voices, sound of voices so low. You can't hear what the units say. Are you talking about on my stream, or are you talking about on when you downloaded the PTR and played? Because I would look at your sound settings, because if you look at audio settings here, there's a slider for sound effects, music,
detected.
ambiance.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Oh, there's a mute slider and master volume. So you can go and you change specific things. Maybe your audio sliders are not correct, because they did a massive rebalance. And there's actually in the change log, there's a discussion about what is priority.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Is Celestial still the same? No, it's pretty different, Mr. Leanflake. I mean, some things are the same. You know, Kree have rollout, Argents have Haven Step, but the way Argent's passive work has been reworked, they now have, now, as we're going to see Animancers on the field, Animancers, you now get them on tier 2, or not tier 2, you get them as the first upgrade, not the second upgrade. So you get, or you get Dark Prophecy on the first upgrade, not the second upgrade, so that's very effective, one would assume. You have these new casters called Na'vi. You have these new frontline tanks called Carnifex, which we've not seen a single one. Not seen a single Carnifex in any of the games that have been played, because they're like these very strong anti-tank units. 4 base is done, though, for Refresh, as he's not quite taken this destructible building down just yet. As the Stormgate about halfway done. The same one as the first one. A little bit unfortunate there. But Animancers starting to join the fray. They do have Dark Prophecy done. And against armies like this that are just primarily, yes, the Hellborn are scary, but primarily Brute gone. A couple Dark Prophecies are very impactful. Of course, MSRM is doing a great job here with his Harbingers, diving back into where, just diving behind bases, dropping 16 Gaunts, killing off a bunch of Prisms, really keeping Refresh pinned back as much as possible. So we're going to see that happen right here. One Harbinger, oh, it's honestly more important to target the Harbinger down and get the Gaunts later. So one Harbinger is dead. Now, second one dashes in, Seismic Slam stuns up some of the Prisms. Now, unfortunately, Dark Prophecy causing as many problems to the Prisms as the Gaunts are, but the second Harbinger is now dead. The Gaunts, well, the Prophecy is going to clean up the majority of the rest of them, and there we go. So the drop has been dealt with by Refresh. It got value, certainly. It killed off some workers here, killed off some workers here, but the big value is it got MSRM up to tier 3. Raging Tendons are on the way. What's the new upgrade called? Where is my upgrades? Where is my blood tree? Don't know. There it is. Vengeful Expectoration, there we go, which means that when Spriggans get attacked, they go back and apply their they apply the max stacks of their debuff very quickly. So here's a problem. Refresh north side of the map, his entire army's here, and a big attack going into this base, but Na'vi are on the map for now. Now, they're not great by themselves. They are very much support casters. They are very, oh, wait, a potential flank here moving in, but the Dark Prophecy has to be dropped on top, and it's not here just yet. Big stomps going down on top of all the Creed. They haven't stepped. Argents have to just run away. But Na'vi starting to get, there we go, I guess it casted Radiant Mantle on itself, starting to get their energy up. Starting to get themselves a little bit more powerful. The upgrades are not here. The big thing is when you get Sovereign's Decree. When you start to apply hallowed ground onto the ground, everything in there just starts to take a lot less damage. It's very, sorry, all friendlies take a lot less damage. It's very impactful. And I struggle to see how MSRM is going to run through this choke. A couple Dark Prophecies are going to be a significant problem.
A Stormgate has a peak.
Third Stormgate now has properly arrived as we are deep into the late game at this point. Gonna see what happens. And whether they want to contest this story, certainly Refresh is going to try. There's the hallowed ground going down, just dying a little bit of I forget exactly what hallowed ground does, but when Dark Prophecies go down through everything they try to run through, has to kite backwards here and looking for the combat stomps on. Oh my god! The combat stomps are so freaking good. Yeah, this game's over. The combat drops with the Harbingers. They take down everything. My goodness. And hey, yeah, we got a couple Soul Forges. That's cool too. That is 4 Magmadons of double seismic slam straight into the middle of the army, stunning everything down. As a bit of an interesting graphical bug there. Yeah, that was a thing. Now, you actually do significant damage versus heavy flyers. That's the Na'vi. They got 12 range. It does 45 damage and attack every 2 seconds. But if you take a look at Harbingers are heavy. All right, so 45. Unfortunately, to burst them down, was it 45, 90, 180, 225, 265? You need like 7 to one-shot the Harbingers down. So maybe it's not super viable. You might just need Seraphim, I don't know. For now, though, Kree, right side, doing a really nice job here on the run by. Of course, big problem left side, lots of Gaunts running through. Na'vi showing up, trying to do what it can. And I forget exactly what this hallowed ground thing does. Now, Sovereign's Decree is the nice one. That means you just don't take a lot of damage in it. It also has a offensive effect, and I forget it doesn't. The patch notes didn't say, and I haven't properly checked it out. If someone in chat knows, please let me know. Refresh is still doing a decent, pretty good job of coming back into this, as now we will start to see. I didn't realize this base actually, well, okay, it just mined out. That's fine. There we go. Sovereign's Decree. Affected units will take 25 damage. So, okay. Sovereign's Decree is on the way to hollow ground. They take 25 plus 25 versus heavy on their next attack. Applied. So it's a significant damage increase. Na'vi is mid rework, by the way. So Godsmack, do me a favor, write a paragraph in chat now about exactly how the Na'vi work, because I'm not totally clear on that. As we have both an Incarnate and a Dragon on the field from MSRM, taking advantage of all the space that he has. And, well, you got the Incarnate for the Na'vi, and you got the Dragon for everything else. This attack moving in, though. Dark Prophecy and the Hallowed Ground moving on top of everything here, but it's just not enough. They're dodging it. Another Prophecy moving in, but everything is clustered back. The army's just not here. A lot of the army, I guess it's elsewhere. Maybe it's just the supply is not where it needs to be. But when you got an Incarnate sitting here on 1,500 HP, the Dragon 900, they're so tanky. They do so much damage. They're so impactful. Refresh just forced to tap out. MSRM takes the 2-0. All right, Gobsmack says it's going to be very simplified after it gets reworked, but how does it work now? So I know it has a basic spell. You cast it on a unit, and it takes 50% damage for the next bit of time. But I'm not quite sure what Hallowed Ground does. Hallowed Ground makes you take 50% less damage. It's a channel, though, right? Right now, Hallowed Ground gives allied units 50% attack reduction on all allied units that run through it, and you can upgrade it to make enemy units that go through it take damage on their next attack within 10 seconds. Is it still channeled, Gobsmack, or is that something that was only in the playtest? Okay, so it is a channel which applies damage block each channel cycle. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking getting that damage reduction in an AoE was the upgrade. But the upgrade means that enemy units just get a lot more damage. We're going holodeck. Yeah, unfortunately, the patch notes don't explain. They're like, you get access to Hallowed Ground. Doesn't actually explain what Hallowed Ground does. Like, oh, I don't know. So we got maybe one more map, maybe 3 more, as we're just waiting on Refresh to ready up. Holodeck will be that map as we get the 4 seasons once again. 4 seasons total landscaping, as it were. Now Refresh down 2-0 versus MSRM, but he almost had a reverse sweep last time. Let's see if he can make it happen once again. Here we are, game number 3, the map with technically 4 biomes, 4 seasons. Earth, Wind, Fire. metal. And we've seen two different looks from Refresh. Both of them have looked good, just not good enough to deal with MSRM. Yeah, Preba, I'm not sure who made Royal Gardens, but I will say that Kawan, Guillotine is a very talented, not just a map maker, but very good at making his maps look pretty. Very, very talented map styler, designer. Okay, JLJ, thank you, Capsmack. I know Guillotine made Kawan. Got to be careful. If someone's wife is named Anne, I'm not calling her a cow. Kawan is a Creole word. I think we're referring to an alligator. Alligator bayou. If I'm remembering that one properly. Anyways, we're with this game just to develop a little bit. This single Argent onto the other side of the map to kill off the effigy that does literally nothing because the shroud generators are already here. I've seen some players do, they're like, I'm going to run across the map and I'm going to kill your effigy. And it's like, dude, it does nothing. It does absolutely, like, there's no, unless I'm missing something, there's like zero benefit to it. Now, killing off a tribute pyre, there is a benefit to it. You go, you hurt supply a little bit. It can be very nice, but even still, what did that gremlin ever do to you, man? That's not right. Couple Argents though versus just brutes. Not a great fight for the brutes. So they're gonna back up here, wait for Morgans to show up, and realistically, Refresh here, he's just trying to deny a third base, slow down that third shrine as long as possible. Anything else is gravy. JLJ said, people love green maps, so we made them. Of course, a map playing well is more important than it looking pretty, but a map that plays well and looks pretty is both very nice. And we're just gonna have to see how people feel about the maps as the thing goes on. Again, the nice thing, I don't want to say the nice thing about Frost Giant being much smaller now and maybe, you know, not in a great spot, but it does give them room to be very nimble about what they're doing. Someone doesn't like something, should be able to push a change, I assume very quickly based on how quickly they're talking about pushing PTRs. So, I do love that. No play well, only proof. Exactly. Evariste. That's how this works. But for now, it's a lot of Argents on the map early on, as we're gonna again see this kind of two-based all in, this double creation chamber early, quick heaven step idea that is pretty effective. So, well, I mean, that should be effective. And there we go. Faerun plus a bunch of now speedier Argents. The heaven step is done. They can, of course, dash forward as well to dive on top of things or dive away if need be. And now the pressure's going to get started in earnest. Soulbrand Chakram's not done just yet. So no splash damage for the Gaunts, no curse damage for the Gaunts, no phantom generation for the Gaunts. You're just trying to buy time. As much time as possible. You need about 15 seconds, I think, until the Soulbrand is ready to go. And that means that this is just time where Refresh can get a lot of damage done. You just kind of continue to poke, force his opponent to take fights that he doesn't necessarily want to take. But now Soulbrand is done. Curse applying on top of everything, and we're still on Shroud. So, yeah, that's a problem. Got to be very careful. The Faerun does change some of that. The Faerun does heal up a lot of this cursed action, but even still, Faerun, 46 out of 100 energy. It's not the infinite healing button that it was when they were first released. It is now relatively fair. You can drain it out. And look at this. Tag is being researched once again. So, you know, we talked about the value of tag. It gives vision on units. Any unit with tag applied has now minus 50 armor, which means that they are taking roughly 33%, I think it is, more damage. Something like that. Regardless, it's wait, what? It's the math. It's for 100 damage, it's over. I forget exactly how armor works. Anyways, it's damage reduction, or it's damage increase, but it's not like flat. Oh, you have -1 armor. That means you take +1 more damage. It's the kind of like the Dota model or something like that. But I forget exactly how the math works. Anyways, Arch is gonna run forward. A couple of them are gonna get pretty low, but not quite gonna tick down to the curse, I don't think. And he can just continue to chase forward. Doing a very nice job here as Refresh of kind of bracketing everything in as the base north side was pressured. Not dead though. Now with the Heaven Step, they're gonna be able to get out of here for now as we are just sitting on tier 2 base all in. Lots of Kree, lots of Argents, lots of pressure. But as the third base is now starting to get properly saturated, as the tech develops into Greater Shrine, Reaper Rush on the way, this is a composition that does time out. This is very much a composition that, as Hellborn and Magbodons and all these other things start to get added in, it becomes not as easy as now. Scanner runs in, drops a tag, backs up, says, "Hey guys, know where your army is now." But that's actually kind of cool. You can clear the tag by sacrificing the brute. That's pretty fun. As these Treatment Tires are going to get taken down, but MSRM setting up a pretty decent flank here. Now, no Reaper Rush means it's not the easiest thing for him to jump on top of the army. But even still with the Hellborn here, they do a lot of damage from afar. Kree will fall, looking for maybe a little bit more Shroud. There we go. But still keeps dashing backward with these Heaven Step Argents, not making it easy to properly bring the damage to bear. As I say that though, now Reaper Rush is done. Now the Gaunts are much faster. Kree backside there. Oh, they're distracting the Hellborn. Very nicely done here on Refresh. Now the Kree will die, but they've separated the army up. The Hellborn are a significant portion of this army, significant amounts of DPS. And if you can force them to just fight small parts of the army, not everything, this is a very good thing for Refresh. As he moves in, Kree gets splash damage once again, pulls him back. But I think he still is going to have to back up here as Kree do explode. Splash damage is there. Gets another round of reinforcements. Kree run in once again. And now as the Shroud gets dropped, you back up, go again, look for a little bit more as there is a Magbodon in this Harbinger. Seismic Slam, not done yet though. So that cool, massive double stun into multiple Magbodon, not really going to be a thing. Now so many scanners running forward, get the tag on the hell. Oh, wait a minute. They got a tag on the Harbinger. Heaven Step forward could absolutely take this thing down, but I'm not sure if they want to. Trying to go. Yes, we'll get the second Stormgate right before it dies, or right before it despawns. And now Necrolusks, there we go, in the Seismic Slam Harbinger. This is scary. This is really scary. Magbodon already starting to get some stuns, looking to move in. Seismic Slam ready to go. Harbinger gets so much damage with a single Necrolusk. And there's another one where that came from. There's a second one where that came from. This army now looking very small on the side of Refresh. Kree will be able to take one of the Magbodons down, but not more. And the Harbinger just putting a lot of pressure on the production, outranging these great, or what will eventually be Grace Light nodes. Not that that matters because they're not Judicator nodes. But these Magbodons on the front line, some of them lacking some armor. But this siege now is causing problems. Now, I want to say the Harbinger died. I believe that was sniped down. But even still, even without it, the army just feels small enough at this point. When we're looking at this number of Harbingers is just one tapping the nodes. So the infrastructure of our Celestial player now really in a pinch as he's trying to find some way to defend, getting more Kree, getting more Argents out, but he's just losing the creation chambers at this point. Once you start to lose your production on top of your economy, on top of your infrastructure, it's very difficult to find some way back. So trying to get these Judicator nodes up, that'd be nice, but they're just not allowed to get up in time. They're just getting targeted down by the Hellborn over and over again as Refresh. He had some really cool ideas, and I'm looking forward to see Celestial get iterated upon. Maybe Infernals get some nerfs, I don't know. But
a Stormgate has appeared.
Starting to see some really cool stuff. And I think the most promising thing is Refresh is forced to tap out here. Game is over. MSRM does take the 3-0. get second place in this showdown. I think that the most important thing to point out, though, is in the blog post, Gobsmack did say that they got the game pretty balanced on the release version of the game within like a week. And then they said, okay, we're going to add all this stuff. Like, we're going to really make this good. So, sounds like, you know, with iteration, and they can iterate pretty quickly, you should be able to get this fairly balanced fairly quickly. So I'm excited to see what the data is going to do. But of course, for now, you want to go? You like this? You want to go see more of this? Follow me on Twitch. Sub to the YouTube channel. You know the drill. I'll catch you next time. Crazy SC2, it's always the same spam of tier 1 units. I mean, StarCraft 2 is like by Marine tank maybe, or like heavy. Most Terran compositions are very Marine spam and everything else is a supporting unit. Protoss is a little bit different. It tends to be a little bit higher tech, but it's still a lot of Blink Stalkers, a lot of Zealots as the backbone of your army for a large portion of the game. Ling Bane is the backbone of, or like Mass Roach, still tier 1 unit, or maybe tier 1.5, depending on how you want to talk about it. Still very much the bulk of your army for most of the game. In fact, I think that's what an RTS, like, I think that's good for an RTS. I do think that you should be baselining your tier 1 units. They should make up the bulk of your army for the most part. Your tier 2, your tier 3 units should be specialized units, maybe high damage units, support units, things that add additional complexity and additional power to your army, but not things you should be maxing. Like, I don't want to see 20 carriers in an army. That's just awful. Anyways, we're going to go for a bit of a break as we get the 2v2 set up. It's going to be best of 3 this time, not a best of 5. And we're going to go from there. Yeah, and it's also like, it wasn't super repetitive. Lots of different play styles. Like, yeah, when Celestials are playing, we're seeing a lot of Argents because that's their tier 1 unit. But Inferno are playing, we're seeing lots of Brutes and Gods because those are their tier 1 units. Anyways, we're going to move to a break when we're back. The 3v3, what I'm having fun with. So we're going to move in. Don't know if it, well, actually, as the Argents start to arrive, MSRM being very reticent about fully committing into this. He's bringing an Imp, though, and this is probably for Shroud Generation. It's going to be Treatment Pyre going down. Even still, nice target fire from Refresh as he continues to making sure that he does a little bit more damage than otherwise expected. And while these Argents, they have to run away, I think MSRM might still be able to go and get the Storm. No, he's not going to. So successfully denies for rush as well. But as Curry harasses is a bit annoying, and we're starting to see more of them, more creation chambers, more scanners for that auto-casted tag just for the minus 50 armor in these early game fights. And we're gonna have to see how this is gonna go. Of course, Refresh. So we got a lot of damage on this tier 2 Stormgate. It's a lot easier for him, but he does have to deal with his drop on the right side. Not actually getting a lot of prisms, all things considered. He got a couple, but mostly fine. Unfortunately, though, this Will Force is a heaven step forward, but no vision. And we will see this Magmadon. Saber takes that one down. Saber should take the final one down here. He doesn't need more stuff. That's the problem. The Saber needs to target this Magmadon down. It's not going to do so. And there we go. Refresh, forced to tap out. Gate 1 goes to MSR. Now, second one dashes in. Seismic Slam suns up some of the prisms. Now, unfortunately, Dark Prophecy causing as many problems to the prisms as the Gaunts are, but the second Harbinger is now dead. The Gaunts, well, the Prophecy is going to clean up the majority of the rest of them, and there we go. So the drop has been going into this space, but Na'vi are on the map for now. Now, they're not great by themselves. They are very much support casters. They are very, oh, wait a minute, potential flank here moving in, but the Dark Prophecy has to be dropped on top, and it's not here just yet. Big stomps going down on top of all the Creed. They haven't stepped Argent. Maybe it's just the supply is not where it needs to be. But when you got an Incarnate sitting here on 1500 HP, the Dragon 900, they're so tanky. They do so much damage. They're so impactful. Refresh just forced to tap out. MSRM takes the 2-0 model or something like that, but I forget exactly how the math works. Anyways, Argent's gonna run forward. A couple of them are gonna get pretty low, but not quite gonna tick down to the curse, I don't think. And he can just continue to chase forward. doing a very nice job here as Refresh of kind of bracketing everything in as the base north side was pressured. Not dead, though. Oh, they're distracting the Hellborn. Very nicely done here on Refresh. Now, the Kree will die, but they've separated the army up. The Hellborn are a significant portion of this army, significant amounts of DPS. And if you can force them to just fight small parts of the army, not everything, this is a very good thing for Refresh as he moves in. Kree gets splash damage. Now, so many scanners running forward. Get the tag on the Hell. Oh, wait a minute. They got a tag on the Harbinger. Heaven Step Forward could absolutely take this thing down, but I'm not sure if they want to. Trying to go. Yes, we'll get the second Stormgate right before it dies. Or right before it despawns. Seismic Slam Harbinger. This is scary. This is really scary. Magman on Ari starting to get some stuns, looking to move in. Seismic Slam ready to go. Harbinger gets so much damage with a single Necrolus. And there's another one where that came from. There's a second one where that came from. This army now looking very small. So, sounds like, you know, with iteration, and they can iterate pretty quickly, you should be able to get this fairly balanced fairly quickly. So I'm excited to see what the data is going to do. But of course, for now, you want to go? You like this? You want to go see more of this? Follow me on Twitch. Sub to the YouTube channel. You know the drill. I'll catch you next time. Don't know if well, actually, as the Argents start to arrive, MSRM being very reticent about fully committing into this. He's bringing an Imp, though, and this is probably for Shroud Generation. It's going to be Treatment Pyre going down. Even still, nice target fire from Refresh as he continues to making sure that he does a little bit more damage than otherwise expected. And while these Argents, they have to run away, I think MSRM might. Welcome back to the highlight, I guess. I know Gobsmacked is super excited about this. Of everything, yeah, we had a lot of 1v1 and we saw new stuff, but 2v2 maps. We're going to start with Cosmic Enigma, by the way. Thanks as a request. 2v2 coming up. Refresh and MSRM. Vanguard and Infernal versus Celestial and Infernal. We're about ready to go here. I can click. There we go. Click the lobby button. Waiting for everyone to ready up. All right, here we go. 2v2 on the way. And by the way, I don't know exactly what they did, but it used to be that if I was streaming in 2K, I could not do it on the same PC I was running Stormgate. I'm having no issues now. Like, absolutely none. We've dropped 100 frames in almost 5 hours. All right, here we are. Game number 1 of a 2v2. Here we are. Game number 1 of a 2v2. Upper right, HYY and Yoru. HYY playing Celestials, Yoru in the Infernal pieces. Bottom side of the map here on Cosmic Enigma. Teal is MSRM playing Infernals and Refresh playing Vanguard. It's a long map. It's a big map. 3 Stormgates in the middle. And the cool thing about 2v2, not only when we talk about 2v2, do we have to talk about how there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff. And there we go. I was like, something not working with the production tab. Multiple Stormgates can spawn in a 2v2. 2 Stormgates will spawn. So out of the 3 possible Stormgates here, 2 will spawn every cycle. That's going to be very interesting to see how players adapt with that one. And there are some things that overlap. Hellspawn Resurgence increases the production time by 1,000% on any structure, on allied structures. Overcharge also applies. There's some other ones, I forget, that were called out specifically in the patch notes, but there are built-in efficiencies and explicit interactions called out to work properly with 2v2. No, Arcane, I'm just curious because I'm like, I don't know exactly why it's important to say this unit is tier 3 versus this is a powerful unit that does XYZ. For me, as I'm kind of watching and playing RTS, I don't know why I'm like, well, I need to see that this is a tier 3 unit for any reason other than to say, oh, we have tier 3 units. That doesn't like that doesn't kind of appeal to me in any way. The scanner pops out, it's like, look, I can poke it. I can do 1 damage at a time. It's great. So I was wondering if like you came from a different RTS that does do that, and maybe that's why you were kind of asking, or you kind of seen it somewhere, and you're like, oh, I like the way this does this, and then I could take a look. Oh shoot! Thank you. I totally forgot about that. The UI needs to move. UI needs to move a decent amount. There we go. In-game overlay. There we go. Thank you, Yurton. I forgot about that. My bad.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Well, everyone is talking about tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, but still it is not important. It would be easier with tier rank units, not asking for that based on other RTS. Okay. Yeah, the reason people are talking about this in part is okay, so first of all, there's not like a clear definition. I could have sworn multiple Stormgates spawned on 2v2 maps. Apparently, no, is it random? I forget. I need to go back and read the patch notes. For now, looks like a refresh and MSRM are going to be able to force this back. Soulbrand Chakram's not done. Actually, yeah, no, Soulbrand Chakram's not done. Just about done for Yoru though. As Kinetic Redirect, just about done for refresh by the same metrics. So splitting up here, contesting the Stormgate, a lot of pressure early on. It does, but it might be, it's 1 or 2 gates at once in 2v2. It's random. Okay, thank you very much. But now, fighting on top of the strat here, Soulbrand Chakrams are done for the side of Haichirwai and Yoru, but not the other one. Even still, Kinetic Redirect diving straight on top of all these gaunts is really nice indeed, and they're just chasing down the rest of it. This killer of a fight for MSRM and Refresh working together. They're now forcing back a little bit. You'd like to maybe leave a couple units on the Stormgate, but you're trying to just go and really get a positive trade here, forcing your opponent back into their own base. And now, Effigy will get dropped. This is a full HP one. It's a permanent one. So now again, Curse is going to get applied, but these Lancers are just doing so much here. MSRM and HYY correctly identified who needs to fight who. And the Gaunts, they don't really care about the additional damage. They don't really care about the Curse all that much. They're just attacking the Celestial. And Refresh runs straight through all the Gaunts with his Lancers. This is working very well for them. And now Quick Draw Hustle just about done. More rallies coming across here. More Gaunts, more Brutes, more Lancers, and I believe Exos, yeah, rallying across as well. Very cool little bit of an advantage that they found early on. As behind this, 1 base, 2 base, 3 base for the Infernal, 2 base for the Vanguard. Yoru is kind of like, he is on, okay, Yoru does have 3 bases. So too does HYY. So the economy is going fairly nicely here for our, I guess, our fire team. Ice team, fire team. For our fire team. Destructible broadcast tower. What is this? Does destroying this create anything? It's building an imp, apparently. I don't think that's how that works. I think that's a bug. Yeah, that's a bug. So, destructible broadcast towers. Maybe these are just scanner spots. Well, a scanner. Okay, they're just scanner spots. A scanner is hiding inside of them. I wish I could click on it and see how much HP it had, but I think it was like 2,000 HP. It's like, oh wait, no, we got scouts. We can just kill the scanner. That's fine.
Stormgates will activate soon.
Second Stormgate's coming up here. So here's my question. In 1v1, if you take a Stormgate, the next Stormgate, your opponent gets a 50% damage modifier onto that Stormgate. It stacks. If there are 2 Stormgates and each player takes 1, is there no modifier? What happens if the Ice team took Stormgate 1 and the Fire took one of the Stormgate 2s but not the other? I don't know how these things work. We're gonna find out, but. Exactly, Ankins. Like, it's easier to say, we're talking, if you're playing 2v2 with someone, hey, I'm gonna go for XYZ rather than I'm gonna play tier 1. Yeah, when people are talking about like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 as refresh numbers, they're gonna get both. Oh my, this is big. They're gonna, at the very least, deny and at most get 2 Stormgates. So they got the first one. Right, MS Storm's very trapped here, though. Gotta be careful. The army's not big enough. And now there's a Vile Lurker here. Artillery, they're gonna try to kill the second one as well, committing into this one. Don't know if they have they absolutely have the damage. They can burst this down in just a second. And here comes MSRM on the flank as well. The Vile Lurker is a problem, as is whatever comes out of the second Stormgate. I don't know what it's gonna be. A second Vile Lurker. They have massive siege potential at this point in the game. Vile Lurkers, of course, they do friendly fire. You gotta be careful. But you siege them up, they do splash damage, you move in. It's so much area denial. And MSRM and refresh. Looking to okay, wait a minute. Catching the Celestial Army here as Yoru going for a bit of a run by, identifying that they gotta make something happen. System shocking the army in. Oh, that's so cool. You can do that to so many med techs. Make sure everyone stays up to full, make sure the system shocks are there. And now left side, he can still fight this army, everything you need to do. I wish I could zoom out more. This run by left side from Yoru, doing a very nice job cutting down the economy, the third base of refresh. Vile Lurker actually does a lot of friendly fire. But MSRM, he's doing a fantastic job. Spriggan's getting added in as well, crunching through. But the big story, there's the massive supply lead that Refresh has at this point of anyone in the game. And MSRM, realistically, but Refresh 180 compared to 125, 108, 114. Some Dark Prophecies are ready to go, though. They're causing some consternation. Refresh's army, or MSRM's army, starting to get a little bit smaller, 109. He's been held back just a little bit as this looks like this run by finally dealt with by Refresh. And behind this Vile Lurker should, you would think, yeah, there we go. It's going to get targeted down. Animus drained as well, healing up everything a little bit. Now, this army trying to get on top of this mass medtech, mass healing, but System Shock gets them out of here. More Weavers, they're ready to go. Magmadons as well, trying to chase this down because MSRM has been properly dealt with. Yes, this attack on the right side is obnoxious. There are a ton of Phantoms. So maybe he hasn't been dealt with at all. This is gonna be a problem. He's gonna be forced to pick up, run away. Yoru has to respond to this one, but now Shroudfall goes down. It's a blessing and a curse. It empowers Yoru as much as it does MSRM. But this army moves forward really good. Dark Prophecy, but not quite able to keep them in. You can System Shock out of there anytime you want to, and there's just too much healing. That's the big problem here. You really got to start to see these Weavers start to get the lashes, get some of these units away, maybe Harbinger drops, something like that. And behind this, Hurricane's on the way, Sentinel resource being researched as well, and we're gonna see Promethean engines so they can move that much faster. Now, of course, HYY, he's developing his tech pretty strongly as well. Avatar form about halfway done. He's getting himself up to that one. We got Obsidian Horde, right? The new Fiend Explosion coming out for Yoru. But the trick is just, at this point, oh, that's a Weaver way off on its lonesome. Can you deal with this big Vanguard army? That is the important question. Everything else really does feel secondary as this run by right side. Yoru did force MSRM back. It was expensive. I think he was fairly successful. Oh God, the Dark Prophecies has to System Shock out of that one. That was an ambush. That was very nice indeed. What you'd really like to see is now looking for some helicarrier bombing runs, running away, bombing run on top of the Hex and grabs one. Barely, not even that is now Necrotic Hex Field, forcing them back again. But you would really like to see Unseen Veil on the Magmadons. It feels like what you'd really like to see here is a couple Animancers in a dropship, a couple Animancers in a Harbinger. I don't know if you can do that actually, if you can kind of shared unit control, but that does feel like kind of, if you can hit some Animancer first, these bombing runs, not really gonna land. There's the Unseen Veil, a little bit of movement speed, getting on out of here. Maybe this is an engage timing now. Net supply not where it needs to be as these Magmadons very much on their lonesome. MSRM has marooned them, but the third Stormgate, tier 3 Stormgate, that's gonna get claimed at the very end. I'm thinking deep one maybe. Maybe go and get a power stone, make these couple hurricanes that much stronger. Not totally sure, but they're going to be talking about it. They're going to be thinking about it. What exactly it is they want to claim out of this third Stormgate. Or just let it, you know, go at the end. It's going to be a Swarm Mother. It's just a blade of armor. Is that wait. Okay, Unseen Veil moving forward. Dark Prophecy solid. Flank comes from your left side. Can they make it happen here? Unfortunately, Dark Prophecy just can't make it stick. And here comes the Maggot on flank for the side. MSRM has been waiting for this for so long as the Sticky Bombs do more friendly fire than enemy. Magneton's right side, stunning so much of this Vanguard army off, but it's not versus heavy anymore. It's just not doing enough damage, and now the bombing run cleaning up everything, dragging in here as well. HYY and Yoru are getting wiped from the face of the earth. Avatar 4, Archangel's just not here in time. Yes, we do have some Shadow Flyers. Looks like they're going to get added into this fight soon enough. But this army, Refresh is maxed out. MSRM 200 supply. Another bombing run goes down. And I think at this point, feels like game one, HYY and Yoru, they've been solved. And Refresh, the pressure, the tempo they've been able to put on, just wait. That flank from MSRM that took down like half of Yoru's army. Got right on top of all the light units. Very, very strong. And Yoru's going to tap out HYY as well. Game one goes the way of Refresh and MSRM. I don't know how hard it would be to get the obs zoom out more, play weird. I know in StarCraft Observer mode, you had Z and Shift Z that would zoom and then zoom again. Oh, you have to use a worker to kill it. Broadcast tower is buggy and should be removed. Okay. Two is really cool. I would love that. Sometimes it's just like nice to have the big cinematic fights. Yoru's like, I feel like when I play 2v2, my macro drops 2 leagues. So, y'all 2v2 fiends, because I have not played any 2v2. I tried queuing a couple times, didn't work out. I'm just asking what the maps should be. What should our second map be? Honestly, I know I have my answer. It's going to be Bone Zone. We're going Bone Zone. I don't care. We go Bone Zone. Nope, no. It is literally called Bone Zone this time. I have spent enough time making Rushy very sad and calling Boneyard Bone Zone, but this one is literally Bone Zone. Thanks. Boneyard got some makeup and turned into the Bone Zone. Yeah, Jax, pretty much, I have food prepped. I have these chicken Caesar wraps but I need to put it together. And I don't have time for that. So I have some tortilla chips. I grabbed a protein shake. The breakfast or the lunch of champions. Yeah, the problem is I need to chop some remain. Like, I just don't have time between. I'm gonna have it after this. Have a late lunch. All right, welcome to the Bone Zone. Welcome to the Bone Zone. Game is looking really good. Did they give a date to go live? Unknown. When it's ready. You know, when it is properly balanced, when the bugs have been fixed. Yeah, chicken tenderloins were on sale 2 for $1 in my local grocery store, so I bought a bunch of those. Put them with garlic powder, onion powder, salt, and pepper in the air fryer for like 10 minutes. Roasted them up. Got some Caesar dressing, some kale, some romaine, some Parmesan, some avocado, roasted bell pepper, some grilled artichoke hearts, and some red onions. So it's not quite a Caesar, like it's a Caesar adjacent thing. And put all that in a wrap. It's very good. No, Everest, you're right. We got Boneyard. Now we're in Bone Zone. And after that, it's the next map is going to be the Funny Bone. Faster the constructive feedback arrives, the faster the live date appears. And that's part of what we're doing here. You know, realistically, getting eyes, 5 hours of, we're going to call it 5.5 hours by the time we're done, on the different matchups, the different game modes, seeing players kind of figure things out, that does help them iterate. That helps this get figured out a little bit faster. Yeah, City Cat sat here for 15 minutes and gave up. The best way to do it, Jax, with the player base as small as it is, unfortunately, is to go in queue, and then there are PTR looking for group. There's a PTR LFG channel in the main Discord. And post in there that you're searching. It's really what you got to do. I wish the player base was big enough that you could just kind of search for a game. Yep, there we go. Coraxis the scatter's like, oh, please don't hurt me. Oh, there's a tree. I can hide in the tree. And a little bit dicey. They went and spent the last 4 months in secret working with the community, which part of this is, again, money issues, Frost Giant. This has been litigated at length, but working with some community members to make the game that Gobsmack and some other Frost Giant people and the community want to play. So almost every unit has been reworked or at least updated in some way. They're like 10 plus new upgrades for different units. They dropped 30 maps on us. 4 totally new units. It can be argued that some units are effectively new units just because they have been kind of so reworked. A bunch of different stuff. Massive patch, and the game feels really, from the games I've been watching, from me kind of like testing things, the game feels pretty fun. Novia Star, are you searching 1v1 or 2v2 though? I've tried searching 2v2 and I just never get a game.
Enemy forces have begun to secure the Stormgate.
The human unit they sent the statues of, Vulcans are, we've had a bunch of Vulcans in different games, Jax West. Vulcans are very much still in the game, and actually, they're one of the arts they're one of the models, the pieces of art that really hasn't changed all that much. I don't know that we're going to see it in this game. Yeah, I don't know how good Vulcans are in 2v2, but for now, once again, we're seeing this MSRM refresh pressure as they're going to move in with Lancers and Brutes and this creeping horror that is so problematic. Now, we don't have... Oh, no, we do have. Okay. Kinetic redirection is done, so they're going to start to speed up a little bit, try to run through. No... Okay, sorry. I was not paying attention. Soulbrain Chakram's also done as we're going to try to move forward, but I don't like this fight. This is into defender's advantage. This is just not good. This was not the fight. That is a bad concave to fight into. I guess he thought maybe you could get some pickoffs with this, with the creeping horde, but that's not a good fight at all. Refresh and HYY and Yoru are going to do a great job of cleaning that up and defending their positions and keeping themselves very happy. It appears there's an overlay bug on this vision tower on the bottom side. It's kind of like showing two icons. Albino, Frank Sriracha and who was it? There's going to be a Stormgate. There's going to be a 2v2 Stormgate tournament on January 4th. That's going to be happening. So I may or may not be able to cover it. I'm probably going to have a crazy schedule getting hired to cast some Dota qualifiers. And as much as I love Stormgate, I got to prioritize qualifier, you know, broadcast where I get paid versus broadcast where I don't get paid. But anyway, I think I might be scheduled during then, but otherwise I'll definitely be covering it. This high ground position, MSRM is just throwing a bunch of gaunts away and not quite able to get in the prisms the way he would like. So this you run away from this one. This is not it. Refresh right side, also not quite able to make the fight he's looking for. And behind this, Yoru, he's on 4 bases. MSRM is only on 3. We're seeing the Celestial start to macro up a little bit as well. And this, oh man, this Stormgate positioning right side is so good for Yoru.
Stormgates have appeared.
Thank you, Algorithm.
Have begun to secure a Stormgate.
My head was saying Albino, and I'm like, no, Albino's asking about the 2v2 tournament. Anyway, MSRM is going to try to contest the center of the map here. Looks like, yeah, Yoru's just going to, excuse me, HYY is just going to give it up. Not super interested. So second Stormgate will also go to the side of MSRM and Refresh. Not quite sure what he's going to pick just yet. This bottom right side, Refresh is pathing over towards it. We got a Vile Lurker here. I really did feel like this was a spot you could just you could very easily take for Yoru, especially with the bonus damage, but now he's gonna get fully surrounded. Vile Lurker's here. It's a lot of damage, especially destruction. So if you can kind of hold it on this high ground position, shell away, force units into bad fights, that's gonna be really, really nice. But okay, Argent's left side. I think Vile Lurker looks like, yes, the Vile Lurker was sniped, so that's not on the pool anymore, but this nice concave pinning Yoru against the wall with all this Vanguard together is MSRM. He's gonna get very cleaned up though. So Refresh got this crazy army. Absolutely. MSRM really just fighting and delaying action, making sure that HYY doesn't properly join the fight. And now, as the Gaunts start to arrive with Reaper's Rush, chasing all the Argents down. Meanwhile, this mass, really medtech army, primarily medtechs, healing up everything, causing a lot of problems for HYY and Yoru's. Refresh, he pretty much has the supply of our Frost team by himself. 183 to 103 and 110 together. And MSRM behind this, moved himself up. He's got Reaper Rush. I want to say I saw Harbinger. Yep, double Harbingers on the production tab. Double Harbingers created. I feel like it'd be really nice for the Infernal production tab is that Archangels are on the field. They do have Avatar. That is going to be rather impactful to talk about. I do feel, oh, nice dash in, trying to go get on top of the Harbinger, but it's going to go down. Drop the Magmadons right on top of things. Very nice attempt there. Dashing forward with the wind step. No, that's the Seraphim new upgrade. Whatever it is, or the new ability. But dashing forward, trying to go take the Harbingers down. Not quite able to make it happen. And now we're in this awkward situation where it really is just zoning HYY out, where Refresh can punish Yoru significantly on this high ground. MSRM doing a great job of that one. And HYY just, they can't bring their armies together, so it's just a really nice force concentration. Moving forward here, it looks like there was some necrotic hex fields going down. But, yeah, there's gonna be another one, but you just system shock around it, that's fine. Meanwhile, MSRM onto the other side of the map here with all these Magmadons. Now, Archangels can deal with them very nicely done there. They're resilient, they don't get stunned, they deal with the mag, they deal with things very nicely, but it's on the economy. Meanwhile, Refresh right side, really starting to pin Yoru down, significantly so. He's up 100 supply on top of him, system shocking in, system shocking out, playing around this high ground vision. What is our tech like? Elder Shrine is done. Don't know if we're getting, don't know when that was complete. Don't know if MSRM has any high tier stuff just yet. Yoru, of course, he's on the Elder as well. Really lacking in the Ethereum though. He's been so punished by, really, yeah, been so punished by Refresh these last couple fights. Sentinels coming in. Now that's a really good set of stomps coming, or stuns coming in. Dives coming in from these Arcanes to get on top of a significant portion of this Vanguard army, but unfortunately, Surviving Protocols, they're ready to go, and not a lot of Exos die. Still a very, very nice flank from HYY, finally unshackled from the pressure of MSRM as this kind of Judicator node on the way. Gracelight node for now, I guess. Trying to get on top, deny some of this mining of MSRM. Now this fight's gonna go on again. These Sentinel bubbles, these stasis drones, significant problems. And now Miasma's gonna go down, look for the stun on the stomp. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Just bathing in the hex field because it doesn't really matter. Yoru has been annihilated on this right side, and the Archangels, this army, they're just stasis out. The stasis drone is causing so many problems. Even as HYY finally, he's got a host of Archangels, I guess, but they're gonna come crashing down on top of this army. Split's not where they need to be just yet, but half of them are stasis up, so it's only half fighting at any given time as they go back into the sky once again. But they just have to run. They're gonna have to try to heal, I guess. And they're very, very tanky. It's hard to go and take them down as now Refresh being forced back once again, crashing down for a second time. But now there's gonna be Shroudfall on top of this entire army of these Archangels. They're kind of trapped now, not able to do what they want to do, getting targeted down. This mass Sentinel play causing so many issues. Magnon's the Raging Tendons as well, just stuns on top of stuns. The amount of crowd control that Refresh and MSRM have in this game is causing so many problems for HYY and Yoru. And they're going to continue to run forward now. Of course, Hornets in the field as well, so another anti-air option for all of these, for all the Archangels they have to run. Not quite able to kill him just yet. HYY is doing a very good job of keeping his Archangels alive for the most part, but not quite enough here. So Archangel now gonna have to run, getting out of here, but this position, Refresh, pretty much taking the entire right side of the map. Archangel's north side, though, that's a big deal. They dive on top of a lot of stuff, and remember, they cannot be cursed. The damage the dragon does not significant. Go in the air skyward, trying to go take this dragon out, burst it down, and they almost get it. Now this dragon's very low, can heal itself up a little bit, and now they're gonna go once again. Dragon dead, punched by a bunch of Archons. Now on the ground once again. The micro ability of these Archangels, very significant. Showing HYY showing some really cool stuff. They take the dragon down, and yeah, sure, some Shadow Flyers, they did lose an Archangel, but he did a very nice job of this one, taking down a significant portion of MSRM supply. And if you look at this, HYY and Yoru, none of them are as big as Refresh. That is very much true. But MSRM's not all that big either. They bring this army together. Now this is an awful position to fight into. Buzzsaw turrets, everything else, very much a choke. But this attack from HYY on the right side, doing a very nice job taking them the stasis as they happen. They should be able to secure one or both, maybe, of the Stormgates. Make 2v2 best of 5. It's very late for Refresh. I'll ask if they want to turn this into a best of 5. Stormgate now claimed tier 3. I think is this the second tier 3? The first? Anyway, Stormgate now, this was the first tier 3. There we go. Stormgate claimed by HYY and Yoru. They're trying to figure that one out. It's going to be a deep one. Under the control of Yoru. Now, big pressure onto where Refresh has been playing. And remember, MSRM is pretty harmed by all these attacks on the north side. His supply is not where it needs to be. And by running through the middle here is Yoru forcing Refresh really out of this defensive emplacement that he has. And if you look at this deep one, It's actually getting, it's not doing all that much. It got taken down pretty quickly, but it is blocking the spot. Now the sticky bombs, deep one explodes. And on the middle of the map here, look at, oh God, these Archangels doing such a good job preventing the Magmadons. Earlier on, it was MSRM zoning out HYY. Now it's the other way around. Archangels doing so very much. Another Dragon now available for refreshes. I don't see any really powerful tier 3 out of Yoru just yet, but HYY still has all of these Archangels. Dashes in, tries to get on top of the Dragon. Pretty sure one of the Archangels just went down. And now MSRM's got Flaming Imps ready to go. Man, this host of Archangels has been so very effective, but I think MSRM refreshed. They won this fight, maybe. Now Sticky Bomb is going to go on top, looking to apply friendly fire. Everything is so slow. Dragon gets punched down once again, and you're going to have to Avatar form this second time. Bombing Run does a decent amount here, but it's about the Archons at this point. Sorry, it's about the Archangels at this point. If they can punch through this fight, taking down the Helicarriers as well. Magmadon's on the ground, causing so many problems. And look at the Shadow Flyers, and they are blowing up these Hurricanes. Finally, the comebacks here. Yoru HYY back against the wall for so long into this game. And finally, they've taken the fight to refresh, and MSRM crashing down on the ground once again. This army from refresh finally below 200 supply. These Archangels causing so many problems, and no, the game is not over yet. The sticky bombs in the air are causing problems. I don't know if they're sticky bombs, whatever they were, the projectiles really following HYY. And his supply, wait, yeah. I said this was a comeback, and maybe it was, but HYY 88 supply, he's not mining in his main base. He's not really, he's barely mining in his natural. He doesn't have a third base. His economy is shattered. He's done so much with these Archangels, but he can't afford anymore. And refresh still at 200 supply. Yoru 150. They gotta find some way to get HYY another base. They gotta find some way to get him a little bit more money as these sticky bombs continue to cause problems, continue to take things down. You system shock away again. Good crash downs, good landings on this army, but the healing is significant. We see a Necrotic Hexfield, maybe gonna kill a couple more of these Lancers, which, by the way, do have Mitigative Guard. That's the new upgrade. It means they, A, take 2 less damage for every attack, but also have 3 stacks of Impact Plate that really reduces the damage they take by 50%. So they're gonna find, 3 Hellborn, significant problems here. And I thought this had been a comeback. I really thought HYY and Yoru had brought this game back to parity, but then you look at the economy, or the lack thereof. Naturals mined out. Third base, really not gonna have a lot to it. 108 supply, all that HYY is gonna have this game. He's trying to get another Arc Station up, cause some level of consternation. If we look at Yoru's economy, he's got this double Luminite base. Not really a lot else. Everything else is mined out. Refresh. This base on the north side is now where, looks like this Stormgate will get claimed by Yoru once again. Fresh's 2 bases mining. MSRM's got a ton. MSRM, his economy properly where it needs to be. As he took these 2 Power Stones north side, he's going to be able to take down Yoru's base here, which really only had Therium to it. No Luminite anymore. Not quite sure. Nothing's been claimed from the Stormgate bottom right just yet. It's going to be a Swarm Mother. 3 units this stage of the game where the economy is tight as it is, so very impactful. So, wait, opportunity there. Lands, Meteor Crash down, not going to be enough. And now, this MSRM army just marauding through, finding the random units out of Yoru, finding... They have enough for 1 army, not 2, but okay, Archangels crash down once again. They're very tanky here. So they can go wait out the Infernal Fury, do it again and again and again, maybe. They have to see some really good hex fields, but they're just not landing. This army of Yoru right side, he's been the guy that's been trying to anchor this game for HYY and Yoru for so long. But now he's dead. He's lost everything. Unfortunately, the Pandemonium stacks, they're not doing enough here. Not nearly. As the Archangels land, they're just going to get debuffed, stunned up, dead. There's nothing left for them at all. And this game is... I really thought the comeback had happened. We see the Avatar Flayed Dragon, the Empowered Flayed Dragon even. I thought this was it. I thought they'd done it, that fight in the middle, but the economy just too strong. HYY, Yoru forced to tap out, and it's a 2-0. The side of Refresh and MSRM. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. I've asked if they want to extend this to a best of 5. I don't know. They should eliminate refresh first. So refresh has said he's down to go to a best of 5. Okay, so refresh says he's good. Don't know if the rest of them are. We might turn this into a best of 5. Yeah, so audio video interweave. There's healing. They have an ability when they go up, it's called Reprieve, that gives them a bunch of bonus armor, heals them by quite a bit, but they are stunned. They can't move. It would probably be pretty good to have maybe like a stun indicator over their heads while that happens. You're welcome, Pharaoh Anarchus. Refresh says Archangel's scary, and yours says, all right, might as well get bullied by Vanguard for one more game. All right. One more game. One more game. Ecodome is going to be map number 3. I like this time zone because it hits Europe, North America, and Korea. I don't like this time zone because I run through lunch. Like I start at 9, go through until like 3 in the afternoon. It's just like very awkward to eat food. Refresh Yoru, MSRM. Gotta get those swapped around. All right. HYY says he's gonna mind control the Servo and play as Vanguard. Game is free. Good idea to play it with your family members during the holidays. On the PTR realm, so you can play 2v2. Easy fix. Stop eating food together. What was it? An Eritrean? Someone in like Romania made the news like 15 years ago. Like, I subsist on air. Like, no, you don't. That's a lie, but more power to you. All right, here we are. Game number 3, Ecodome. Map everyone was clamoring for. Game 3. Here we are, game number 3. I know I signed off as if it was done, and the thing said 2-0, but then I asked the players, hey, can we make this a best of 5? And they said, yeah, you know what? I can get bullied by Vanguard for a couple more games. Isma's back. That would be if he did not drink water. To subsist on, it's the rule of 3s. 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. It's kind of a general rule of thumb. She's right. Yeah, no, we're not remaking. Sorry, guys. So this map has the 2 bases pretty separated out here. Kind of interesting that you're playing Van. He's like, I am tired of being bullied by Infernals, or I just forgot to swap to Infernals because it defaults to Vanguard. One of the two. It's going to be Vanguard Celestials coming out of our Yoru and HYY team. Still Infernal Vanguard from Refresh and MSRM. So we're going to see what they got in store for us. Those Archangels from HYY. If he'd only been able to keep his economy up, I think that game goes very differently, but wasn't quite. Refresh was so strong that they had to commit so much to fighting his army that it allowed MSRM to expand like across the entire top side of the map. really pinch in where HYY wanted to be, and then he just ran out of money. Oh, sorry, when I say subsisted on air only, I meant only ate air. Not that they didn't breathe, but not that they didn't drink water, but like they ate air for food, which was wild. The PTR version is unfortunately not playable on GeForce Now. Apparently, the NVIDIA people only like to put stable builds of things up. Hey, people told me to play Ecodome. They didn't tell me it was going to be a flashbang. It's not my fault. No, they just ate food and lied about it. It's back. They're like, I haven't eaten food in like a year. And I'm like, yeah, no. Although there was that one guy in Australia who was like very overweight, so obviously an outlier here, who said, hey guys, I'm going to fast off everything. I'm going to take vitamins. Doctors, I'm going to do this regardless or not, so you can help me or you can't. And they said, okay, well, I guess we'll help you. And they had to go through a whole refeeding protocol. Basically, his body was not used to food, but I think he went for like 9 months.
Forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
Anyways, refresh Stormgate on the way with a couple of his Lancers. Doesn't really seem like there's going to be much contest in this first Stormgate of the game. They're trying to run out for it now. Maybe they reach there in time? Looks like they will, just barely. And hey, Vector Lancer. That seems like a powerful composition. You got this mobility, now granted, Lancers are heavy, but you got this powerful anti-light. Vectors can just kind of chase Lancers to the end of the world, so this might actually allow them to retake this. It's about half duration remaining. Kinetic redirect on the way for both Vanguard players. Soulbrain Chakrams getting started for Yoru, or excuse me, for MSRM, of course. That always feels good. And we just got all these Vectors. That's the play from HYY early on. They're just committing to this. Unfortunately, this Vector takes a little bit too much damage. And the Lancer numbers from Refresh looking pretty good. So I think this first Stormgate actually just going to go unclaimed. Silent Night saying, looks like I got some videos to watch or rewatch. Full stream on Twitch, game looking amazing. Hope more people play, so not same people every day. It's also the live VODs on YouTube as well. Silent Night, or again, if you have Twitch, if you're subbed to me or you got Twitch Turbo, you can just rewind immediately. He went back to a quote unquote healthy weight, or like a normal BMI. And he was morbidly obese. I forget the numbers. You're right, I am missing MSRM. What am I doing? Big run by right side, getting a lot of damage done here, forcing all the Vectors back. Thank you, Play Weird. I was like, we're paying attention to the story. We're paying attention to the Stormgate take. Meanwhile, HYY is dead. Very bullied here, lost all his prisms, 12 supply. That's a problem. And now we're seeing Vanguard versus Vanguard, but Refresh is up in supply too, and has a creeping horror to cause problems. And, oh, by the way, you retreat back to your own base, and guess what? There are gods here. MSRM's here, so it's not even safe there. This game looks like it's gonna end very quickly. HYY is just dead. He's got 0 supply, give or take. Like, functionally 0 supply. 8 supply is not enough to come back into this game. Creeping horror, again, causing problems. Medtechs are on the field, so at least there's a little bit of healing. But the problem here is HYY has 0 money. They say more money, more problems. So 0 money, 0 problems, right? That's what happened right here. And now MSRM, totally unencumbered, to dive on top of Yoru's production. Dive on top of his economy, take him all down, and, well, where once player was dead, now there are 2 players that are dead, and this best of 5 has gone the same way the prospective best of 3 has gone. There's just nothing you can do. I do like the map, though. JXB, in fact, says he likes the map. Just because he's going to get blinded, but HYY, Yoru, they're forced to tap out. Game is over. Best of 3, best of 5, doesn't matter. MSRM and Refresh have taken the 3-0. Well, this goes to YouTube. We're just putting the first 2 maps. 2v2 showcase. All right. I'm hungry, guys. I can't do a best of 7. So we are done here today. I think Match Arena. If you want to go contribute to the Match Arena, be my guest. If you like what I do here, give me a follow on Twitch, sub on YouTube. If you want to sub to YouTube as well, that's very nice. But at the end of the day, massive shout out to Gobsmack. Thanks, Novia Star, everyone else, tons of people involved in the creation of this balance patch. All overhaul, game overhaul that's been in the works for the last couple months. It looks really nice. It seems like it's playing a lot more fun. It's in the best spot it's been in a while. Certainly things that, you know, you need to go and improve, but even still, it's a very good direction. You were saying 2v2 is hard, GG's. Navia Star, thank you so much for the 200 bits. And with that, we're going to sign off here. I'm going to get some late lunch. And we're going to go and see you some other time. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays, whatever it is for you. I would generally put these up next week. I'll be traveling next week. Don't know that I can get the edits done in time, but Merry Christmas, happy holidays. I hope you spend some time with your family, chosen blood, whatever it is. Have some good food, and I'll catch you in the new year. Need to go back and read the patch notes. For now, looks like a Refresh and MSRM are going to be able to force this back. Soulbrand Chakram's not done. Actually, yeah, no, Soulbrand Chakram's not done. Just about done for Yoru, though. As Kinetic Redirect, just about done for Refresh by the same metrics. So really get a positive trade here, forcing your opponent back into their own base. And now, Effigy will get dropped. This is a full HP one. It's a permanent one. So now again, Curse is going to get applied, but these Lancers are just doing so much here. MSRM and HYY correctly identified who needs to fight who. And the Gods, they don't really care about 2v2 with someone. Hey, I'm going to go for XYZ rather than I'm going to play tier 1. Yeah, when people are talking about like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 as Refresh and MSRM, they're going to get both. Oh my, this is big. They're going to, at the very least, deny and at most get two Stormgate. So they got the first one. Right, MSRM's very trapped here, though. Got to be careful. The army's not big enough. And now there's a Vile Lurker here. Artillery, they're going to try to kill the second one as well, committing into this one. Don't know if they have they absolutely have the damage. They can burst this down in just a second. And here comes MSRM on the flank as well. The Vile Lurker is a problem. Get on top of this mass medtech, mass healing, but System Shock gets him out of here. More Weavers, they're ready to go. Magmadons as well, trying to chase this down because MSRM has been properly dealt with. Yes, this attack on the right side is obnoxious. There are a ton of Phantoms. So maybe hasn't been dealt with at all. This is gonna be a problem. System Shock out of that one. That was an ambush. That was very nice indeed. What you'd really like to see is now looking for some helicarrier bombing runs, running away, bombing run on top of the Hex and grabs one. Barely, not even that now. Necrotic Hex field, forcing them back, moving forward. Dark Prophecy solid. Flank comes from your left side. Can they make it happen here? Unfortunately, Dark Prophecy, they just can't make it stick. And here comes the Magmadon flank for the side. MSRM has been waiting for this for so long as the sticky bombs do more friendly fire than enemy. Magmadon's right side, stunning so much of this Vanguard army off, but it's not. They've been solved. And Refresh, the pressure, the tempo they've been able to put on, just wait. That flank from MSRM that took down like half of Yoru's army. Got right on top of all the light units. Very, very strong. And Yoru's going to tap out HYY as well. Game 1 goes the way of Refresh and MSRM. That's not good. This was not the fight. That is a bad concave to fight into. I guess he thought maybe you get some pickoffs with this, with the creeping horde, but that's not a good fight at all. Refresh and HYY and Yoru are going to do a great job. I love Stormgate. I got to prioritize qualifier, broadcast where I get paid versus broadcast where I don't get paid. But anyway, I think I might be scheduled during then, but otherwise I'll definitely be covering it. This high ground position, MSRM is just throwing a bunch of gaunts away and not quite able to get in the prisons the way he would like. That is going to be rather impactful to talk about. I do feel, oh, nice dash in, trying to go get on top of the Harbinger, but it's going to go down. Drop the Magmadons right on top of things. Very nice attempt there, dashing forward with the wind step. No, that's. Meanwhile, MSRM onto the other side of the map here with all these Magmadons. Now, Archangels can deal with them relatively very nicely.